the first day of Manifesting Your Dream Life 26. My name is Andrea Miller, and I'm the host of this amazing event, as well as the CEO and founder of Your Tango, the organization behind Manifesting Your Dream Life. I am genuinely overjoyed that you said yes to our extraordinary event and that you said yes to learning from and being inspired by nearly 30 of the greatest teachers in this space, and that you said yes to lasting love, abundance, success, and better health. That you said yes to becoming the most magnetic, high vibe version of you. I hope you genuinely open your heart and your mind to the vast possibilities that are available to you as you listen to these sessions. That is what this event is all about. It doesn't matter if you have tried manifestation techniques, healing practices, or self-development initiatives previously, whether they worked a little, a lot, or not at all, isn't relevant. You're here now, and the world is your oyster. This is a new day for you. And if you decide it is so, your journey to being irresistibly magnetic, abundant, healthy, and successful begins today, right here, right now. Remember that famous quote, Wayne Dyer, "You don't attract what you want. You attract who you are." And if you go all in over the next 3 days, who you are will change beautifully and powerfully. You will be hearing a ton over the next 3 days about this cornerstone of successful manifestation. It's about who you are and how you feel. And yes, you'll hear plenty about how to get what your heart desires. However, the most successful, lasting, euphoric manifestation is from the inside out. It's about becoming the highest, most aligned version of yourself so that you can not only successfully attract your desires with ease, grace, and joy, but you can actually enjoy and savor them. And so that in between those quiet moments in your life, when you go to sleep and wake up and walk into the kitchen and pick up your groceries and have dinner with your family and see your friends and pursue your career and hang out with your kids, as you live your life, you radiate peace and joy effortlessly. Ooh, that you feel at ease, that you feel grateful. I'm going to say straight up, guys, these feelings, this state of being is not secondary. It is primary to loving your life, because ultimately manifesting successfully is not about what you have. It's about how you feel about who you are and what you have. And yes, having is great too, but let's face it, there are plenty of people out there that have material riches that are spiritually and emotionally depleted. But the good news, you get to have both. You get to have the joy and gratitude and good feelings, and you get to have the external trappings. This event is all about showing you how. And I am so excited for you. I really am, because I can attest firsthand just how well these techniques work if you put them into practice. My life has transformed as I have actively embraced and embodied the teachings we have teed up for you. It's what's inspired me to produce this event, and why you'll see in every session I'm brimming with enthusiasm for you to not just learn the lessons, but to embody them as well, to really internalize and master them so that you personally transform, so that you become magnetic, enabling you to receive and achieve your heart desires. And by the way, to really make the most out of these teachings, to ensure you remember what's most salient to you and put it into action, I urge you to score your copy of the Power of Manifestation handbook right now, if you haven't already. An invaluable companion to this event. It includes highlights from every session to help you remember, practice, and master the teachings, a ready-to-use rituals, anchor your daily practice, powerful daily affirmations to rewire your mindset, a daily journal to integrate and track your progress, and space to reflect on each session to maximize your experience. You can score it easily right now at thepowerofmanifestation.com. I urge you to do so because the programming we have prepared for you will be genuinely transformative if you take it to heart and put it into practice. The Power of Manifestation Handbook will help you do so. So let's talk about all that's teed up for you over the next 3 days. We have carefully laid out the programming to be highly entertaining, inspiring, actionable, and transformative. Here's what you can expect. Day 1 is all about healing, repairing, and restoring your foundation, helping to make you a powerful transceiver of the most amazing magnetic energy. By learning these lessons and putting them into practice, you'll begin to release limiting beliefs and old stories. You'll get to rewire your nervous system, heal those wounds that have held you back, start to reprogram the old operating system, 95% of your unconscious mind that's running the show, and take essential steps to becoming the version of you that resonates at a higher vibe, the version of you that is worthy, that is more whole, that knows she deserves abundance, joy, and great health. Now, day 2 is about learning the most powerful manifestation techniques and putting them into practice. Now that you're primed, we are going to build on day 1's lessons and provide even more guidance on what you need to do to attract lasting love, abundance, success, and great health. Day 2 is where you get really clear on your intentions and desires and learn exactly how to bring them into reality with ease, fun, and joy. And remember, ease, fun, and joy are high vibe. Seriously, we often think of these things as unimportant and maybe even superfluous, but nothing could be further from the truth. For becoming a master manifestor, this is your permission granted to embody them daily. Remember, you attract who you are. Feeling relaxed, joyful, present, and at peace are not only key to being that high vibe match to what you seek to receive, they are your lived experience. Folks, disregard it. The journey truly is destination. More on that to come, I promise. Now, on day 3, the focus shifts to the payoff, to your dreams and greatest desires, to saying yes to yes. We'll focus even more what you get to receive, relish, celebrate, thanks to your efforts. I'm talking genuine bliss, lasting love, wealth, health, abundance, radiance, romance, fun, excitement, and more. Building on the foundation of the previous days, day 3 offers compelling stories and revelatory insights that will inspire you to rise higher and fully embrace the changes that bring your desires to life and to feel amazing, to feel deep gratitude of living more present, more peacefully, more truthfully, more joyfully, and with great ease. And by the way, I get that with over 30 hours of extraordinary programming over 3 days, it's going to be hard to catch it all. And there will be sessions you'll want to return to. Maybe you'll want to rewind to a key point or return to a concept that makes more sense to you in a few months, which is why we've created the Lifetime Access Pass so that you own all of these incredible sessions and consume them at your own pace. You'll get every single session along with the MP3 audio version so you can listen while you're walking, driving, or even just lying in bed relaxing at night. Plus, you'll get all the transcripts so you can read and annotate your favorite, most actionable parts. You'll also receive exclusive bonus content, including powerful affirmations, meditations, rituals, and more from the teachers you're learning from right now. For a very, very modest amount, guys, you'll have all this extraordinary, genuinely exclusive material. If you ever feel in doubt about how to move forward, need a reset, or just looking for a burst of inspiration to propel you forward, the Lifetime Access Pass for you. I promise, if you get it and actually use it, your life will transform. It can't not, because it features everything you need to embody the transformation you desire. You can get it right now on this. Please note, the price will go up substantially after this event concludes. So I urge you just to grab it now And no, you don't have to stress about catching every session over the next few days or stress about remembering everything you heard or feel like you need to write it all down, because you'll have the transcripts and you'll be able to go listen, read, watch at your convenience. I urge you to get it now because these lessons work. The insights and practices we've teed up for you, they work. I promise. And they're being delivered by nearly all of the world's greatest thought leaders and teachers in the manifestation, healing, empowerment space. I can say this with confidence. At the time of this recording, this event represents the greatest lineup of manifestation practitioners ever assembled. Yes, you heard that right. Manifesting Your Dream Life 2020 features nearly all of the leading stars in this space. I know that's a big claim, but see for yourself. I am profoundly proud of this all-star lineup we have assembled and all they have to offer you in this next phase of your journey. And I'm excited to preview exactly who you'll be hearing from today. We start with What If Your Resistance is the Answer, featuring Dr. Richard Schwartz. That's Dick Schwartz, the father of internal family systems, IFS. He's a best-selling author and on the staff of Harvard Medical and has brilliant insights that are going to surprise and honestly help for you. IFS is the leading methodology for healing trauma and emotional wounds. And guess what? You can make super fast progress with this powerful framework. No need to spend years and tens of thousands of dollars being psychoanalyzed. IFS is extraordinary. Do not miss this powerful session. Next is Breaking Free. Use MindBody medicine to transform chronic pain and persistent conditions, featuring Nicole Sachs. OMG, you, woman you love, grapples with chronic pain or health conditions that Western medicine has failed to mitigate or heal. You must attend the session. Nicole also loves to say, you have more power than you realize, including with your body. Amen to that. Then there's the Wild Path to Manifestation, Shamanic Wisdom, Soul Alignment, and Animal Guides, featuring Alyson, Storey, with a drumming journey, soul permission affirmations, and stories of her own initiations. Alyson invites us to reach solutions, trust divine timing, and walk courageously into our authentic wild power. Next, there's main character energy. Rewrite your story of doubt and pain and rise into radiance, freedom, and self-love, featuring Love Again Jen. Do you follow Love Again Jen on TikTok or Instagram? If not, you should, because you'll instantly appreciate seeing her famous signature whiteboard and practical, easy to understand lessons. Through journaling, mirror work, and vibrational practices, she helps you release old programming, reclaim your power, and be the most vibrant main character of your life. Jenna's just so cute and fun. You're going to love her. Snap. Then there's the law of resonance, why your vibe is key to your manifestation success, featuring one of my all-time favorite people, Michael Hunter. Michael explains why oceans are your frequency compass, how nervous system regulation and Taoist embodiment practices create coherence, and how integrating your various more challenging parts / shadows clear the old code that blocks desire so manifestation becomes less forcing and more flowing. Next, stop chasing, start dancing. Shamanic manifestations to ignite your soul with Sadi Simone. Oh, another of my favorites. With his signature exercises like the imposter syndrome stomp, shadow pride release, and forgiveness rituals, he shows how movement, laughter, and presence heal trauma stored in the body and magnetize abundance, joy, and authenticity. This isn't manifestation from the head, y'all. It's healing through the body with fun, soul, and sass. And spoiler alert, Cardi B features prominently in this session, just saying. Next, there's what are you really trying to manifest? Releasing your fear and going deeper with the one and only Danielle Laporte. Instead of pushing or striving, Danielle teaches us how to soften, surrender, and let love become the greatest magnet for abundance, connection, and fulfillment. Then we have Power of Relationship Capital to create your ultimate dream life with one of my favorites, Deborah Poneman. Deborah reveals how your relationship, not just your mindset or heart set, are your greatest manifestation asset. She shows how genuine connection, collaboration, and conscious networking accelerate your success in ways that solo effort never could. This session will shift how you think about building the life you want. And finally, we will close with another of my very favorites, Danny Morell. His session is called The Wealth Awakening, from ego-driven to soul-led professional and personal success. Danny reveals how chasing wealth, status, and external validation is a trap, and how true abundance comes when you align your heart, heal your wounds, and surrender to soul-led living. This is not just about making money, but about reclaiming your power, embracing your feminine energy, and living in joy, peace, and authenticity. He makes a cogent case for not needing to do anything, that your number one job is to be. Whew, easier said than done, it seems, but follow Danny's guidance, and dang, guys, he's onto something big. His methods work. Please see for yourself. Finally, I want to say a few gigantic, well-deserved thank yous to the extraordinary group of people who made this event possible. I am so profoundly grateful to all of our speakers. I am humbled by your achievements and insights, and am deeply grateful for your generosity participating in our event. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And to my team here at Your Tango, the greatest team ever. Thank you, one and all, with extra special thanks to Lily, Tina, Jacqueline, Dane, Hannah, Jean, Tom, our video production team, and Sabrina, Zeta, Livy, Sonali, and Sachin. You guys rock. Well done. We did it. And with that, I want to know Dick Schwartz is ready to kick us off. You're going to love this session, and how his insights offer a fast track to overcoming resistance and tee you up to begin receiving. Spoiler alert, he also tells an amazing story about how he manifested his wife. Such a sweet and unexpected story. I hope you're ready to say yes to kicking off this next exceptional phase of your life, and that you're ready to take action and embody these teachings so that you feel better than ever and start to experience the life of your dreams. It begins today. I am so excited for you to love this. Welcome to the Welcome back to the Power of Manifestation. I am your host for this amazing session. My name is Andrea Miller, and honestly, this session I am personally so excited and grateful to bring to you, because it truly can transform, and I don't say that word lightly, transform the way you see yourself and your blocks forever, and could very well be the key catalyst that truly sets you free. And I say that with so much passion and conviction, because this is exactly what I have experienced personally, thanks to my guest and the amazing therapeutic model that he has created. Okay, so and we're going to get into it. You're like, whoa, spoiler alert. No, I'm not going to spoil anything. It's all coming in time. So today's session is called, What If Your Resistance is the Answer? It's a radical reframe that asks, what if the part of you that's been blocking your desires, i.e. impeding your manifestations and keeping you feeling stuck and unworthy, is actually the one that's holding the key for you? We're joined today by the brilliant Dr. Richard C. Schwartz, the creator of Internal Family Systems, one of the most compassionate, practical, and transformative healing methodologies of our time. IFS is a highly effective, evidence-based therapeutic model that depathologizes the multi-part personality. I promise we're going to tell you what all that means. The IFS Institute offers training for professionals and the general public. Dick is currently on the faculty of Harvard Medical School and has published 5 books, including No Bad Parts, Healing Trauma and Restoring Wholeness with the Internal Family Systems Model. Dick lives with his wife, Jean, near Chicago, close to his 3 daughters and his growing number of grandchildren. And that just skims the surface for this incredible man. Guys, if manifestation hasn't been working for you or is not as effective as you want it to be, or you keep self-sabotaging, whatever those blocks might be, this session will help you understand why, and honestly, will show you a profoundly healing path forward. I know, big promises. I promise stay till the end because we're going to deliver on them. Welcome back, Dick. It's so great to see you again.
Great to be with you too, Andrea. And that's quite an intro, quite a high bar.
It is, but I know you are here for it. And before we get into the session, just a quick reminder for you tuning in, please grab your Power of Manifestation handbook because you are going to want to take a lot of notes. And there's some great highlights already in there from this session. If you don't have it already, just pop over to Manifestation, thepowerofmanifestation.com. You can grab it literally instantaneously. You're going to want this as your companion, particularly for this session. Okay, so Dick, I would love if we could start with a brief, I know we could talk the whole session about what IFS is, but do you mind taking like 3 to 5 minutes explaining the IFS framework, the parts, just to really make sure that everybody who is not as familiar with it is able to follow along in our discussion?
I'll do my best. So basic assumptions are that we're all multiple personalities and that's a good thing. We all have what I call parts. Other people call subpersonalities. And they're not the product of trauma. It's not like the unitary mind was subdivided or broken apart. They're actually, from my point of view, we're born with them because they have all these valuable resources and talents for us to help us through life. But trauma and what are called attachment injuries, bad parenting, things like that, force them out of their naturally valuable states into roles that can be destructive and can be at least get in your way. And then in addition to these parts, I stumbled onto the discovery that there is what I call the self in everyone, just beneath the surface of them, so that if they can be convinced to open space and unblend, we call it, from who's left, you will immediately enter these what we call HC qualities of curiosity and calm and compassion and clarity and confidence, what we call the HCs, and connectedness and creativity and courage. And that's who we are at our essence. And that all gets covered over by these parts and the fact that they get frozen in the trauma is they're stuck back in the past and they carry what we call burdens, these extreme beliefs and emotions that drive the way they operate. So a lot of the work is helping people access that self place and from that place begin to get to know and actually heal these parts, which involves helping them out of where they're stuck in the past and helping them release these burdens, at which point they'll transform into their naturally valuable states.
So and so the parts are the exiled one, correct? The one that we that is sort of rebelling, or can you just describe self and then the protectors?
Yeah. So as I was learning about all this, and this didn't come out of my brain, I learned it from my clients. And as I was hearing about it, I come from a systems background, so I'm trying to get a map to this territory. And it turned out very early, it was clear that there were some parts that you might call inner children who, before they get hurt, are these wonderful, lively, they give us all kinds of joy and playfulness and creativity. But once they get hurt or terrified or made to feel ashamed, we don't want to be around them because they can overwhelm us and give us all those feelings. So we try to exile them, in my language, to lock them away in inner basements or abysses and try our best to not ever feel that again and to try to keep that from ever being triggered. And so other parts are forced to become protectors. So they leave their naturally valuable states to either manage your life so that these exiles never get touched. And they might do that by keeping people a certain distance from you, or by trying to make you look perfect, or try to make you achieve at a really high level, or so on and so on. They try to take care of everybody so they don't abandon you. So those we call manager protectors, and then other protectors are much more impulsive. And after an exile gets triggered, which is a big, scary emergency, because you start to feel all those feelings that you've tried to stay away from, this other set of parts goes into action to try and get you higher than those flames or distract you till they burn themselves out. So that's the very simple map of the roles that parts get forced into. These exiles, which are young and vulnerable and hurt, and then manager protectors and firefighter protectors. And all of that obscures your access to what I call self.
Right. And just to add to that a little bit, and then we'll move on with the questions. I just want to make sure everybody's really grounded because we're going to be, talking about the parts quite a bit. This idea that and I'll use my own experience since you interviewed me, or hello, you guided me through such a powerful exercise when we spoke last time. And honestly, it really punched way above its weight. And so you helped me tap into that little girl inside of me that felt unseen, unheard, afraid, unworthy, not enough, not important. And I'm going to try to preserve my makeup today, Dick. Not too many tears, I hope. But I say this, everybody listening, just so you really get it. So Dick walked me through this really beautiful exercise, and by the way, I will be sharing with you where you can find more of this work. We're gonna get into it, but I really, for those of you who this speaks to, there is such a large body of information you can access very easily, so you can take full advantage of the power that is IFS. But again, really, really briefly, so Dick walked me through and helped me access in a really safe way that part of little Andrea that just was aching, and that would come out in moments of hurt and doubt. And by the way, she was alive and well in my being for a very long time. And when I got activated, either my manager would come out and people please, try to control things, try to look perfect. I know you guys know what I mean, because we've all been there. And those genuinely adaptive ways, I mean, they may not be seemingly the most healthy, but they are adaptive. And by the way, even before I say anything else, there are no bad parts. Dick really makes such a beautiful, cogent case for that. And we'll come back to that too. So that manager in me, people pleasing, controlling things, working really hard, proving myself, all those things were to protect little Andrea who felt unworthy. And then every now and then my firefighter would come out when I got a little crazy, I got real bad, or really just activated in a way that was damaging. And as a working mom, every now and then that Andrea came out and yelled at my kids, we've all been there. And I say this just not, for any other reason, just to really, really keep it real. And to me, this is why if for no other reason, just to be the best mom that I can be, this work was so important. But it's honestly, Dick, and I was going to tell you after, but I'll tell you now, such a transformation on my marriage. Genuinely. Now my husband understands it. He's like, oh, I get it. So yeah, so this idea that we all have ourself, and I mean, these are my words, almost like our self is our soul, all those 8 C's, right? But operating from that part of ourself that is so empowered and aligned, that part of ourself that's the creator for manifestation, right? You are going to be way more effective creating from that place. And that's what manifestation is. And I say this with so much passion and conviction because that's exactly what's happened in my own life. It is, seeing and really understanding that little Andrea that felt exiled, bringing her back in and making sure that my protectors, they have their place. They're not bad. There are no bad parts, guys. And when they come back, Dick and his IFS framework have given me an understanding for how to see it all in context, not reject any of it, but be so much more skilled in integrating it all together so that myself is really the one running the show the vast majority of the time. So that's the more than 5 minutes, but hopefully everybody's got that. Dick, anything you want to add to that, or should we jump into our first section?
Just, I'm so glad to get that follow-up study. It's you took a big risk and you went for it, and I was so impressed with that, and I had high hopes that it would have an impact. So I'm really glad to hear that it has, and it was just a privilege to be there with you. It was a beautiful session.
So just to give a little more context, everybody, I run a podcast called Getting Open with Andrea Miller, and I had the great honor of interviewing Dick for it. And I asked him to walk me through, I naively, bravely, the self knew to ask him to walk me through an exercise. And it was extremely, extremely emotional. And it was extremely impactful, genuinely transformative. And that is available. We'll make sure you have access to it so you can see in practice what it looks like to walk through a session. And then you'll also get greater context for how Dick, Dick, you're being so humble. You're saying, well, my clients created this. They gave you all the information, but you put all the information together to understand that globally, based on your experience as a clinician, that all the, that these are universal parts, right? And again, very, very effective. So, okay. So with that, let's kick off. We're going to start with section 1, selecting a goal from self, not from parts, right? We're tapping into the good stuff where the empowerment is. So we're going to start with something that so many of us get wrong. And even if we've done the work, right, we all do our sort of inner healing in different ways. But you say too often people pick a goal for manifestations from their parts, those that go rogue, rather than the self. And that's huge. So what does it look like when a goal is coming from a part, not the self?
Well, as you were saying, most of us have these exiled parts that are hurting or feel worthless. And to protect them or take care of them, we'll have other parts that think if only we had a different husband, or if only we had a different job, or if only and they try to get something to help these parts feel better. And so they become very inquisitive. They're trying to get more material things in general. And so a lot of the manifesting happens from those parts, but unfortunately, those things generally won't take care of you because that little girl is still sitting back there suffering and
afraid and driven by fear, right? Rather than empowerment.
Yeah. And it's like you become a bucket with a hole in it. You can keep pouring stuff into that bucket, but it just leaks out because it never is going to be enough. And so if you're trying to manifest from those kinds of parts, you may even get what you want, but it'll turn out not really going to do it for you. And so if you can instead start working with these parts and do exactly what you did last when you talked about that, so that that little girl feels connected to you and feels out, she's not sitting back in a terrible place, and she isn't so empty, she isn't so needy. Then these protective parts relax and open space and notice that you can take care of that girl, and they start to trust you. And so then from self, you actually have a very different set of goals or different desires than you do from these parts that are so focused on getting the right thing to take care of you. What they're really trying to do is take care of that little girl and think that the right partner, if only you had the right partner, that would take care of it. Once you can take care of that little girl, then you're freed up to manifest something that actually might be useful to you and also might be useful to the people around you and to the planet.
Yeah, I mean, I just to add to that, when I think about from my own experience, when I'm trying to manifest or had, right? And I feel like this internal shift for me, it's like I can't go back, it's like a Nautilus, right? You guys know the Nautilus shell? It just, the chambers keep getting bigger and bigger and you can't go back. So whereas before I would be, and listen, it's still a journey. I mean, every now and then I'm going to slide back into people pleasing or the achiever or the wounded little girl in me. But for the most part, I'm so much more conscious about when those are activated, when I'm trying to impress, right? When I'm trying too hard, right? I'm just keeping it real. And so this idea of manifesting from the ego, manifesting from those protectors versus manifesting from my true self, even the thing may be the same for me is what I've experienced, but the attachment to it is different. And the feeling of it is so different. I don't feel that like, oh, I need this. It's like, oh, I'd love this. But you know what? I'm good if I don't get it. And that is a game changer. And guess what? The more it's like, I could take it or leave it. Yes, I really want it, but I'm okay without it. That's a very different vibe.
That's totally different. Your bucket is full. So you don't have to have it. Take care of those parts. So
Dick, how, in your opinion and your experience, how can someone tell the difference if they're, manifesting and trying to activate from the self versus their protector or manager?
Yeah, I could give a few questions you could ask yourself. You could ask the part, if it's a part. Like one question would be, what are you afraid would happen if I didn't get this? If it didn't work, what are you afraid would happen? And in answering that, you'll often learn what this part is trying to protect you from. And it might be trying to protect you from a little girl being sad, like you talked about. It might be trying to protect you from something in the outside world. But if you get an answer, it's definitely coming from a part. It's coming from a protector. Because self wouldn't be afraid of something not happening if you didn't get it.
Because by definition, self says it's okay.
It's okay.
Versus, versus a firefighter saying, "Oh my God, there's going to be a calamity or crisis," and the protector, the manager, the people pleaser says something else is going to happen. And so, guys, I'd love just to take a moment and just to reflect on that. Just don't think about it. Just whatever comes to mind. If whatever you're trying to manifest, the love of your life, a new home, a great job. What if you didn't get it? And feel that. And that to me, such a simple but powerful practice. Keep coming back to understand that there's a good chance that part is needs to be reintegrated. And that's beyond the scope of today's program. But again, there are many IFS resources. Doing that work will be a game changer. So can you walk us through a simple way to tune into the self when setting a goal, Dick? I mean, we're going to ask if it's coming from apart, but do you have another technique just to make sure we're operating from the self?
Yeah, we could go back to what you just did, which I really like, which is to take the goal, and then as you focus on that goal, just notice both parts that are afraid to not get it, and also parts that maybe don't want you to get it for some reason. So just notice as you focus on the goal, what kind of inner reaction you're having, if any, and those become what we call trailheads. So, if you're out hiking, there's a trail and you follow it and you get to a trailhead. If you stay focused on one of those emotions or thought patterns, and then as you focus on it, it will lead you to the part from which it's being emitted. And that part is something that you need to work with. So, as you notice this inner reaction to the focus on the goal, the short way to access more self is simply to ask the parts that have either big attachment to it, using your word, or are afraid to let you have it, and just ask them to open some space inside. And if they are willing, you'll notice a palpable shift toward more what I call self. You'll notice suddenly you're calmer. You start to notice those C words, and you aren't as attached because you're okay if you don't get it. And actually, as you access more self, the goal might change. You shift from something that's very individualized to you to what should I be doing in my life? Once you become more self-led, you have more. One of those C words is connectedness. You kind of realize that you're not a separate individual who, if you don't get a car, that your life is going to be ruined. You realize that there's suffering all around you, and the people suffering all around you are you, really, at some level. And so you become
We're
more
all
motivated.
sacred mirrors. We are all sacred mirrors.
You become more motivated to do something helpful to people.
Yeah.
So your goal starts to shift in that direction more.
Yeah, I think of it as manifestation from the inside out. And I'll just, again, use an example from my life. I have giant ambitions for my podcast. I love doing it. I get to talk to people like Dick. I feel transformed when I am lucky after my best interviews. And I just love it. And whereas before I was trying to, and in fact, so that I know when I think about the big, when I'm manifesting these big ambitions for my show, I get really excited. But I also say to myself, you know what? Even if I didn't have the commercial outcome, I would still do my show because I completely love it. I feel so grateful. The other quick one I'm going to share with you guys. So this is my book. In fact, I did win a Nautilus Award, Little Nautilus.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been out for a while, but I'm sharing this, Radical Acceptance, The Secret to Happy Lasting Love. I'm sharing this. When I wrote this book, I had this dream of being a New York Times bestselling author. And let me just say, I wasn't. And I was in the fetal position in my bed. I'm a little embarrassed to say, but we're keeping it real here in the Power of Manifestation. I felt my ego. Dick, my ego was so hurt. I felt like I'd put so much of my whole life into it. It was published by Simon & Schuster, the imprint that publishes the Dalai Lama. Like, I'd done all these things right. I wrote the very best book I could. And then I didn't have that commercial outcome that I wanted. And it brought me to my knees. And it was the best thing because it made me really face myself and understand, Andrea, what did you really want? And I had to go through this. What did you really want? I want to be New York Times bestseller. No. What did you really want? I wanted to write the very best book I could that made a positive impact on as many lives as it could. And guess what? If you go to Amazon, you will see, these are people I don't even know, so not just my friends, writing comments like, oh, you saved my marriage. And this is the best book I've seen on marriage. And it was such a humbling experience but it made me understand what my true motivation is. And yes, one day I'm going to be a New York Times bestselling author. I am sure of it, but I don't need it like I thought I needed it before. But I needed the lesson. I needed the lesson that the work I'm doing, I don't want it to be motivated by external validation. I want to be motivated by the love of creating it and for having the impact. And by the way, I love to write. A lot of people are like, I hate writing. It's like, well, maybe then do something else.
I love it too. And that's such a great example of what I was trying to say, because you got crushed by not getting it. So you followed that trailhead. You stayed with that feeling and kept asking, what would happen then? What would happen then? And then you got to self. You got to, what I really want is to help people, and because I love to and do what I love to do. And that's such a self-led answer. And
I got to truth. Yes, I got to my own truth, devoid of these parts that are trying to protect me.
That's right. And I'll give you a little more of my philosophy on all this. So self for me isn't just in us. It's a drop of a much bigger ocean. And so that's why it can't be damaged. That's why it has all these great qualities. And so as you access more and more self, you connect to something much, much bigger. And in that more divine level of connection, you learn that there are these guides that are here to help us, and that we're here to learn lessons. You mentioned that was a big lesson to you. And our guides will set that up so that we have to learn these lessons. Like, had you if you were a best-selling author, you wouldn't have learned that lesson. You would just keep on. That part would keep driving you. So
totally. The humility that I learned in the best way possible. It felt so painful at the time, but again, I am so glad for it, because it did teach me a crucially important lesson. And honestly, I feel like my emotional maturity, my sense of motivation, like I needed to have a real talking to with myself in a way, ultimately, that I not like, oh, you're so bad, like that sort of starts to like make it worse, but instead to really be gentle with, well, why did I need that external validation? Back to, that little Andrea didn't feel enough, so she could write a New York Times best-selling book, then she'd be enough. But guess what? It never works like that. Only I can give that sense of genuine love and validation to myself. And just like you guys, only you can do it for yourself. And you can. And I'll tell you why I know you can. Because after spending decades of feeling not enough, of feeling not important, despite all my external success, and I've had quite a bit of external success, finally that feeling of being in myself, feeling a deep sense of self-compassion and self-love, it's what I've achieved. And my life is transformed. And this, honestly, the work with you, Dick, I can't overstate it. It really has been that, if you will, like that last mile catalyst. You're like, okay, this is it. And now I keep going, right? Because now it's getting good news. Now it's really fun. Now it's exciting rather than like, I'm stressing and straining and just trying to succeed over here. Now it's like, oh yeah, how much more fun can it be?
You're giving such good examples of what I'm trying to say. I really love talking to you about it. And so part of what I'm saying is that these parts and their burdens, and the burdens again come from traumas usually, block access to that larger self, to the divine. And so when you're doing it from these parts, your guides will screw it up so that you have to learn your lesson.
Let's actually jump into section 2, because I think I have teed it up. When the universe has other plans. It's like, oh no, I just want what I want when I want it. Well, guess what? I have so many examples how lucky I am that I didn't get what I want when I wanted it. And I say this, guys, with so much sincerity. I'm going to tell everybody just the quickest story that really illustrates this. I was, and then, of course I'm taking over, but it's such a good story. And it really, it was transformational in my life. So I was always a cheerleader starting in 7th or 8th grade, and through middle school and high school. And as you can imagine, part of your identity, it was football and basketball. I was in this giant public high school in the Atlanta area. And I became a little, maybe overconfident. And so by the time it was time to try out for the varsity cheerleading squad at the end of 11th grade, at the end of my junior year, I was extremely confident. I barely practiced. And guess what? I got cut. I didn't make the team. I was devastated. I mean, from summer camp and these were all my best friends, and then all the football players and all the basketball players. This was my entire identity, where I spent my time, and I blew it. And guess what? Something amazing happened. I was in my bed for days, and my dad and my parents went and rallied the school. No, you can't cut her. She's been on and they're like, she doesn't make the score. Like, this isn't about, we love Andrea. She didn't make the score. She didn't practice enough. Other people were better. That's it. So my dad says to me, my dad is a pilot and had a stake in a small airport in the northern Georgia area. So he says to me, I'm 17. He goes, and he was also a flight instructor. He goes, well, do you want to learn to fly? And I was like, okay. So while all my friends were at cheerleading camp and in their cute uniforms and with their pom-poms, I took flying lessons at the age of 17. I soloed when I was 17. I got my private pilot's license when I was 18. And I can't tell you what an impact it's had on me to be such a young person, particularly a young woman, to have earned my private pilot's license. I mean, literally to go from this devastation, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, literally learning to fly. And Dad, mwah, thanks for that. Right. And so, and that is an extreme example, but when I think about when the universe has other plans, guys, surrender to it. And that can be hard. I tell myself always, Andrea, play the long game. Trust in what's opening up for you. Okay, but I have totally hijacked this. So, so let's rewind, because I love, Dick, how you're talking about our guides, that they care. I think you put in this note into our sort of overview here, that they care more about your healing than your timeline, which I love, right? And we get so fixated on our timelines, on our outcome, what we expect, what we want. So when I think about, like, in my own life, surrender and trusting, and this is coming from I always call myself a triple type A Aries, who learning to trust and surrender. Honestly, these have been some of the great gifts, but it's also helped to have that safe little Andrea. Like, it's easier to trust now and to surrender because little Andrea is safe. And when the firefighter freaks out, to know what to do. So let me ask you this. How does IFS help people reframe failed manifestations?
Well, first of all, if you're asking from self, like you said, you have this perspective that you may not get it, but you'll get what you need. It's that Rolling Stones song. And so you're not going to freak out. You're just going to, okay, what is supposed to happen? And you're going to stay curious and keep asking. I'll give you one example from my life. So I was divorced in 2003, dated for about 5 years, couldn't find a person at all, and was getting really frustrated. And sort of out of desperation, just began asking what the deal is, because I wanted to have a partner.
And when you say asking, like asking the creator, asking God, asking yourself?
by then I'd been notified by these guides that this model didn't come out of my little brain.
Got it. Okay.
I was
you were divinely guided, basically. You're saying you're divinely guided.
Yeah. I mean, I'm saying that these guides gave this to me to bring. And so I'd been listening to them in terms of how to bring this model, but I hadn't really asked much for myself personally. But at some point I said, why am I so frustrated? Why isn't the person here? The answer I got was, she's about 6 months away, but you have to do these pieces of work first, or it's not going to happen. And so I wound up doing these pieces of work, and about 6 months later, I ran into my wife, Jean. And that kind of tipped me over in terms of belief in this stuff.
Hang on, but Dick, you have to share, what were some of the things you had to do?
Well, the parts of me that got me to bring this model in the beginning really didn't care about people much, didn't care what people thought, because this was so radically different from traditional psychiatry. I was in a psychiatry department, and I was getting lots of attacks. And so that part served me in that it kept me going, and it wouldn't take in what these people were saying, but it wasn't great in a relationship. And so they really wanted me to work with that part, because it hadn't been a good player in my first.
So you were kind of like a little bit of a rebellious spirit, right?
Rebellious, right? But also not so thoughtful, not so considerate of other people. And I can.
Well, and that seems protective, based even on what you shared with me when we spoke before about the dynamics with your dad and how he rejected what you were doing. So it's almost like that became your protector. You, if I'm putting it together correctly, that you developed a bit of an armor.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Mm-hmm. And it, didn't serve in my first marriage. And they were saying, screw you, we're not going to hook you up with anybody else until you do that.
Amen. I mean, we're all looking for the right person, and ding, ding, ding. We've got to be the right person. Not the perfect person, but a more healed, more integrated part of ourselves. Otherwise, we just keep repeating the patterns.
Yeah, one of my books is called "You're the One You've Been Waiting For." So, as you.
Oh my God! Now we need to talk again. Let's schedule our next interview.
Okay. As now you can take care of that little girl.
Yeah.
It relieves your husband of the duty of being responsible for her well-being.
You're the one you've been waiting for. But amen to that, to understanding and taking it so seriously rather than looking from the outside. And guys, we've all been there. We've all done it, right? And to me, it's not even just in our marriage. I was sharing this example on a podcast a long time ago. I've been fortunate to know quite a few very, very successful people, and I've had a lot of support in my business. So I don't want to in any way, shape, or form but there were times when I was coming from that place of scarcity and doubt and fear, when it was like, why aren't more people helping me? Why am I not getting more from the outside? And it's like, look in the mirror, right? Like, and back to my book and the cheerleading example, it was like, I'm not, because there are lessons I need to learn about developing a business that's profitable. And only I can do it for myself. If everybody keeps, it's like, but I want to get on a political tangent, but like subsidy, like certain subsidies are good. Like, I don't want to say that, but like at a certain point, if you're always dependent on that outside support, then you're not able to learn the lesson and be the person you need to be as a parent, as a spouse, as a colleague, in all those important roles each of us plays.
Yeah. So that's an issue with my understanding of what manifesting is, because your guides might have other plans. Part of the plan might be to deny you what you're desperate to have. So that
that gets to my next question. So I feel like you've kind of answered this in your own life, but just I'd love if you have other examples from your own life or from people that and eventually you met Jean, and I hope to meet her one day because she sounds amazing. But have you seen in your practice these examples where there was resistance or blocks that were actually protecting someone or from harm versus or helping them prepare for something greater. Like, I feel like that's exactly what you just said. Like, it took 5.5 years to finally realize you had to make that change.
Yeah. Yeah. And they weren't going to let it happen until I actually did the work they wanted me to do. So yeah, so we're here to learn lessons. And the big lesson is to heal these parts so that you can lead from the self place, which you're doing now, which, as you say, is a game changer. You really, everything is different when you can lead from self. And once you open that sort of channel to the divine, then they start to help you. They bring a lot of stuff without you asking a lot of the time.
Well, I think of myself, honestly, Dick, now the word that keeps coming back to me is portal.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, each of us. Yeah. I mean, and each of us are in our own lives. And I always think of it as our sphere of influence. This, from as a parent, my kids, my husband, our broader community, my siblings, my parents, my team. And then, of course, based on the work you do, your sphere of influence is gigantic. Mine as a publishing and media person is has some stuff, distance and substance to it. But I just think, like, the more I do my work, and whether it's immediate sphere of influence or that ripple effect, that to me, as each of us as a portal, whether it's just one person reading my book, or having that bigger ripple effect. But I do think of that like sacred, like each of us as a sacred portal. To me, is that framework, that thinking has really empowered me. But it feels like I guess what I'm trying to say is it feels like a responsibility. So it's not just me, and I think that's what you were saying a little while ago, where when we're really aligned and really tapped into self, where we can really be in service. And that feels really good, because before it's like I would be so focused on my own success, and of course I care about my own success. But I know my success is being magnified and multiplied because I understand I really am in service to my true self and to the greater good. And that comes from self, not from that place of fear and abandonment.
Yeah, that's right. And that's what these guys want. They want more self to come to this planet. They want more leaders to not lead from these crazy parts that we're experiencing now. And
I mean, no joke.
Yeah.
Like, to heal the planet, if all of us could just be more into self.
Yeah, that's the vision. That's the vision. And the other thing is, when you do it, it has ripples. It's not just doing it for yourself, but self is contagious, and not only for the people around you, but you don't even know the larger impact you have when you unburden these parts and you start to have more access to self. So.
I mean, completely. Okay, so last question for the section. Why do you believe manifestations often arrive after deep internal shifts and not before?
Again, similar to what we've been talking about, because before the shift, like your story with the cheerleading, you were dominated by this part, and you in the fetal position because it was, so devastated, and that's not going to work. And your guides wanted you to learn that you should find another place to live from. So, yeah, so that would be the same answer, I think. Does that take care of that question?
Yeah, no, I mean, just totally. I feel like it is a little bit of a repeat here. So, this idea to me, when I think of these failed manifestations as an opportunity for a pause, a redirection and a reflection. And then that the fact that after a healing, that the manifestation finally happens, it's like, well, that's that divine timing coming in versus, and the healing being prioritized and the vibe. I mean, let's face it, guys, all manifestation is the best manifestation is coming from being, right? From who we are. And we touch on this in some of the other sessions, that there are people that have had a lot of success that are pretty bad people. I think we can all, there are no bad parts. So I'm being a little careful in judgment, but,
Well, Well, they're dominated by very destructive parts. Yes.
Thank you. Yes. And so they can win Academy Awards and have billions in the bank and all these external metrics of success. I don't think any of us would want to trade places with them, right? I mean, when you look inside, are they really having fun? Are they really feeling joy and bliss and gratitude? I don't think so.
No, they've got that bucket with a hole in it too. And if you go back to my story, I was lucky because I was able to hear directly from my guides what I needed to do. But had I not done that, I wouldn't have found somebody. I'm sure they would have just kept screwing up my life until I actually was forced to face these parts that have been screwing up relationships.
So, Dick, can I ask you, how do you refer to these guides? How have you tapped into them? Is there a practice that you use to tap in and receive their guidance?
Yeah, I learned about them from working with clients because I would be doing the kind of work I did with you. And then all of a sudden you might have, you didn't, but many people would say, I see this image here. It looks like an angel, or it looks like Jesus, or it looks like, okay. And I thought, okay, that's a nice part. And it's saying these wonderful things about the work, or it's giving me advice, or it's helping me hold some parts while I work with others. And then I got curious and I said, okay, well, ask what part it is. And they would say, they're not a part, they're something else. And pursuing that, which for me was, I come from a very scientific, agnostic at best family. So it was a big stretch for me to actually believe any of this. But they would say, no, they're just here to help. They're here to guide us. And that we all have them. And that when you do a certain amount of work, they have access. So they come in and they're just hanging around trying to help us all the time. But they can't get through to us. So then I started investigating whether I had them too, and had people help me open enough space that I could actually. And for whatever reason, they don't give me words very often. That time with Gene was one rare occasion. More of the time, I just kind of downloads. And when I'm talking with someone like you, or when I'm giving a lecture, or I'll find myself saying things, I don't know where that came from. It's sort of like that. So
that is amazing. And honestly, when I just think back to what we were talking about a few minutes ago, this idea of trusting and surrendering, especially for you coming from such a strong scientific and I think academic background, to allow that is really remarkable. And I mean, I'm guessing now even more, but let's say, when did you start tapping into those guides? Like early 2000s, or was it even before then?
It was in that, around that time, actually, about 25, 30 years ago.
So then, but even at that point, I would guess, given how long you've been developing the IFS framework, do you think at that point you'd spoken to thousands of people? And so there were enough people. This is kind of mind-blowing to me, honestly. And I didn't know this. I'm really glad we're on this track. The fact that there was it sounds like disproportionate number of people that referenced these guides that made you go, whoa, something is happening here.
Yeah. I got a lot of burdens from my father, but he gave me a lot of gifts too. And one of them was follow the data, even if it takes you way outside your paradigm. And it's taken me way outside my paradigm. And, it turns out, though, that for centuries, indigenous people, shamans, have been accessing the same phenomena. It's not Western civilization kind of cut off from all of that. And, there are ways to go back to it. And, if I'm working with somebody and we want to access their guides, I'll just do a lot of work to get their parts to open a lot of space so they're really in self, and they have that portal now. And then all you do is ask if there's somebody there that wants to tell you something or has something for you. And often they'll show up.
Oh my gosh. And being open and trusting and I'm conjecturing here, but maybe you got to ask a time or two or three or four, right? Because if you're feeling a little close, like, oh, they didn't answer, or I didn't hear them, you know what I mean? It's almost like you just have to say, like, let me just create that space.
Well, it's what we've been talking about. When you're in self, you don't have that urgency. You don't have that disappointment. You just, okay, I'm open. You don't have that attachment, exactly. So if they come, it's okay. If they don't come, it's okay. And that's when they come.
That is, I mean, right? It is like the biggest head fake ever. But that's the whole point. Like it's in the trust and surrender. That's where the magic happens, guys. And you can't fake it. And the good news is it's there for all of us. It really is. Oh, my mind is blown right now, Dick. I'm loving this. Like, this is so cool. Oh my goodness. Okay, I want to do a quick little exercise with you guys. So I just want you to take literally just a minute. Don't think. Did I say think for a minute? Just let it come to you of a manifestation or something you were hoping to happen that didn't come true. It didn't happen for you. What if that redirection or the delay was an intervention? Can you think of a time when you could go, oh yeah, I'm kind of glad that didn't happen? Or, you know what? A different door opened. Just take a few seconds, just think about it, maybe write it down. Because in that space of allowing and reframing, I believe there is a dramatic amount of power. And, you know, I'm sharing my examples and Dick is sharing his examples, but it comes, you know, down to each of us to decide, are we going to trust those redirections, to trust those so-called delays? Because when we can trust that and surrender into it, that's where the magic happens.
Wow, no.
Okay, so we are cruising into section 3, getting all parts on board. So let's say the goal is aligned, and yet things still feel stuck. You teach that parts can resist even self-led goals, which is wild. So I'd love to dig into why. What are some of the common fears that parts have about us achieving what we want, Dick?
Yeah, so I work a lot with people that have had horrible traumas in their lives, and a lot of them have parts that fear shining. They fear if you show yourself, if you really blossom, you're going to be hurt or killed, because that was their experience as a kid. And so they're determined to never let you get what you want, basically. Not because they're mean, just because they don't want you to get hurt. And so some of them manifest as these nasty critics who are tearing your confidence down so you don't take a risk. And then others manifest as dissociative parts that'll take you out if you start to feel good about yourself or start to show up to people. And so anyway, many people have parts that they think of as just saboteurs that just don't want them to do well, but it's not true. They're just trying to protect.
Okay. By the way, I can totally relate to that. When I think about the implicit message that I got growing up was, don't shine too brightly, and especially as a female, it was, kind of be quiet, know your place, be polite. And I for a long time, anytime, in fact, I'll tell this crazy story. I started my business, over 20 years ago it's even embarrassing to tell it, but I'm going to tell it because just keeping it real. For many years, I was our CEO. I called myself, so dumb. I called myself president because I felt too like sanctimonious to call myself CEO. Guys, that's effed up. I mean, I was our CEO, but I was like, oh no, like that, people are going to think I've got a big ego. That's messed up. I've never told that story before. You're hearing it here first, but it is that really very deep unconscious programming for me was like, don't shine too brightly. Don't be too, big in your britches. I don't want to make other people feel less than, right, Dick? I don't want to make if I shine too brightly, I'll make other people feel badly, and I can't make other people feel badly. But that's a protective part, right?
That's right. That's
that saboteur.
Yeah, it's it comes from a lot of different cultural burdens, like you're saying. So women get that message in a big way just because of the patriarchal nature of our culture. And then a lot of religions give you that message too, that being selfish is terrible and you should never ask for anything. And then, as I say, a lot of trauma survivors have had that experience where they actually shown and they got creamed. So a lot of reasons.
Well, yeah, and just in our, the idea of being humble, and I think humble even can be tricky because on the one hand, like I said before, I was glad to be humbled by not getting to be a New York Times bestselling author when I thought that's what was best for me, because I took the lesson so seriously, and it got me out of my ego, and it was more about, no, Andrea, you're in service, you're doing work that you love. And so in some ways, humble is good, but I feel like it comes from where it's a matter of where it's coming from. So I feel like humble to be less than is no bueno. To me, humble and I don't know. Sorry, go ahead. I feel like you might have a way to help explain that better than I do.
So, it's not a C word, but self is humble. So people talk a lot about how humble I seem, and it's just because I've worked with the parts that needed the accolades so much. So I don't anymore. And so humility is just kind of natural when you access more self. One other thing I was going to say, because I know a lot of manifestation people are talking about this law of attraction and how if you spend time with the negative, you're going to get that. If you spend time with the positive. And that for me is a big problem because that exiles all these parts that have, like the ones that want to sabotage you, don't want you to shine. From that position, they're just negativity that you're supposed to ignore. But from my position, they're parts that need your help. They need to be reassured. They need to be helped out of where they're stuck in your childhood when they got hurt, or just all these parts that, by virtue of having been hurt, are either terrified or feel worthless, and that's all negative thinking. But you need to go there. You need to help them out of where they're stuck. You help them unburden those beliefs about themselves. So I'm not a big fan of this love of attraction.
Well, I think I see where you're coming from, and I think back to the theme of this. The title of our talk is what if your resistance is the answer? And I feel like what you're saying, Dick, is if you're resisting those negative parts, and let's remember there are no bad parts, because the people pleaser, the firefighter, I mean, they're trying to get our attention, you guys, right? And that's why there are no bad parts, because they're saying, pay attention to me. And if the more you resist them and deny them, the more they're going to wreak havoc. I mean, that's, this idea that our unconscious is the 95% of our brains that are running the show. Until they get integrated and seen and loved and understood. So to me, I'm with you, Dick, but I guess to me the twist is if those guys don't get attention, then they're going to continue to wreak havoc. as much as we try to stay positive, but that to me ends up being kind of like that fake toxic positivity versus saying, I've really integrated them. I've really made peace with them most of the time, because guess what? Something is always going to bubble up. And to me, the exciting thing in this phase, at least of my life, is, oh, there's a firefighter coming right now. What does he have to say to me? What crazy thing is coming up? And being curious, I know curiosity is one of your C's. That to me is one of the most important C's when things are going south in my life and I'm starting to react. I am so much more equipped to be curious.
That's right. That's really exactly right. And, you know, I'll work with people that say they're in recovery and then they had a relapse and they've come in terribly ashamed and, you know, starting over, counting the days. And I'll say, well, let's just get curious. Let's just go in and find out why this part decided it had to take over again. And indeed, we'll almost always find there's some other exile in there that we didn't get to and we didn't heal. So it's not a big tragedy if somebody has a quote unquote relapse. It's really just a signal that there's more healing that's needed. Mm-hmm.
And that, I mean, I love that so much, just because, oh goodness, healing isn't linear, guys, and we expect it to be, right? And it's like, okay, that's done, right? And just to have that gentleness within ourselves and that grace to go deeper when it's said next, as much as it might feel inconvenient, unexpected, not desired, it's like, I mean, it's an opportunity to even be more liberated is how it feels to me. And again, I've certainly had those so-called setbacks or unexpected plot twists in my life. I'm like, come on, no. But then that resistance prevents a faster integration, and not even faster, but like, oh, like I feel like if I resist it, I stay stuck. So it's like, okay, you know, everybody, we get to pick. Are we going to resist? Or are we going to, you know, accept the signals? And that to me comes back again and again to this business of trusting what is coming from within and having, and here's the good news, particularly with this session, that you have the tools to understand rather than feeling like, oh crap, I've failed. Like, you know what I mean? And then judging your different parts when, you know, it's a next step on a journey.
It's a trailhead.
Okay. Yeah, it's a trailhead. I love that. Okay. So can you walk us through how to work with a resistant part, especially one that's afraid of change, that's afraid of success, that's afraid of shining too brightly?
You want to do it? Should I do it? I mean,
you're the boss. You get to decide how we can get this group to to take greatest action. So you tell me however you want to proceed.
All right. I don't think we have time for me to do another piece with you, so I'll just.
Yeah, probably not a whole one.
Yeah, but do you have such a part, Andrea?
Yeah. I mean, maybe if we can do like a little mini one. I mean, and I want to be respectful of your time, but like I was even saying a few minutes ago, I at times I found myself really being extra careful about not talking about my success or something that felt really great, because it was like, I don't want that other person to feel jealous. Like, I don't want them to walk away from me feeling less than.
Let's go to that impulse. Let's go to that feeling and see if you can focus on it and find it in your body or around your body.
Yeah, I think I feel it right here, actually, right in my chest.
And as you notice it there, how do you feel toward it? Just notice.
Yeah, no, I think a little sad.
Sad for it? Yeah, so you have compassion for it. So let it know and see how it reacts to your compassion.
Oh, it just melted.
Right.
I was like, okay, thank you.
But just stay with it a little longer.
Okay, yeah.
And ask it what it wants you to know about itself. And don't think, just wait and see what comes from that melted place.
Oh, I mean, it's so clear. It's like, God, I just want to be free. I don't want to feel like I have to hide or be held back. Like, that doesn't feel good.
So it's feeling that, or is that a different part? Just check.
No, I think it's that feeling of like, I don't want to feel like I have to dim this part of myself. That doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel honest even.
Yeah. So let it know you're hearing that, and that you're going to try and help it so that it doesn't have to keep doing it. Now that you've got to know it a little bit, and see how it reacts.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like a little like I feel like a little like tingling, or it's like, yeah, okay, good. Yeah. Like, okay, good. Let's do that kind of is the little feeling in my chest.
Yeah. So, that took 3-4 minutes. So that's what we're talking about in terms of following these trailheads. All you do is focus on whatever you think is a negative or resistant feeling, find it in your body, and get at least curious about it. You immediately went to compassion. So you had a lot of self relative to it. Many people would initially not like it. They'll have an attitude toward it. And then you have to get those parts to give you space to be curious about it. And then as you stay curious about that, you learn more about it, and then you have compassion for it because you hear how it's been struggling and it's been held back. So it's a very simple process.
It is a profoundly practical, simple, effective process completely. And here's what feels so good. Honestly, I'm holding back tears a little bit. I'm not going to boohoo, I promise. But I mean, guys, I want you to know that I do feel really emotional right now. To be able to give myself that permission, it's a big deal. I mean, it's really a big deal. Like, this is a burden I've been carrying, and not for a good reason. In fact, if anything, so I feel like there's permission on two levels. One, for self to give permission to say, yeah, no, Andrea, shine your brightest. Don't hold back. That doesn't serve you. That is out of alignment. That is out of integrity, right? It is. That's the first permission from self, from that genuinely like whole place. And then the second permission for me, and we've all gotten this, when you see someone who is so radiant, just awesome. I mean, Dick, even you, like, people say, well, geez, you seem so humble. And it's like, because you're not coming from a place of arrogance. Like, that to me is the true magnetism and radiance that we all want. When I feel like we are with people that are genuinely aligned, however they're shining the brightest, that implicitly gives all of us permission to shine our brightest. And, and it looks different for everybody. I mean, and I will say this because it is mostly women who are watching right now. When you see that gorgeous woman, she looks sexy, she looks made up, or she's not made up, but she's so in her power. And you think, you might even feel a little jealous. And by the way, jealousy is okay. There's a lesson in that. But you think, God, I want to give my permission to look like that, to exude that sort of beautiful feminine and maybe even sexual energy. When you see somebody like that and you feel jealous, she's giving you permission. And whatever it is, I mean, it maybe not, forget how anybody looks. So often it's that vibe that they give off, that confidence. So whether it's how they look or the career success they're having, or your best friend says, or somebody that you just meet goes, yeah, I just got a book deal. And you immediately say, that to me is a signal where it's like, it feels like an opportunity to go into your parts. Like, right, Dick? If you're feeling jealous, doesn't it seem like it's a signal to ask your parts what's going on?
He becomes what I call a tormentor, with a hyphen between the tor and the mentor. By tormenting you, making you jealous, she's mentoring you about something you need to heal. And so if you follow that trailhead and you get to that jealous part and you find out what's driving, where it's stuck in the past, you get it out of there. And now it actually helps you shine rather than hold you back. Because a lot of these parts, once they're transformed, once they're healed, become allies. They assist rather than resist.
I mean, amen. And the good news, bad news is only you can do it for yourself. But the good news is you can do it for yourself, right? And when I think about why self-sabotage is often, like you say, self-protection in disguise, but being able to tap into that and say, but that's actually not helping me, and following the trailheads to heal it versus trying to bypass.
Yeah.
Bypassing doesn't work.
Bypassing doesn't work, and trying to talk it out of it doesn't work. That's why cognitive therapy isn't so useful at that level, because these parts, you can talk to them till you're blue in the face, but until you get them out of where they're stuck and help them unburden, it doesn't do a lot.
Yeah, no, it's such an interesting, so we're so focused on what we want, and having the ability to receive it and to hold it for so many of us is so important. And to me, it just keeps coming back to that sense of trust. Okay, guys, I would love to stay and talk on this topic for much longer, but we got to wrap this session up. And so, as always, this has been nothing short of profound and moving, again, especially for me, getting that I got to get a little mini IFS session. So before we close, I want to recap the key takeaways. And Dick, if I miss anything, jump in. So number one, the part of you that's resisting, or parts of you that are resisting, may actually be the part or parts that need love the most, not exile, right? Manifestation works best when your whole system is on board, when all the parts feel safe, seen, and supported. And finally, yourself already holds the wisdom. That is the best news. Your job is to lead with compassion, curiosity, and connection. And let's tee up, all those 8 C's, because I always feel like when there are certain books that I've read multiple times to really internalize something. To me, it's you read about it, you think about it, you come back to it. And for me to really, and all these 8 C's are ones that even before we met, it was like, these feel intuitive to me. So to tap in and, I'll make sure that they're in the Power of Manifestation handbook so that they are right there. So if you got it, it's right there in front of you. Because if you look at it and think about it enough, it will become imprinted inside of you. Anything that I missed or any last words before we wrap up, Dick?
Just that what I was saying about self being this spiritual essence inside of us, that when you open that portal and ask from that place, and like you said, have all your parts on board, you're much more likely that your guides will help you find what you want, which again isn't always what you need.
Well, yeah. Hello. Yeah. Let's get Rolling Stones. We got a little good music clicking here, but I want to underscore that point as we close. I have found in my own life that as I've gotten more clear, more whole, and, gotten my parts on board and so forth, that sometimes my desires have shifted. And that, being open to that is such a gift. Like, I was so convinced it was this other thing. And it's like, yeah, but now I have the clarity that it's not about that thing. And then the other is just really I can't underscore it enough. When I think about what's motivating to me, even in running my business, for a long time, I've been running this business for 20 plus years. I was running the business to not lose. And now I'm running it to win. And that is profoundly different. I didn't want to fail. I didn't want to screw up. Like, that literally would have been death for me. It would have been so humiliating. And now I'm not here to not fail. I'm here to create something extraordinary. And I have the most extraordinary team that is helping me do that. And here I am sitting talking to you, Dick, and all you guys here at the Power of Manifestation. Like, so I am manifesting something truly extraordinary, but it's extraordinary because of where it's coming from, winning and succeeding and being a portal for abundance, because I've been willing to look within and get really honest with myself. And that's been a game changer.
Yeah. And that's true for me too. And, it isn't for me even winning. It's just, I love doing it. And I know I'm doing what I'm here to do, which took a lot of time to figure out what that was, but my guides really helped. So.
Well, and in your case, a lot of courage too. And just because we're wrapping up, we're not going to get too into your longer story, but again, in the podcast that we did, which we'll have connected here, Dick, you tell this beautiful story about the courage it took both to go against what your dad wanted for you and to go what, particularly back in decades ago when you started IFS, or when you started, questioning some of the, if you will, more standard therapeutic models. Like, you were radical and courageous, and now the results show for themselves. And you answered the call in a way that's so beautiful and so impactful.
And as I said, I was doing it from parts some of the time, which I had to learn the hard way to get those parts to stand out. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, Dick, you are the best. I am so grateful once again to have had the chance to interview. And thank you so much for being such an important voice in our Power of Manifestation event.
Thank you, Andrea. Thanks for the invitation. And like I say, I always love talking to you.
Oh my gosh, I hope you guys love that session as much as I loved recording it. Oh boy, I hope you just also are a super fan of Dick's. He is so wonderful, so wise, and is, he even said himself, like, genuinely humble. Guys, he is such a big deal. If you're not familiar with him, he really is one of the most celebrated people in the therapeutic space. And you wouldn't believe it maybe if you just watched him, because he comes across as so incredibly humble and gracious and just awesome. So if you are interested in learning more about IFS, internal family systems, as I referenced, Dick has 5 books, including No Bad Parts. You can go to ifs/institute.com. And there's just, there are a ton of IFS practitioners. If you feel like, even just doing a session or 2 can be transformative. So I invite you, if this is resonating, to dig in a little bit deeper. For me, as I said at the beginning and throughout, using IFS has been a giant unlock for me. So like getting to a place where I am so much more whole so that I can manifest and be genuinely aligned. It's been pretty magical. I'm not going to lie. And of course, I just started talking about our Power of Manifestation membership circle. You're going to be hearing more about this, but guys, I am so on fire for what I and my amazing team are bringing to you in terms of this incredible community every single day, being your friend, your partner, your guide, your kindred in becoming a master manifester. We have put this membership circle together with so much enthusiasm and with so much expertise. These master teachers that you are learning from, we are taking their insights and incorporating this incredible membership model. And it's priced super low to make it a really easy yes for you. So I encourage you, go to powerofmanifestation.com to check it out. I hope you sign up and join me, because it is something that is my baby. I am completely on board with it, and I'm going to be very active in the execution. So you'll be seeing more of me if you sign up for our membership circle. And with that, we will see you in the next session. Thanks for tuning into this one. Hi, Andrea here. I hope you're loving what we created for you in all of this extraordinary and actionable programming. To continue with it and with us, to implement real, lasting, and exciting change, including successfully manifesting your dream life, I have created a private, powerful membership offering for women who are ready to pour into themselves and invest in themselves in order to not just live a life they love, but honestly, to have that much more to give to those around them. I know that's important to so many of us, and I'm excited to tell you about the Power of Manifestation Circle. And instead of starting by telling you what that experience is like, I want you to hear directly from a few of our grateful, enthusiastic members. From Anna Marie, thanks for the support. I've appreciated having a place to share the process and insights. Seems to make it more real when it's shared. It's one thing to journal about it. It's totally different to own it in front of people committed to their growth. Thanks for showing up for us. And Kim said, I'm really appreciating having a place to share about the stuff. So often we do this work in solitude, and it's helping to have a place to share insights and get feedback. I don't feel so alone. And Lorena added, thank you for this morning's ritual. Wow, super helpful in identifying the foundational principles that continually hold me back. These are just a few of the comments that speak to the heart of the circle that we have created. And by we, I mean our wonderful members, my team, and myself. Once you join us, you get so many benefits. For starters, we give you daily guidance and inspiration to help you achieve your manifestation dreams, along with a passionate, engaged community to help ensure you stay locked in. Not only are you not doing it alone, but you have this passionate group of people and resources to help keep you energized and committed to your manifestation journey. And that's worth a lot. Specifically, you receive a monthly manifestation calendar that tells you exactly what to focus on each day. You also get short daily rituals, affirmations, and all sorts of tools that are easy to use and actually fit into your life. How's that for a great idea? You also receive daily companion emails that help you integrate all of this without having to overthink. And you get the Power of Manifestation treasure chest. This is your vault of quick, potent manifestation resources that you can use anytime, including the Glamour Magic Guide, the 10-minute nervous system reset, and the Kitchen Manifestation Rituals resource. And finally, curated frequencies and subliminals so you can reprogram your mind while you sleep. I've been using this one myself for a while now, and I have to say, I'm a giant fan. Who doesn't want to make progress while she sleeps? And each month, we gather live with thought leaders and experts in our Guiding Light series, where these extraordinary individuals share their expertise in an interactive format to ensure you personally get the most out of the session and actually internalize the lessons. And our community meets monthly in what we call our Dream Life Gatherings, where our members share their experiences, questions, tips, tools, and insights in an informal, intimate, and highly caring atmosphere. Honestly, some of these sessions with our members have been so personal and so profound. They have blown me away. I've learned so much from our members, and the way we show up for each other is powerful. You also have access to each other at all times through our private online community forum. Honestly, I feel humbled and grateful for what we have developed through this unique, powerful, and deeply personal community of caring, motivated women. Also, as part of our circle offering, you receive lifetime access to all 26 sessions from our Manifesting Your Dream Life event, along with the MP3 audio versions, bonus materials, and so much more. So you have access to everything my team and I have carefully crafted to help you succeed at manifesting your dream life. Guys, I am on fire for this offering, which we have priced modestly, so that's not an obstacle for you. And I'm happy to tell you about it because honestly, it works. And because doing it together makes it more fun and more rewarding. I would truly love to welcome you into our Power of Manifestation circle. You'll see a lot more of me by joining. I hope that's a good thing. I look forward to seeing you inside. Welcome. Thanks very much. And I hope you're enjoying Manifesting Your Dream Life 2026. Welcome back to the Power of Manifestation. My name is Andrea Miller, and I am so excited to host this session. Honestly, if this is the only one you watch and you are dealing with any form of chronic pain or persistent conditions, this one is for you. This session today is called Breaking Free, using mind-body medicine to transform chronic pain and persistent conditions. We're joined by the extraordinary Nicole Sachs, psychotherapist, author, and founder of the Journal Speak Method. Nicole was diagnosed as a teen with a degenerative spinal condition and told her future would be one of chronic pain, limitations, and even infertility. Instead, she discovered the work of Dr. John Sarno. She healed herself through mind-body medicine and went on to become his colleague at NYU. Nicole is now the host of the Cure for Chronic Pain podcast, the author of the incredible book, Mind Your Body, and the creator of Journal Speak, a revolutionary daily practice that has helped hundreds of thousands heal from conditions that Western medicine alone could not solve. So I hope I have everybody's attention, because this is big, you guys. All right. Welcome, Nicole. I'm so excited to talk to you again. Thanks for being in the power of manifestation.
Thank you. That was a great intro. You covered a lot of it.
Well, listen, I really wanted to set the big picture stage, but your story is so powerful. I would love for you to take a few minutes. I mean, bring us back when you were flat on your back. You could barely ride in a car. I mean, you were condemned. You were literally condemned, and you accepted that condemnation. I mean, to be fair, you accepted that condemnation, and then something big happened. So, if you don't mind, just take a few minutes to walk through this and tell your story, and then we can talk about sort of what it led to in your life.
Right. Okay. Well, when I was 19 years old, I was at college, first time away from home, and my back went out. So this is an example that people hear all the time. My back went out. And for me, it meant, searing lower back pain and not able to essentially get off the floor. And so my parents had to come to college and quite literally carry me home. And I underwent, as any responsible parents would do, all of the tests. I had x-rays and MRIs and orthopedic surgery consults. And it turns out that I have a very severe, on film, abnormality in my lower spine. And the name of it's a mouthful, degenerative spondylolisthesis. And so essentially, when they saw that abnormality on my film, they thought, this is the reason for your pain. And so this was the prognosis. No more sports, no more travel, no more exercise, no more lifting anything bigger than 10 pounds, no more riding in the car for more than an hour because it could destabilize my back. And the likelihood that I would have a biological child was slim to none, because the concept of 9 months of the, baby putting pressure on my back felt like it would be maybe too risky, too dangerous, could leave me in a wheelchair. So this was a very, very dark prognosis at the age of 19. And as you said, I had no choice other than to accept it. The proof was right there, glowing on the x-ray sitting next to me, that there was this problem and I was experiencing the pain of it. So, as a 19-year-old, there's only so much you can take in, but I changed my life. I got a handicap sticker for my car, so I was driving to classes. I was on enough steroids and muscle relaxers to bring me from acute pain to chronic pain. So it wasn't that I couldn't walk. It was that I was the girl with the bad back. Everyone had to do everything for me. It was a very fear-driven lifestyle. I took the not having biological children part and kind of put it on the side burner, because I was like, I am not capable of thinking about something that huge right now. And I went on with my life. And, they were telling me that spinal fusion surgery was an option, but to their credit, they were not recommending it. They said, you're 19, you're otherwise healthy. Just try to live with it. Just try to live with it. This is going to be forever for you, so do your best. And there was just a part of me, and I think probably a lot of people who are your listeners will relate to, where I wasn't rejecting the diagnosis and I wasn't defiant. There was just a little inkling in me, like maybe there's more, maybe that there's something else to understand about my body. And I didn't really know at that time what that could possibly be. And as I was moving through my education, and now I was in graduate school studying to be a psychotherapist, I came upon the work of Dr. John Sarno. As you mentioned, he is the grandfather of mind-body medicine. He was for 50 years an attending at the Rusk Center for Rehabilitation at NYU Medical Center. And he had written several best-selling books, one of which was called Healing Back Pain. And so I looked into the book, and all I can tell you at the time, and I was very young, was this is how it translated to me. We live in a mind-body system. Sometimes we feel things in our emotions, sometimes we feel things in our bodies, and they're literally interchangeable. So like, that's why people say I could be stressed out and have a headache. That's why people say I could get bad news and lose my appetite. So like, I got it. I understood that this was not new and this was not controversial. This was literally, yeah, duh. I knew that I could be stressed out and get a headache. So might this possibly apply to my back? And the thing is that it's very challenging to cross that Rubicon because my X-ray is glowing on the screen. I'm damaged. I have a problem. That's the reason for my pain. So that was a bridge that I had to cross. And I did so by educating myself on what indeed Dr. Sarno was teaching. Now, as my life went on, I started as his patient. I became his colleague. And then as he was my mentor, and when he passed away, when he was in the last stages of his life, he literally said to me, take the baton, Nicole, and bring this to the world. And it was very emotional, and I take it very seriously because he has saved and changed millions of lives worldwide. And I know now I am as well. So essentially...
Nicole, can I just interject real quick here? Just knowing you and Dr. Sarno's impact, I wanted to share a quote that I found from none other than Howard Stern, who said, "My life was filled with excruciating back and shoulder pain until I applied Dr. Sarno's principles. In a matter of weeks, my back pain disappeared. I never suffered a single symptom again. I owe Dr. Sarno my life."
I had something called frozen shoulder. I couldn't raise my hand higher than this. I was in such pain. And of course, after I saw Dr. Sarno in a period of time, it was completely gone. There was no issue of doing this. I said, oh my God, these guys, these ghouls would have cut me up, and they don't mean any harm by it. They think they're helping you. The fact that the medical community is resisting this is insanity. If mainstream medicine took Dr. Sarno seriously, it would open up research.
He said, no herniated disc, there's nothing wrong with you. And all of a sudden, I could feel my whole body kind of straightening out. I'm hearing cracks in my neck. All of a sudden, the pain is gone. It was the closest thing that I've ever had in my life to a religious experience, and I wept.
So Nicole, I just want to commend you, like in every fiber of my being, that he handed the baton to you. It is so big. And spoiler alert, guys, just before we started the interview, Nicole and I were talking about her amazing kids who are in like the greatest universities in the world. Not only did she have kids, spoiler alert, she has amazing kids. She did not accept the condemnation of how she could probably not have children, be stuck in a very limited lifestyle. And I got to tell you, this is bananas. And this wasn't part of the interview plan. No, literally right now I'm tingling all over. My 15-year-old son started at IMG a couple of weeks ago. IMG, it's a prestigious sports academy, and going to a boarding school was never on the plan. He came home 4 days ago with a terrible back pain. He had an X-ray yesterday. I'm sure you'll be familiar with this. He has what is called pars defect, which is, it's basically I don't know how you pronounce it, spondylolisthesis.
Spondylolisthesis, yes.
Yes, exactly. And so I'm sitting here freaking out in real time, remembering your story and thinking about how you said, I went to college and this spontaneously occurred, and you could see it on the the X-ray. Same thing for my son, only he's only 15. And so my mind is blown right now, because it's like his whatever in his life is manifesting through his fear of going to boarding school, it feels like that could be a connection.
100%. So let me just tell you that this is important for me to say at this moment in people understanding. The pain is not in your head. You are not making it up. You're not hysterical. You're not oversensitive, and you are not at fault. Your x-ray potentially, or your gut microbiome analysis, or your, the mold they find in your system, they're not fake. The difference that is the huge lens through which you need to see through to have this work be effective is that those things are normal abnormalities. That we all have mold. We all have, oftentimes vestiges of Lyme's disease that we had once that was either treated or untreated. Many of us have disc bulges and spondylolisthesis and arthritis in a shoulder. And we take that finding and we connect to it and we allow that to dysregulate our nervous systems. It's not our fault. Enough to allow the symptoms to keep firing. And we'll get into the brain science of it because this is not conjecture. This is not therapy talk. This is not new age. And this is not woo-woo. This is literally the neuroscience of why we feel anything. All pain, all sensation is generated in the brain. This is not anything different than any Western medicine. The difference is Western medicine looks at the place in the body that's afflicted and uses that place to try to solve the problem, which almost never works. And we can get into that. MindBody medicine looks at why is the nervous system in a dysregulated chronic fight or flight state continuing to confusedly and mistakenly send signals of pain, neuropathy, inflammation, muscle constriction, spasm, etc. So these things are happening. Your son can't walk. I couldn't walk. The people who are suffering from chronic Lyme, or they think, chronic mold, or the frozen shoulder, and they think it's the arthritis. These people are experiencing these things because pain is experienced through the human body, and it is capital R real. But the question when it comes to really wanting to change your life profoundly is if you could replace your either fear or skepticism with curiosity and say, why? Why are the pain signals firing? The pain is real, and oftentimes the normal abnormality is real, meaning I have spondylolisthesis, your son has whatever it is he's being diagnosed with. We've probably each had it since birth. There's pretty much no way that the way my spine is abnormal, which is severe. You can feel it. It's like a party trick. You can put your hand down my spine. You can feel where I have two vertebrae that are sitting atop one another. It bumps out. You can feel the dip where I have a vertebrae that's shattered and replaced with scar tissue. I have a gnarly MRI that makes the surgeons go pale because they don't know how to look me in the eye because of how scared they are for my pain. I have no pain for 25 years. It was never attached to this abnormality. It's just probably how I've always been shaped, but it's so logical and so tempting to connect that to the pain. So that's where I serve as an invitation and maybe a disruptor to say, you have so much more power than you realize to affect your physical and emotional health, both as a parent of a child who's going through this or a person yourself. And so just give yourself the gift of being curious, because it is astounding what happens. I mean, and as you said, at this point, hundreds of thousands of people, because you have to think about my book, my podcast, my online offerings. I don't meet almost any of these people. I get their emails though. And the changes in their lives are so dramatic and so astonishing because this is brain science. When the brain no longer thinks there's something to protect you from, which we can talk about, the pain signals stop firing.
So I'd love to, if we can, section 1, the mind-body connection. So I'm going to tee it up like this. Chronic pain, and just essentially adding to what you're saying, chronic pain and persistent conditions are often not caused by the structural damage, but the brain's protective mechanism. Repressed emotions and trauma overflow the nervous system and show up as real physical symptoms. Like you said, the pain is real, the symptoms are real, but they get expressed as pain and discomfort because of the repressed emotions and trauma. So I'd love to back up a little bit and just have you define what is the mind-body connection and why does it matter in healing these kind of chronic conditions and pain?
So the first thing I'll say, and I kind of started there, which is the pain is not in your head, but the solution is not in your body. So the most important thing that everybody gets when they walk through this door is what I'm teaching you straight up, you already believe. I could lecture to a room of 1,000 people and I could say, raise your hand if you've ever had a stressful day and gotten a headache. Every hand will go up. Everyone has been overwhelmed or, had too much on their plate and they feel that headache. I'll say, raise your hand if you ever, got bad news or going through a hard time and it affected your appetite. Everybody raises their hand. And I said, okay, well, you got that headache. Did you go to the ER that night for a CT scan because you thought you had a brain tumor, a structural reason for the headache? And people laugh and they put their hands down. And, even the most basic example, Andrea, which is what happens when we're really moved or really sad. Physical water falls out of your face. The very notion that there isn't a mind-body connection occurs to nobody. We cry, not because, sometimes because someone hits us with, something hard and it hurts us. Most of the time, we cry because we are moved or we are sad. That is how the human body very physically responds to that emotion. So nothing I'm teaching you is new, but you have to remember this when we talk about chronic pain, because chronic pain or chronic symptoms of any kind are an epidemic of fear. Thank you for bringing up your son. Perfect example. The child is obviously a talented athlete. He is out there with the pressure and the expectations and whatever it feels like for his personal self to be out there. And his nervous system went up to here, and for whatever reason, it reached maximum capacity. And your nervous system does not ask your permission or your opinion before it protects you. This is very important. You put your hand on a hot stove and you are not considering for the next 30 seconds whether it's too hot to keep your hand there. It's off. It's off in the blink of an eye because your brain and your nervous system have kept the human race thriving for all these years because it reacts before you can think. So, same thing. Your son's at school. He's having all of these experiences. Maybe he's his own worst critic, where we all are. And it reaches capacity and his nervous system perceives a danger. Now, why are repressed emotions that are arising a danger? And this is, once again, back to neuroscience. The human brain seeks predictability. It seeks what it can solve for. This is, once again, why we're still a thriving species, because we are innovative in a way that we don't always even know how and why we are. So because it can't solve for, I don't know how to feel about my expectations of success, because it can't solve for, quote, my relationship with my mother and all of those complexities, or my relationship with my child, or my fear of financial insecurity. There is no solve for this amorphous human experience of being alive. So the brain will look to protect us from that predator, and it picks something it can solve for. So if your back goes out, there is an understanding, even unconsciously, that you're going to get help, that you're going to be overridden, meaning somebody, a doctor, a parent, somebody is going to have to remove you from the situation that is causing you distress, and that you will be safe. And I like to call this safe in the unsafest way, because your son doesn't want to be home. He wants to be out there doing his thing, but nor does the person who's suffering from chronic migraine want to be in their bedroom with the curtains drawn. But because they haven't yet understood that they have a path and a toolkit to safely go into these confusing, amorphous places and solve for them simply by feeling them, it is safer in the bedroom because it's away from all the triggers of the world that cause that perception of unsafety. So it's actually beautiful and perfect, and it's ruining so many people's lives. And so I serve as sort of the guide, the sentinel, the hope merchant. I'm here to say there's a solution. So many people are sitting around identifying the problem. Many. Big book came out. I'm not going to mention names this week. but we are talking about living in the solution that every single person can access.
Amen, sister. And I want to add a couple things. One is that what we're talking about, and we'll start getting into your solutions now, but to me, the gold here is reframing these symptoms, not as defects, but as information that is enabling us to heal what really needs to be healed. And it's like in my son's case, this what's showing up as on the MRI is the symptom. And I also just want to come back to a couple other quick things. What you said so humbly, it's not new, but I also want to add, it's not theory. It's not theory, you guys, because you can listen to Nicole, you can read her books, you can listen to her beautiful podcast, but if you don't go through what she is prescribing, that has worked. I mean, from Sarno's example, you've got a prescription, which we're going to get into. Guys, it's not theory. And if you just listen and nod your head and feel hopeful, but don't do the work, you're not going to get the results. And I say that as somebody who is producing this whole thing because I want you to live as freely and joyfully and without pain as I do for myself and my own son. And that's why I was really excited, Nicole, for you to be here. So before we go into section 2, Nicole's healing prescription, guys, I just want you to think for a minute what Nicole's been saying. Times when you've had a stomach ache, when your body has felt under stress, when you've had a headache, just take a moment. And Nicole always talks about being curious and how we all have so much more power than we realize. I just want you to reflect on your own life and just be open to it. When did you feel that like, oh yeah, like this thing was happening and I was stressed and here's how I felt in my body? Because I would posit, and I think Nicole, you would too, I know you would, that once people start being more curious and more open to how these solutions are available to them, that's where the magic begins. Right? It's not out there. It is in here. It is in each of you. And that's, I just want to open the door, just a little pinch for you to go, yeah, you're right. That's, yeah. And the other quick thing before we go, and I have to say it. I've been, even before this thing happened to my son, I've been talking to him about visualization, meditation. And as a elite athlete, I say, what is Ronaldo? What is Serena Williams, Venus Williams, Novak Djokovic, Steph Curry, Kobe Bryant, rest in peace. What do they all have in common? Using the power of their hearts and minds to achieve the extraordinary. And he said to me once, he said something like, well, if it worked, why isn't everybody doing it? And I'm like, exactly. Not everybody does it. And that is the disconnect.
Well, exactly. There are two things I want to say on the topic. The first is just specifically toward the athletes. So I've been working with professional athletes for the last few years, and one of whom is very, very public about our work together. And please direct your son to our interview. His name is Michael Porter Jr. He was the center for the Denver Nuggets. He just got traded. He's now on the New York Nets, I believe. I think just starting this season. He was 15 when he was he was 7 feet tall by the time he was 15. He was like big boy, and he was he was the number 1 player in the world at the time. So imagine the pressure.
Wow.
We talk about an elite athlete.
15. Oh my God.
And his back went out. And I'm not going to go through the whole story, but Michael had 3 back surgeries. He was diagnosed with progressive disc disease, degenerative disc disease. He was terrified. He was told by doctors and physical therapists he needed surgeries. He missed so many games every season. He had 3 different surgeries. 2 summers ago, he found me. He had already had the 3rd surgery, and he was like, I don't know if I can still play in the NBA. He's like, I can't get more surgeries, and I'm still in terrible pain. The first time I ever met Michael, he couldn't get up off the couch to say hello to me. Which is kind of hilarious when you see a 7-foot person on a couch. They take up the entire thing. And he and I did the work. He understood the science. He did the work that we're about to talk about, living in the solution. And for the next 2 seasons, he did not miss a game. He actually is so proud to say he's the only member of his team that first season in, he didn't miss a game. He regularly scores, upwards of 20 points a game. He is not only pain-free, completely pain-free. I was just interviewed. He has a podcast. I was just interviewed for the second time on that one a couple weeks ago. It'll be coming out. So the point is, this is real. He has real MRIs. He has extreme disc disease. He has no pain. And so I'm so thrilled for your son that these are examples that live out in the world where he can see that and not have to go through what Michael went through. So anyway.
I mean, I just want to give you like literal standing ovation, because it's extraordinary what is possible when you are willing, when you are fortunate enough to intercept the solution, like you are, like you say, living in the solution and then actually doing the work. I mean, honestly, and it feels so providential because you and I were supposed to speak 3 weeks ago and that didn't happen. And the fact that we are speaking today, guys, this is an event on manifestation. Like, it is like freaky deaky to me right now. This synchronicity, like, as much as I believe it, I'm like, whoa, this is a synchronicity.
True. It's
holy
true.
smokes. Yeah.
And I want to say, to your other point, when you said this is not theory, like it has to be lived, here is why. And once again, back to neuroscience. When your brain and your nervous system perceive a threat, they will send the signals to protect you. So for example, you're being chased by a predator. We all know this. Fight, flight, freeze. You will run faster, jump higher, freeze more quietly. Your systems that are not necessary in those moments will shut down. Digestion, elimination, your circulation will go up. Your respiration will be more full, like your lungs will get more full. This is basic, neuroscience. What happens though is that when the predator goes, when you are safely in, a place where you've locked the door and you're safe, that's the only time your nervous system can then begin to regulate. You cannot will your nervous system to regulate. If you perceive that predator is still coming, all those systems are going to do the same thing. All of those changes. A lot of people come into this work with digestive issues, IBS, all SIBO, which they think is a result of a bacteria, which, once they do this work, they realize, oh, SIBO must be a normal abnormality.
Hang on, what's SIBO?
SIBO. It's small intestinal bacteria overgrowth, but it's just, I'm not dismissing it. I'm very careful to say I'm not diminishing your diagnosis. I'm sure if you are diagnosed with SIBO through your functional medicine doctor, that it's ruining your life. Just like my back pain was ruining mine. It's not that it's not real. It's that I have seen so many thousands of people who had SIBO eat whatever they want and be completely symptom-free because it was always the brain science behind why the inflammation and the signals were being set. Because there was a predator afoot, and it just so happened that for whatever reasons, your brain and your nervous system chose the stomach versus the back versus the head. It is somewhat immaterial where your symptoms are showing up. The only reason it isn't immaterial is for a kid like your son or for me. This is a place where people need to have reverence for the human brain. Even at Harvard, Mayo, Hopkins, wherever you want to choose, they only understand a certain percentage of the human brain, 6, 7, 8%. I don't know where we're at in 2025. We don't know exactly why the brain is so brilliant that it can scan my system, know that I do have a normal abnormality in my back, and then send the pain signals there because it works, because it stopped me in my tracks and all of my pain and all of the things, and I mean emotional pain and conflict and things that it couldn't solve for were wiped away because I had to attend to myself. This is where you are safe in the unsafest way. So you just have to understand that a lot of the people that come through this work are coming through because they're in a heightened, chronic fight or flight state. It is constricting their muscles because it doesn't think the predator has left. It is reducing their ability to digest because who needs to eat or go to the bathroom when you're running for your life? Like, it's physically changing our systems because it thinks we need protection. So the work that we're about to talk about that I teach is a path, is a vehicle to go from where you're at, which is constricted, inflamed, where your nerves are misfiring and you're experiencing pain and neuropathy and numbness and weakness and all these things that come through my door, and say, yes, that is manifesting in me. I am normal. I am human. My nervous system's operating perfectly. Chef's kiss. It is doing what needs to be done to protect me. Now I understand what's going on. I can say, okay, where's the predator? And that's where we bring ourselves to journal speak.
My body has an innate healing power within it. I know that my pain is here to teach me.
Well, amen. So section 2, Nicole's healing prescription. Guys, it's time to answer the call, right? So, Nicole, you've got a 3-part prescription to healing. Will you walk us through it all?
So think about 3 legs of a stool, and think about the fact that if you have a 3-legged stool, without one of the legs, any one of them, the stool is not going to stand. So the 3 legs of my stool, the 3 facets of my work are believe, do the work, and patience and kindness for yourself. Don't dismiss the third. They're all important, and I'll tell you why. The first, believe. We've just been talking about it for a half hour. It is immerse yourself in the neuroscience. My book, the whole first third of it is a teaching on this. I have a lot of resources. I'm sure you're going to point people toward all my website, my resources, where you can actually delve deep and learn about this. The reason that belief is a leg of the stool is because your perception is your reality. Straight up. If you are walking down the street and you see a shadow behind a bush and you decide it's a predator, your entire system is going to do what I just described. When you get to that point in the road and you look and you see that it's a bush, yes, eventually you are going to regulate. It's not going to happen right away because you kind of are like, oh God, that was scary, but you'll regulate. But what is required for regulation? Removal of the predator, removal of your perception that you are in danger. So when you learn about the science, Dr. Sarno used to say, my prescription is knowledge. When you learn about the science, when you educate yourself, that's when you start to say, you might not be able to regulate just from knowing, but you say, okay, I was mistaken. My symptoms are totally real, but I was mistaken as to how to fix them. I thought if I cut into my body, I thought if I change my diet, I thought if I take this pill, and I'm not against Western medicine, by the way. I love a good pill. If a pill is going to solve the problem. When my kids have strep throat, I run to the doctor for an antibiotic. I do not want to fix what isn't broken. But what is largely broken is the Western medical model being able to treat chronic disease of many, many kinds, because they are either stress-induced or they are induced through this repression of emotion model. And so my problem is not with the pill. My problem is not with the treatment. My problem is with the pills and the treatments that are not solving the problem. And I don't mean managing the problem. And I don't mean making the problem so you can tolerate your life. I mean a life of absolute freedom where you can do anything. I mean a life where I was told I wouldn't have children and I had 3 children. I exercised till the day they were born and I can run 5 miles on the beach barefoot. Like, that's what I'm talking about. That's what is for you. And so the first leg of the stool is belief, because you need to understand what's going on, what has always been going on in your brain, your nervous system, and your body. Second leg is do the work. So I want you to picture that each of us, every single human being, has an imagined emotional reservoir that lives inside of us, maybe from your belly button to your chest. And it's like a clear science beaker. And it has this liquid in it. We're going to call it liquid just for your visualization. And that is the capacity the human being has to deal with the hardest of human emotions: rage, shame, grief, terror, and despair. So we are not talking about I'm bummed out. We're talking about I am paralyzed with grief. We are not talking about I'm pissed off. We're talking about I'm enraged. The human animal and society does not feel safe feeling these symptoms, and it's obvious. neither men nor women are safe being enraged. Men will be seen as scary and dangerous, like they have anger issues, and women will be seen as shrill and annoying, and I don't want it. Like, we are not raised to believe that we have a right to feel these feelings. And that's fair. And that's fine. We can't all walk around screaming at each other. So I created a tool, and I created it through my own darkest moment, which I describe in the book, and you can probably hear me interviewed many places. And it's a tool called Journal Speak. Now, it is not regular journaling, and don't dismiss it as light because it's something you've been hearing about your whole life, because it's way different. So essentially, this reservoir is overflowing. And every time it overflows, it knocks on the door of consciousness, and it threatens to inform you of exactly how enraged you are, exactly how despairing you are, exactly how ashamed you are. And when it does, the perception of the human brain is, and I know this sounds dramatic, but I swear to God it's happening, you can't survive this. You cannot survive to feel the depth of your grief from that loss. You cannot survive to feel the depth of your rage because society will shun you. And through the lens of evolutionary biology, you have to understand this is real. We are a species that was founded on being a social species. We can't live without the tribe. So if you perceive that your feelings will alienate you from the collective, your brain is going to protect you from those feelings by pushing them down. Once again, normal human functioning. However, when they overflow and they threaten to go up into the consciousness, your brain will say, we can't survive that. Goes into fight or flight, and now it starts searching the landscape of your body. Where is it going to protect you? Where is it going to hobble you so you can't be out in the world where that big feeling is going to end your life? Well, a migraine isn't fun, but it keeps you away. Back pain isn't fun, but you go home from boarding school and all those expectations you put on yourself, they're on pause. This is happening in every single person. What Journal Speak does as a practice, and like I said, there's never time or possibility to explain it in depth in an interview, but there are resources. I have so many of them. There are courses. I have communities where we do this together. I just met with them this morning. It was amazing, answering their questions, watching them light up. It is really available for you. But what Journal Speak is, it's an expressive writing tool that puts a ladle in your reservoir and dumps it out. And little by slowly, as you do this, and there's no time frame. Yes, Howard Stern says within a few weeks. That's lovely, and that does happen. But don't hold that as a standard, because your nervous system is going to regulate when it's ready. And what I do in my communities is I hold space so you're not afraid and you don't judge yourself for no matter how long it's taking. Because the slower you go, the quicker you get there. When you start relaxing into it, it actually starts happening really, really quickly. But,
I love that so much. Go slow to go fast, people. Trust the process, right?
We're not trained. Look at me. You can even see the intensity with which I'm speaking. I'm not a slow person. I'm a straight up New Yorker. I am running for it. And we have to retrain ourselves that this process is a paradigm shift. It's a way of looking at ourselves. And it brings us to the third leg of the stool, with self-compassion. I had no idea what self-compassion was.
And hang on, Nicole, I just want to interject real quick, because the third section of our interview today is going to be going more into Journal Speak. So I just want you guys to go, what else do I need to do? We are going to get more into it, and I'll talk about at the end all the different ways that you can go deeper. And where's my copy of, oh my goodness. Oh, here we go. Nicole's beautiful book, Mind Your Body. So yes, you are getting a wonderful taste, and you'll have the basics to do Journal Speak. You will all have the basics. Believe, do the work, be kind to yourself, and that may be enough for you. For those of you who really do want to go deeper, I'll be talking at the end about all those different ways that you can work with Nicole. So okay, so number 3, be kind and patient with yourself. Keep going.
It's basically just if you do this work without a self-compassion practice, it's like bailing out a boat with a hole in the bottom. like every time you do some work to release something that you've been holding back, well, you're just beating yourself up all day. My God, well, you're an idiot. You did that again. And you don't even realize it. It's so unconscious. And so, I mean, one of the things I teach at my retreats is truly to pause and to feel into the difference between the way we treat the people we love deeply and the way we treat ourselves, both in thought and in words. And so the third leg of the stool is to pay attention to the way you treat yourself, to the standards with which you feel are the, absolute for success, and that you will be very self-critical, where most of us are our own worst critics. So the third leg of the stool is just basically waking people up to the way they've already been treating themselves kind of their whole lives, and telling them it doesn't work here. It does not work to continue to abuse yourself the way others have abused you, because you are putting as much in the reservoir as you're taking out. And I don't want you to feel like you're spinning your wheels. So those are the three legs. And, that's the base. That really is the basics of it. I mean, we're really hitting the high points, and I'm more than happy to share, Andrea, anything you want to, make people feel like they've understood more deeply.
Well, let me just, interject a couple of quick things, guys. You all should have your Power of Manifestation handbook so you can take notes. And we've got the highlights written in here. If you don't have it, you can grab it at powerofmanifestation.com. Like I said before, it's a great theory, but if you really want to transform your life, heal your chronic conditions, free yourself from the pain, it is about those 3 steps. And and it can be that easy. Like, to me, that is the exciting thing. So let's get into section 3, journal, speak, in action. Will you walk us through the method? I know it's like you say, it's not just journaling. It is specific. It is structured. How do we do it?
So when I first met with Dr. Sarno, when I was in my lowest point, he explained that one of the ways to get into this repressed emotional world is to journal, which makes sense, because anyone who has journaled, if you slow yourself down to have to write something or type something out, you are slowing down your thoughts, and you're going to realize things, or at least you're going to not be able to hide from things that might go immediately, like, lightning speed through your brain if you were just thinking about them. So I understood it in theory, but I actually was very dismissive. So if anybody is hearing this and they're like, oh, right, okay, Nicole, I'm like in bed where I can't walk, or I have 12 migraines a month, like, I'm going to journal. Like, okay, you're in good company, and the company is me. I was like, this is dumb. And I was desperate enough to try it, because desperation is a fantastic place to be if you want to change your life, to be honest. But I did really feel that it was like, okay, like I was giving him the side eye. But Dr. Sarno, and this is one of the more beautiful conversations we had toward the end of his life, I was so young. I was in my early 30s when I got this, maybe late 20s, early 30s. And so because of that, he saw me as this great hope, because I had so many more years to live. And he was in his late 80s, early 90s. He knew he was going to die. And he used to say to me, Nicole, you explain it so much better than I do, because he is a medical doctor, and he's amazing, by the way. He's amazing. And I truly feel him with me all the time, just pushing me like, go, go, go. Like, you've got this. Like, it's a beautiful feeling. But there's one thing about the fact that he's a doctor. So I have all of his, medical acumen and the acknowledgement of the fact that he studied for years, and he was a doctor, attending physician for years. And then I have the lens of, I'm a psychotherapist. I know how to understand the world of feelings, emotions, and that energy. That combined, I do have a real understanding of it, and I've lived it. And essentially, what I was doing is I was journaling, and it was feeling like a whole lot of nothing. And I, in the middle of a journaling session, had a moment. You can call it a spiritual awakening. You can call it a moment of clarity. You can call it my higher self, my inner child. You can call it whatever you want. But there was a thought that went into my mind, and it was, you're lying. And of course I wasn't lying, because I was journaling about like the things that were going on in my life. I was a young mother. I was really tired. I was really, overwhelmed. And it was true. But the voice was like, this is not the stuff that is causing your brain to think you're going to die because you're tired. Like you're going to die because you have 2 kids. Who doesn't have 2 kids? Like it was a very shaming voice, but it was also a voice that changed the rest of my life, because what I realized in that moment is this is not about playing our tapes. You have to start there. You start like a court reporter when you're doing your journal speak practice. And like I said, I have all sorts of ways to teach this to you. But when you just write about what's going on. But as you are invited to say the deeper, sometimes darker, unabashed voice of the inner child, the voice of that kid who wants the cookie before dinner, and they are going to tell it all to you. They're going to say, I hate you. You're the worst mommy. I hate my life. As dark and as extreme as it gets, there is that voice in every one of us about everything. That voice that says, I can't do this anymore. I'm out. That voice that says, I'm not raising these kids. I'm getting in my car and driving away and never coming back. That voice that says, I can't survive this, or I am in so much grief. I'm drowning. I can't breathe. These are voices we don't feel safe with because they are connected to perceived meaning that our lives are then going to need to change, right? If I feel how much I hate my husband, I'm going to need to leave him. If I feel how much I hate being a parent, what am I going to do? These are my kids. I'm stuck with them for the rest of my life. Like, dark feelings need a voice. They need a venting place. They do not stay true. Your darkest, most painful, most unwelcome thoughts that arise during your journal speak are the doorways through which all healing resides. It is amazing the transformations I've seen in myself. Forget physical. The pain is the biggest, littlest part. The pain goes. I had my first real, explosive journal speak, and the next morning I woke up and I was about 80% pain-free, and I never, ever received that pain back. I realized what I needed to do. I applied this journal speak lens through all of the different things going on in my life within a few months, and there is no timeline, but just my story is within a few months, I was completely chronic pain-free. I've never had a back problem since. It's been 25 years, and I had the 3 babies, and I exercised till the day of the board. I have a very severe abnormality on film that was never the reason for my pain, and I have hundreds of thousands of people that walk beside me. So please take your skepticism, at least give it that spoonful. But having said that, what Journal Speak does is it says the dark thing that your brain thinks is unsurvivable. And once it's said, and for me, that real pivotal moment was, I'm not tired. It's not overwhelming. It is, but I hate this. I hate my kids. I hate being a mother. I'm trapped. I've done this, and now I'm never getting out of it. And it was the darkest, most awful thought. And the moment I said it, it was like a video game. Like, I want you to literally picture you're into the next world, right? And I was like, whoosh, all this was available to me. And I was
cheat
like,
code. You got the cheat code.
Exactly. You get the hack, right? Yeah. And now you're like, I was like, wait a second. It was honestly, I love being surprised. I'm a person who does all the research. I'm a person who really I see myself as an A student in a lot of ways. I love it when I don't know. I love it when something comes up and surprises me. And this moment was like, what? I was like, wait a second. That's not true either. I don't hate this. I don't hate my children. What's going on? And then it's like you're in a choose your own adventure book. I'm writing and I'm like, is it my parents? All right, F them, right? And so I'm going off on my parents, saying all the unimaginable things you could say. And then I got to the end of that. And that was another world, another doorway. And I was like, no, that doesn't feel, now it's evolving. We evolve. And what I came to, which is just my personal story, is that when I was about 10 or 11 years old, I made a very sacred, sweet, and quiet promise to myself. I was in a lot of pain. I was very lonely. And I said, one day I'm going to be a mother, and I am going to be the perfect mother. And I am going to have these amazing children, and they are going to look to me because I'm going to be so loving, and I'm going to heal the pain of this little girl alone in her bed. I had no idea that was in there. And when I figured that out, I was like, Well, of course you hate it. Of course you feel like a failure. No parenting is ever going to go back and do that specifically. And certainly 2 freaking toddlers are not the recipe for peace and, fulfillment.
Right.
And the moment of compassion for myself and for the fact that thought, that need had been in there, totally repressed, set me free. It set me free to love them. I mean, as Andrea said, like, I have these 3 kids. I don't know what it would have been like, but I'll tell you one thing. I did not parent them through the lens of my dysfunction. I did not parent them through the lens of me needing them to be a certain thing, to fulfill something in me, which I probably would have unconsciously. And I didn't put that on them. And one's going to be 23, one, it just turned 21, and one is 17. And they are like my best, my people. We get each other. I love them. We laugh till we cry. And they're pain in the ass, just like everybody's kids. But like, what I'm saying
just
is
like all of us.
It's available. So the pain was the entry point. The pain was the invitation. But the life you get, every person that I interview on my podcast, every single one, and I have hundreds of episodes since 2018. So feel free to take a listen. They start with their pain story, but what they come to often is tearful gratitude for the pain, because it opened them to a life beyond their wildest dreams, fulfilled, connected, present, sometimes angry, sometimes out of control, but like honest with that, honest with the people in their lives, relationships. I mean, it's insane. And that's the life I've led.
Well, amen, sister. And just to really underscore the point, this whole business of the pain not being the defect, but the signal to freedom, and freedom to be joyful, freedom to be honest, freedom to be real. I mean, all those things that you describe, I mean, hallelujah. So, okay, we've got just a few more minutes before we got to wrap up. So when it comes to journal speak, you prescribe a 20-minute session every day. Is that right?
So yes. So one of the things I really want people to understand is this is not a life sentence. I'm 53. I have no chronic issues, and I don't journal speak unless I need to. So it's like any other tool in your toolkit, right? So let's say you wanted to get in shape and you wanted to lose weight, right? So you go to a nutritionist and they're like, here's the plan. At the beginning, you got to do it consistently. At the beginning, if you want, a change that you see in your physical body, you can't just go to the gym and watch people work out, right? It's like you said, it's not a theory. You have to do it. You have to live it. That is the way that you can see change in your own system, because your nervous system doesn't care what anybody else is doing. It only perceives your own safety. So at the beginning, I prescribe a daily, not paranoid daily. I've got all my community questions in my head all the time. Don't feel like it's the end of the world if you miss a day. But in general, a consistent daily journal speak practice where you understand exactly how to journal speak. You really educate yourself on it so you know that you're doing it, quote, right. 20 minutes of journal speak, you destroy it. It is like blowing your nose in a tissue. You're getting it out. It doesn't stay true. Sometimes it's a whole lot of blah, blah, blah BS. You need to you vent it out. You throw it out. I like to type, so I just type into an untitled document and then I hit the X. It says, do you want to save? No, delete. Not in the cloud, not anywhere. This is a total brain dump, heart dump, and mind dump. Nobody should ever read it. If you come to epiphany during your journal speak, like a sentence you're like, whoa, copy it and put it in your notes app. Like, I'm not saying you can throw out the baby with the bathwater, but for the most part, you finish it, you select all, you delete, you rip it up into a garbage can, and then you sit for 10 minutes in any kind of self-affirming meditation. It could be a walking meditation with your face in the sun. It could be you get into the hot bath and you breathe and you close your eyes. It could be a formal meditation, a guided meditation, a silent meditation, singing bowls. I don't care. The point is, you sometimes need to say really hard things, and the 10 minutes of meditation is the bridge from your journal speak to the rest of your life. So it's a 30-minute practice. You have 30 minutes. I promise you. You scroll on Instagram, you watch TV, you whatever the hell you're doing. We all have 30
complain,
minutes.
sit around and complain.
Complain to your journal
Gossip.
speak. Do it where it's going to make a difference.
Yeah.
And you will experience resistance. This is why there's a whole chapter in the book on resistance. Your resistance to your journal speak is just like a headache. It is your nervous system whispering in your ear in a voice you trust because it's your own voice saying, you don't need to do that. You're too tired. You have better things to do. It's probably stupid anyway, because it doesn't want you to look at the predator. It is your job. It is your privilege to say, I will look. It's my life. It's worth it to me. And I will look. No matter what it looks like, I can survive this. It will not kill me. It is an imperative for you to be brave and strong and determined, because your nervous system will try to divert you into other things. Let's just have a snack. Let's go do this. No more. Like, there is an energy of no more that you have to kind of gather. And then, yes, consistency is key. The ladle, I want you to picture that ladle going into the reservoir and dumping it out every time you do a session. And then, this is really important, you will start to notice a difference in your symptoms. It will be something, and it might be brief. But then, remember, we are rewriting our neural pathways. We are evolving in real time, and that requires that you believe it. So I don't want you to say, oh, it must have been that epidural shot I had 3 weeks ago. No, you're doing something different, and you just noticed a difference in your pain. You just woke up and you turned to get something and your neck didn't kill. Note it. What fires together, wires together. We need to be responsible for our own transformation. So you see it happening, and your responsibility is to believe it, to note it, to get a little like, ooh, that was good. And then just to move on. We don't attach to outcomes. We don't make this fear driven. We just note, connect, move on, do the practice. Note, connect, move on, do the practice. And if you're feeling alone, come and join my community. If you feel like you need more information, there's the book, there's the website. Just do what you need, but be in that belief, that leg of the stool, because you have the power to change your life in ways that are going to blow your mind.
Amen. That's why you're here, Nicole. I love it. I love it so much. I am so enormously grateful to you, your passion, your courage. As a mom, the work you're doing and what you shared, it means that much more. And again, the timing for me and my son is uncanny. So thank you, extra thank you. So a few things I just want to summarize before we wrap up. I love how you say the pain is not in your head, but the solution is not in your body. Guys, it's a simple, but I would say not easy, because you do need to be consistent, and it is going to require change, because change means change. Change means doing things differently. 3 steps: believe, do the work, kindness and patience and compassion with yourself. The thing I even want to add is, as a type AAA, former New Yorker, a lot like you, Nicole, being gentle with myself has been a difference. And that didn't come easy. But that, just even the word gentle, I'm like, oh, that feels good.
I know.
I deserve it. And I'm more gentle with my kids. Right? I mean, what we do for ourselves, especially as parents, and everybody we touch, but especially our kids, is dramatic. I love how you talk about we all have so much more power than we realize. It's true. You have more power than you realize. That's the good news. And this just really reinterpreting the pain signal, and whether it's a pain, an emotional pain, a physical pain, it often is a signal. And not necessarily a defect. It is a signal to go within and make the change that you need to free yourself. Did I miss anything?
Yeah. I mean, I just want to say, because you said that thing about, if it's emotional, if it's physical, I have watched people completely resolve OCD, panic disorders, chronic anxiety, like depression. This is not just about back pain or headaches. This is anything that is consistently stopping you and causing discomfort is likely a result of a dysregulated nervous system sending these signals to keep you safe. So just be open, and you will see the possibilities unfold for you.
Amen. Okay, guys, to go deeper alongside Nicole's chronic pain warriors and see what this work could do in your life, explore her courses and membership communities at Your Break Awake. And we're going to pop it onto the screen.
I think the easiest way, yourbreakawake.com is our brand.
Okay.
But the easiest way to find me that people will remember is just NicoleSachs.com. You can go to, because all roads lead to it. TheCureForChronicPain.com will go there. NicoleSachs.com will go there, as will Your Break Awake, which is the reason we created Your Break Awake is because, quite frankly, for all the people who are out of pain that were like, it's not about pain anymore. My entire life, it's like, what's next? Like sometimes you have to break down to wake up. Sometimes you have to break free from old paradigms to wake up to what's next for you. So we created Break Awake, but it's really umbrella under which all of this lives. And you can find it at NicoleSachs.com. And it links to all of my stuff, my community, my podcast, everything.
Amen. Nicole, you're a gift. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Oh my gosh, you guys. I hope you love that as much as I did. And I mean, this is all happening in real time. So for me to jump in and be like, oh my God, this is what's happening in my family with my child. It is real. I am putting all of these things into practice, and yay, lucky me. And by the way, I believe you create your own luck, that I created the synchronicity to get the insight I needed today to help my son. And that's what is powerful with the power of manifestation and doing the work. I can't tell you how much time I spend doing all of these things, the journaling, like specifically going deep into the journaling. I mean, getting into those really painful, ugly truths, facing them, along with the meditation, along with all of these things that I'm urging you guys to do. So when I keep harping on, it's not theory, it's practice. I'm doing it myself, and I so want you to have this beautiful, brilliant life. I can't say it strongly enough. That's why I'm here. That's why my entire team and all these incredible master speakers and thought leaders are here pulling this material together for you. Okay, last quick thing on that note. Oh my gosh, I am so on fire for our Power of Manifestation Circle. This is a membership that is like nothing else. And honestly, it's a good segue from the conversation we had with Nicole, talking about things like when you hear other people talking about the steps they took to heal from within, things like their chronic pain, their chronic conditions and so forth, it becomes real fast. And that is why my team and I have developed the Power of Manifestation Circle, because these kinds of stories of healing and growth and transformation and epic manifestations, and yeah, sometimes when we're stuck, because it does happen, it's not necessarily all linear or parabolic, and it can be, right? It can be that big quantum leap. It can be jumping timelines. When someone else is jumping timelines, snap, that's for you, right? Are you tracking? I hope you are. So sincerely, consider joining us in the Power of Manifestation Circle. I am so on fire for it, for all the reasons that I've described. My life has transformed through doing all this work, and I always love the opportunity to share it, and then the opportunity to learn from you and other people what's working from them, together, collectively experiencing this kind of freedom and transformation. So check us out at thepowerofmanifestation.com, and I look forward to seeing you in the next session. Mwah. Okay, I want to jump in here for just a quick second before we move on to the next session. Because here's what I know happens when you attend an event like this. And I say this with so much love because it's happened to me too. You show up to an event like this, you're fired up, you're taking notes, you're thinking, yes, this is exactly what I needed. I can feel something changing. You're not just excited in that moment, you're committed. You are all in, but then the event ends and the day goes by and then another. Life comes rushing back in. The kids need you. Work gets intense. Your inbox is overflowing. Who knows what happened to the notes you took? And a few weeks later, maybe even just a few days later, you're sitting there wishing you could remember that one practice, that one big idea, that thing that amazing expert said that completely reframed everything for you. You can't quite get it back. Ah, dang. We've all been there, and I don't want that for you. I really don't. My team and I didn't create Manifesting Your Dream Life 2026 to simply entertain you and certainly not distract you, but instead to support real, lasting transformation in your life. The kind of change that enables you to build a new, stronger, solid foundation, one that compounds over time and genuinely pays dividends for the rest of your life in every way, financially, spiritually, with your health, and in your relationships. And honestly, it's tough to do that in 3 days. Right now, you have temporary access to this extraordinary event, to these world-class teachers, authors, and thought leaders whose actionable insights can change everything for you if you choose to listen to them, apply their teachings, and critically feel how good it will feel to be that higher, better, more aligned version of you. So with one click, you can upgrade to lifetime access to all 26 sessions, every teacher, every practice, every tool. And here's why that matters. Because manifesting your dream life occurs over time. Yes, you'll get the ahas and there will be insights that are helpful to you today. Oh my God, awesome. I love that. And 3 months from now, you'll want additional insights. And often you'll want to even revisit the same material so you can go deeper and truly master it. Honestly, I told Marianne Williamson that I have read, no joke, A Return to Love and the notes I took from it close to 20 times. I have mastered that material. It truly is inside of me. So in addition to all of the videos, you'll also get the MP3 audio versions for when you're walking, driving, or doing the dishes, plus a bunch more bonus materials that you'll love so you can really internalize this material like I did with the Return to Love. You'll also have all of the transcripts so you can get into it word for word, quickly underline it, come back to it, however you like to consume that material. You'll also have bonus content from the teachers you're connecting with right now. Guided meditations, rituals, affirmations, the kind of practices that help shift this from being understood intellectually to helping you embody it to your own mastery. We offer all of this to you when you upgrade so it can fit into your life and accommodate how you learn best so you can really benefit from it and master it. Here's what I also want you to know. This is the lowest price we're offering during this exclusive event. Once it ends, the price goes up significantly. A lot of people think, I'll decide later. But soon, it's buried deep in your inbox. You got busy with work or family. And then, you're annoyed that it slipped your mind and the price has gone up and time has passed. And now you're feeling, like you just wish you would have made that move. So if one session, even one, gave you an aha and you realize that things could finally be different for you, that you can live with greater ease and abundance at last, I urge you not to ignore your intuition. I truly urge you to invest in yourself now. Give yourself the gift of being able to enjoy all of this valuable exclusive material and return to it whenever you need it and decide to go deeper. I would truly love for you to do that so that you become the version of you that you love, adore, trust, and admire. That's why we created this in the first place. Heck, that's why we gave it to you for free with no obligation whatsoever. Because my team and I care deeply about helping people as much as we possibly can. And personally, I don't want to sell anything, especially something that you are not truly excited to have. But I also know what it's like to not answer the call, to hesitate, to not invest in myself, to miss out on something that could have changed the game for me. And I don't want that to happen to you. So right now, please ask yourself, what if I made this relatively modest investment in myself and truly committed to manifesting my dream life? What could happen if I said, yes, I am ready to embrace the change I've been hoping for? That hasn't quite happened yet. Noting that with these teachers, it's going to be so much easier and so much more fun than trying to figure it out on your own. Here's the thing. Over the past nearly 25 years, I built an entire company focused on helping millions of people like you experience better love and relationships and becoming truly empowered. I know firsthand just how much one decision can transform your entire life. And that's why I personally developed this event and hosted all the sessions so I could be sitting here in front of you now and for you to feel the truth in what I am sharing. That this truly is for you. There are no coincidences. We were meant to connect like this. And I'm okay nudging you a little bit because I know how easy it is to talk yourself out of something good, to put it off, to tell yourself, I'm not sure. I'll think about it. Then you get distracted or busy or on your phone and life proceeds as usual. And by the way, maybe your life's not terrible. I presume there's a lot of good to it, but I think it's safe to say it's not the transformative life you're capable of living. As I love to say, no one wants to change. Everyone wants to transform. Only you can make that decision right here, right now, for yourself. And yes, for every single person you touch, because when you change for the better, you positively impact everyone around you. And I know this is especially important for moms and dads. Again, I know this from firsthand experience because that's what I've done with my own life and why I am so passionate about offering you access to these superstar teachers and their invaluable lessons, because it works. But only if you show up for yourself. And that's what I'm urging you to do now. Invest in yourself. Show up for yourself. No one can do it for you, only you. And by the way, no matter what you choose, I genuinely wish you all the best. And I'm so glad you were able to take in as much of or as little of manifesting your dream life as it has served you. And whatever else you consume, I hope you love it. My team and myself and all these amazing teachers have brought it all to you with our full hearts. Thanks so much. Welcome back to the Power of Manifestation. My name is Andrea Miller, and I am super excited to host this amazing, powerful session called The Wild Path to Manifestation, Shamanic Wisdom, Soul Alignment, and Animal Guides. If you've ever felt the ache for something more, something ancient, something primal, and profoundly aligned, and who of us hasn't, this session is for you. We are joined by the incredible Alyson Charles Storey. Alyson is a leading shamanic guide, best-selling author of the Animal Power book and deck, and ceremonialist. She is devoted to reconnecting people to their true soul calling and divine power through global courses, talks, events, and sacred practices. She also has an incredible presence on social media. I love following her on Instagram, so definitely follow her. Alyson's Power Animal Shamanic Journey was named a top meditation to try by the Oprah magazine, and she has been called a leading shaman for expanding others into their full gifts and power, and a full-fledged guide into your psyche by Forbes. Alyson was the resident energy guru for the world's top wellness platform and shares ancient wisdoms in collaboration with a range of media outlets, including the New York Times, HBO, Nat Geo, and more. She's here today to guide us back to our own inner wildness, the part of us that remembers, that knows, and that dares to manifest the life our soul came here to live. All the good stuff is happening here right now. Alyson, thank you so much for joining us. But before we jump right into it, I want to remind everybody the Power of Manifestation handbook is available for you right now. If you have it, grab it. Make sure you take your notes, because there is going to be a ton you're going to want to write down so you can remember and internalize it. Remember, Power of Manifestation event. This is, we want to entertain you. We want to energize you. We want to inspire you. But I want you to internalize it. I want you to take action and transform along with us. That's why we are bringing this amazing, amazing event to you. If you don't want the Power of Manifestation guide, that's fine. Just get your journal. No pressure. But make sure you're writing stuff down so you can take notes and internalize it. And by the way, if you do want Power of Manifestation, you can get it at powerofmanifestation.com. Okay. Al, welcome. I'm so excited to talk with you. We are hitting on some of my favorite topics.
Yeah, I could feel that. I was really excited to have this experience with you and everyone who's joining us, because I could feel you seem to really resonate with this path of shamanism and ancient wisdom. So I was like, all right, here we go.
Yeah, it is. I mean, both in terms of who I am, but particularly where I am in my life right now. It is something that I am so glad I'm glad I called you to me because it is powerful stuff that we're going to be getting into. Okay, we're going to start with section 1, winning but lost when the external isn't enough. So I want to talk about with you something deeply like I said, resonant with me. And like many of you, that's the experience of achieving outward success. And I'm the first to say, workaholic, overachievement junkie, all that stuff. So this is particularly resonant with me. So many of us achieve this outward success, but we still feel empty when we have the courage to admit it, right? And that's why we're here. Alyson, you call this winning but lost. So what does that mean? Help us understand. By the way, guys, if you're like, ding, 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 holy crap, this is what I needed to hear. This is what you needed to hear. You're at the right place.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, I coined that phrase a number of years ago when I was living in New York City. And, anyone who has had a chapter of life or grown up in New York City, it's a whole different kind of energy. You're pounding the concrete jungle. I don't think there's many people there who aren't in a kind of winning circuitry of living. But that phrase came to me because the first half of my life, actually more than half of my life, it was filled with all of these accolades and awards and titles. I was a national champion athlete. I had a seemingly perfect relationship, a previous relationship. I was a top-rated radio host. I was a television host in New York City, a TV producer. And yet, even though I had all of these really large attained goals that, probably a lot of people wouldn't mind having, there was just this, almost the word dread just came to mind. It was like this deep soul level dread that I just wasn't fully on track. Even though I was winning all of these things, I still felt lost inside. My soul was trying to get my attention, telling me that I was off track. And I think, especially for people that grow up and live in the US, this is a very common thing for us. Our value structure over here is very different than other parts of the world. And it's no one's fault. I think it's two part. It's one part spiritual and one part earth-based. The earth-based is we're just conditioned. We kind of come out, we incarnate, we pop out of the womb, and kind of all we learn and we grow up hearing is set your goals. This is how life is supposed to look. This is, the way that success over here is supposed to be attained. And yet there's a lot of falsehoods to that. And when you stop and pause and really take time to reevaluate, I think this is a huge key point number one. So that folks might want to write this question down so they can feel into it deeper later. What does true success really mean to me? How do I really define success? Yeah. And I think when you start to meditate on that, some answers might surprise you. It starts to veer you off into this different path. Now, the other spiritual side I want to touch on quickly is part of it is a bit by divine design that we kind of get that spiritual amnesia when we incarnate here. And as part of the adventure, it's part of the wild path of being an infinite soul that incarnates on this beautiful planet, is the voyage that we go on, that we deeply embark upon to try to have experiences that reawaken us to who we truly are and why we really incarnated here. Because I believe we all have a soul contract that is encoded and a unique soul blueprint that only you have, that only I have, that only each person joining us has. And part of the adventure, even though that adventure sometimes holds, pain and anguish and sadness and despair as we're trying to figure ourselves out along the way, but it's this whole soul adventure to get us reunified with why we're truly here.
Oh my gosh. Amen. I'd love just to add on to that. When you were speaking, what came to mind for me in my journey is making the decision, the lived decision to live from the inside out, which is something that I've been doing for a handful of years. And like you, lots of those external accolades and achievements that you can point to and go, dang, she's a baddie. And I'm like, yeah, flex. And then it's like, who cares? You know what I mean? It's for the wrong reason. And by the way, it's I'm sure you had a ball in a lot of ways in the success. I mean, you described the dread, maybe as you started to mature and have the courage. And honestly, what I say about myself, as I have summoned the personal integrity to look at those things and say, oh, I am showing up in a way that's not necessarily an integrity. And yeah, it's a lot of the things are fun, but they also are, I think of them as armor. I think of them as masks, trophies, all of these ways that we have been conditioned by society to prove ourselves, to prove our worth. And then we wonder, why do we feel so bad? Let me ask you this. Also, as you were speaking, it made me think, is this harder, particularly for women in a world that values masculine energy as much as it does, right? The driving, the achieving, making it happen, which was me forever. Now I'm like, oh, let me bask in the receiving. Let me bask in the being, which is hard. I mean, our society doesn't welcome the feminine. And also it takes a lot of courage, right?
You are hitting the nail on the head. I have a vision of a bullseye, the arrow's going right into the bullseye.
Right in my chest.
Yeah. I mean, this is truly one of the things that, one of the reasons why I know my soul is here is to help reorient us back to the true ancient power and wisdom of the divine feminine ways. And yes, traditionally, they're not the ones that, for millennia have been upheld and applauded, because the masculine, and of course, I'm wanting to apply some broader energies to this. I'm not saying it's always this way, but for the most part, the masculine energy is more of that external performance, that show. Whereas the divine feminine, it's more in the subtle realms, the energetic realms, the great mystery. We're the weavers in the divine web. And so we're we're doing all of this powerful, energetic work that literally births whole new worlds and unites the seen and the unseen realms. And it kind of doesn't get more powerful than that, yet traditionally that's not what is focused on, and that has not been what is championed. But conversations like this, the type of people who are joining us right now, we're all a part of creating a new narrative and helping to remind people where the true power is. And I will say briefly, that is the cave. And I'm not trying to get into point too quick, but that's
go for it. We're in the flow. Go to the cave. I'm going with you.
Like an animal. I'm not kidding. Like, you sit down and you're like, this is what we're going to do. We're going to do this. And boom, 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 boom. And then your energy, I'm like, yeah, we're going to do it. We're going to fucking do it. Oh my God, you're right. We're going to do it.
The last 3 years, I was in a very deepest, darkest, what I call a cave portion of my life. And I'm emerging out of that. But what led me into that time was a deep call to see if my husband and I could birth a child. And so I had this very stark pivot. Like I said, I had been living in New York City for 14, 15 years. I had just signed my book contract, my book deal for Animal Power. And then this deepest call to see if I could get pregnant for the first time and birth a child for the first time came in, and talk about, pivoting from that external, more masculine drive to needing for the first time to learn what the feminine really is. I really had to stop. And thankfully, I was in a time in life different than when I was trying to make ends meet on my own in New York City. I now was with my husband, and so he could take on some of the things that I used to have to take on all by myself, which also can keep a woman in her masculine when she's living on her own and living in an expensive city and all of those things. It's hard to balance the urge to be in your
hustle and the grind. Girl, let me just tell you, I lived in New York City for 19 years, Upper West Side. I moved to Colorado 6 years ago. But everything you're saying, I feel it in the every cell of my body. Such a grind, there to prove myself, there to make it happen. And it's real. Like that, the energy of it all is really exciting. And honestly, it brought me to my knees.
Yeah. And there's also a feeling too. I just got flashed that story, the tortoise and the hare. When you're living in New York City, you really start to believe that you absolutely cannot slow down, because you'll get left behind. You'll get lost in the shuffle. Somebody else will be there to jump in and take your position. And so it's hard, depending upon certain chapters of our lives, to really be able to devote to getting in true soul alignment and true alignment with the cycles of nature, because we are also nature. We are no different, and we are not separate from the plants, from the cactuses, from the flowers, from the animals, from the clouds in the sky. We are all one. We're all nature. And if you think about it, nature's divine design is the ultimate of perfection. And it certainly doesn't push in a manic state 7 days a week, 365 days a year. There are cycles, there are seasons, there are times that you might feel more fire in you, that you might feel more life force and inspired to quote unquote push and have an output of offerings. And then there's going to be cycles and times where I can feel it energetically arrive to me in my energy field, and also through God's instructions very clearly, because when I had my spiritual awakening and divine intervention, my clairaudient gift got turned on. Well, all of my gifts got re-turned on. But I can hear God's instructions for me very clearly. So I can hear when God is telling me very specific instructions. Like when I was living in New York City, God said, you need to stop all events, all talks, all of the things that it was really all I was doing were those things. And then God told me to stop. And I thought, well, okay, through my surrendering to my soul and to you and to Earth Mother, I have an agreement that I will heed these instructions. And if I heed this, then you got to help me find my way, because I'm stopping doing everything that is my career. And so I did heed that.
And Alyson, before you go forward, and I want to hear the whole story, but I know everybody's going to be as curious as I am. How did you hear that? Like when you say I heard that, how did you hear that?
It's a little hard to explain if you haven't ever experienced it, because it is a very clear voice. And I typically do hear divine instructions through my right ear. It's different than you and I talking right now. Yet at the same time, it's an audible voice that is speaking to me. So
you're literally hearing a voice.
Yes.
That's amazing. Because I think like for me, I'll hear like there's an intuition, I'm getting a download, or if I'm writing in my journal, like something is coming through me in these different ways. And I feel like some of us are more intuitive, others less so. But to me, that's tuning ourselves to become more intuitive. So it's interesting that you literally can hear it.
Yeah. And, that's all the clairs, right? The clairsentience, which sounds like it's more what you're talking about, that clear knowing that just moves through you. And I have that as well, and the clear audience is being able to hear. So there's all sorts of different ways that our gifts can open up. I'm very visionary. So just yesterday, you sharing what you shared brought to mind an experience when I was in the shower. And a lot of times downloads will come in when you're immersed with water energy. And so, yesterday when I was in the shower, I had a map vision given to me showing me and we don't need to unpack this because it doesn't really pertain to today, but showing me why there's certain human behaviors kind of running rampant right now. And it literally showed me the map as to why that's going on right now. And that presented more as a vision and as a knowing, as opposed to the instructions that I hear in my ear sometimes. And I also say, when you're, when you really trust yourself to be very clearly connected to pure love God and very clearly connected to Earth Mother, there's just also a knowing as to whom you're really communicating with. I am very, very discerning and very diligent about my spiritual hygiene and the practices. Before every prayer, I make it very clear that I'm only communicating with pure love God and Earth Mother and the divine part of my soul. It's like I have very regimented, discerning-based protocols that I've been doing for, 15 plus years at this point. So when you hear God, it's a very loving presence, and it's not a voice that is scary. And I've also dealt with those voices, and that's probably a whole other conversation. So I very clearly know the difference.
It's not Loki from the MCU. Okay, keeping it light for all of you who have teenagers, you know what I'm talking about. But okay, so thank you for that. And guys, I have to say, I mean, this kind of intuition, this kind of knowing, this kind of connecting, you call it, and having that intention so that you are communing with the pure love God. I mean, it's available to all of us. And now it may take you 15 years like it took Alyson, and maybe it took you a little less and you've just been marinating in that. But I just say that with a lot of enthusiasm, because as I've continued intrepidly on this path, the downloads, the openness, the synchronicities, all that stuff has been happening for me in ways. I mean, I'll talk to some of my friends. I'm like, you'll never believe this. And they're like, oh yeah, we believe it, Andrea, because you keep telling us like all these ways that you're getting the signals. We're in section 2 of our talk, Sacred Pauses in the Cave. We're talking about surrendering to divine timing. And I added this, and if we're brave, to our souls and to the divine in us. So you got the download saying, you got to stop this stuff. And then you said, okay, but there's got to be another side to this contract. And then what happened?
Right. Well, my spiritual awakening was a different story than this. I had already had my spiritual awakening, and I was on the shamanic path, and I was doing, these were the shamanic talks and ceremonies that I had already been given for a long time in New York City, when God was like, okay, you need to cease this. And I just share this because this path does take courage, and it does take a lot of faith, and it does take a lot of vulnerability. And there have been so many humbling moments along this path for me, which I honestly think is a very important, vital ingredient and medicine part to walking the path, is staying down to earth and staying in humility. So yeah, this one was different. And I didn't know if I heeded this directive, what would open up for me and how I would make a living and how I would make money. But I said yes. And what ended up happening was, while I was laying back and doing a lot of really deep shadow work at that time, which is ongoing, but that was a very specific phase of shadow work, I got the idea, probably sent to me from the divine, to launch my own shamanic PR firm to help other healers, get out into the world and to figure out how to bridge and merge the world of spirituality with media and the mainstream, because, it's an interesting bridge to make. And so I ended up being able to focus on, at that time, the deepest healing of my life. I've since had deeper, but also be of service and help others get their work and their talent and their skills out into the world. And so that ended up being about a 2.5-year previous cave journey. And that's the other thing. When you're heeding these divine directives, you don't really know how long, each one is going to take, and you don't really know what's going to open up. And that's why I say it requires a lot of trust and a lot of faith. And so that was that one. But the little button I'll share years before that, when I had the divine intervention and spiritual awakening, that was a rude awakening that helped me get out of a previous abusive relationship that I couldn't seem to pluck myself out of. And I also want to note for people, when, they're wondering, like, how do I know if there's something greater trying to open up for me? I will say, for me personally, my mind, body, spirit, soul was trying to get my attention. I was suffering from panic attacks. I was having autoimmune disorders. There were things going on in my life that were trying to course correct me and trying to get me to listen to my soul more. I was just in denial and resistance. And then it ended up requiring this whole divine intervention that was quite staggering and pretty painful. And it doesn't always have to be that way. If you start to heed the ways that your own being is trying to get your attention, it doesn't need to require a divine intervention. So I just wanted to add that if you really get honest with yourself, usually when there's a big change and course correct wanting to happen in your life from that soul place, there are signs along the way.
Yeah. And you talk a lot about surrender, which in my experience, it's like surrender comes in waves. And it's almost like this iterative process where it's like, okay, I'm surrendering a little bit more. And for somebody who has sought control like I have, like I know a lot of you do and have, this whole business of trust and surrender has been an iterative process for me. And it's like, the more I get better at trust and surrender, the deeper it becomes and the more things open up. In prepping for this, what came to mind, and especially since you just referenced it in your own, in a couple of those extremely challenging times for you personally, is this idea of the dark night of the soul. So for those of you who aren't familiar with this, it's a spiritual initiatory passage from Christian mysticism that feels like collapse, but it's actually a sacred recalibration. It strips away illusions so you can meet your true self and source or the divine directly. It is painful, yes, but it can also be be the beginning of a luminous, authentic life if you're willing to allow that. And in part, this resonates so much with me because, like you, I've had a succession of these. And honestly, I feel like I'm kind of going through one right now. And when I think about it as, I mean, it really is a purification. If you're willing, to your point, and to me, this is going into the cave. And guess what? You got to go into the cave alone. As much as I was joking, like, yeah, I'll go with you. Sorry, Alyson, I can't go with you. Right?
No, it's absolutely correct. And this type of living, this type of hero's journey, this type of path is really all encompassing, and it brings you to the outer and then more outer stretches of the full spectrum of the earthly and human experience. And so I just preface that because, what I'm about to say might evoke like, oh my gosh, like, why would anyone want to do that? However, when you emerge from the cave, you emerge a different person. But let me backtrack. So yes, when you feel that you are being called to a deep sacred pause, or you can just tell there is an unhealed aspect of you. Maybe it's a past trauma that happened, something that you've gone through that if you really get honest with yourself, you really haven't fully faced or tended to that pain that happened. You need to enter into this time, and it's going to bring up everything that you have been running from, hiding from, everything that, whether consciously or unconsciously, you have been suppressing. And it's understandable because when you enter into these times of silence and space and allowing the shadows and the darkness to rise up, which is what the cave periods do, it's understandable that when the deep part of you needs to enter here, there's probably also going to be another equal counterpart that tries to get you to not enter there.
Oh,
and
definitely, because that's scary, going into the darkness, into the unknown. But let me just interject real quick, because you talk about the sacred pause, and you're talking about the metaphor of the cave, and particularly in a world that's addicted to performance, to productivity, to the perceptions of others. Right? So this is back to what you were talking about. You may be winning externally, but you're losing internally because you're not fulfilled. Right? And by the way, guys, if you got all that, then mwah, mwah, mwah. Good job. But for so many of us, it really, and we're on this hamster wheel, but I just want you to, society's expectations of us, all that stuff that we are subject to and honestly addicted to. I mean, for me, I was addicted to productivity. I was addicted to doing, and it brought me to my knees. Like, it really did. And on the other side has been, I say this a lot, almost every day I have bliss now, right? But I was willing to go into the cave. But I want you to talk about, so it makes sense to me, but give a little context, if you don't mind, to the cave and the sacred pause, just so we're all on the same page here.
Yeah, it's going to look and feel and function differently for everyone. Some people's cave chapters might only be, 2 to 4 weeks. Mine tend to be a bit more on what some might feel an extreme side. Mine tend to run like 2.5 to 3 years, which I know might sound, hard to believe. But yeah, every person's is going to look very differently. And it's a commitment. It's a commitment between yourself and whoever you believe in. For me, it's Pure Love God and Earth Mother. Those are my main points of contact, and who I heal and commune with, but whatever verbiage and works for you. But there's a commitment to hold the line and to commit to deciphering and taking every step that you need to get to the very back end root of whatever that past trauma is, whatever that distorted behavior is, whatever that thing is that is inhibiting you from reaching more of your wholeness, that's inhibiting you from, being more of service, from truly living what your soul wants you to live. there are going to be these aspects of us, these parts of us that, of course, we give unconditional love and compassion to. We do not shame them. They've been shamed enough, which is why they've been suppressed and you've been hiding from them. So we welcome them, we face them with love and with compassion. But then, this cave quest, you don't know how long it's going to take. And for me, this last one brought up the scariest territory of my life, and some of the aspects, don't need to get unpacked here, but there was, just a lot of pain in my own personal life, and then also battling spiritual warfare for the first time. And so I knew that I needed to fully learn the lessons there. And that took me a very long time. And the reason I said yes to doing this with you is because I'm emerged enough out of the cave and I've adjusted enough to the light again, coming outside of the cave, that I have integrated those lessons and embodied those lessons to a healthy point. And I know it's time for me to share again. But for those 3 years, I really didn't do any interviews. And so, and I felt that was my responsibility as a spiritual guide, as a spiritual teacher. It was the darkest, scariest cave of my life. And I needed to be fully in that, honoring that, finding my way in that darkness and emerge out of that integrated with those lessons before I came out into the world again. So it's, like I said, it's going to be different for everyone, but you will emerge a whole new flower, and your embodiment, which is so key to walking the spiritual path, will be completely different. So it is worth it. But I will say some caves you need to maybe have some external support on deck, whether that's a trusted friend who's an energy healer or a therapist, or I go to network spinal sessions and myofascial release sessions. If you really tune in, your soul and your body will tell you the support that will best help you when you're in that particular cave, but it can be a very big process.
Oh my gosh. Well, I am so humbled and honored that you emerged and said yes to me. I mean, it's like, I didn't realize that. So thank you.
Yeah. I felt a true call. Speaking of these callings, there was something in that invitation where I felt a deep and clear yes. So thank you for that.
Yeah, no, that's really, really cool. How do people know how we've got a lot of guests listening in. How do they know if they're being called into a cave or just having a bad day or a bad week?
Well, let me tune in to see what wants to be answered there. For me, I could sense there are dots that start to be connected. So for me, I don't want to take us too much off track, but I had an experience a couple of years ago where I actually got electrocuted, and it could potentially be described as a near-death experience. And so when something of that magnitude happens, clearly there's something big in there for me to look at, discover. And what got discovered in seeing why that experience happened was I got tracked back to an experience that I had as a newborn where I had smoke inhalation as a 5-week-old. I got put into an incubator, and my soul, my being, was experiencing, kind of being on the verge of exiting right back out and dying right after I had incarnated. And so there's more layers to how those dots got connected, but I say that because that very clearly revealed to me, okay, this is going to be the deepest healing work of my life, because I'm going back to newborn imprints. So anytime you're tracking back to a childhood trauma or a newborn experience that has imprinted some trauma or terror energy on you, typically there's going to be a lot of layers to that onion of that healing process. So I knew, just based upon that tracking and connecting of the dots, that I was going to probably be in a longer, very deep portal. So that's one way that you can really tell is if you're going to an experience to be healed that really greatly impacted you or changed the course of your life, there's probably going to be a depth that's going to take some time to get to the very root to heal.
Yeah. Well, and you described certain of the things that you do from body work. Sounds like maybe some talk therapy. Did I get that right? I don't want to mistake what you're saying.
I have therapists in my family. I love a good therapy session. Yeah, I do tend to be quite a self-sourced spiritual guide, and I really do trust myself and my connection, but I also have absolutely no qualms, and I am humble enough to know when, some added support on the outside. I mean, my husband, for one, that 3-year cave that I just recently emerged out of, him holding space for me. And
amazing, man. I was wondering about that, how that impacted your marriage. Well, I want to pick up on a couple of the things that you said that just really hit me, that you emerge, and especially in a world where there's a lot of performative spirituality, that you emerged with greater humility, which to me, dang, that is real humility to me is real surrender. And that, I mean, it's ironic, but that's where there's real power, but you can't fake it. It's not performative. And that deeper compassion and that deeper openness, and, like you described, being able to being able to connect with these messengers and emerging in a way that really is, I mean, it's like, I look at you and I think, oh my God, game changed. And I know it can feel like this idea of, oh, this shouldn't be happening. I want it to stop. I mean, I definitely have been in resistance in the past. And the older I get, it's like, oh, and there's a great phrase, whatever resists persists, right? And so I've said to myself, let me be open, let me trust. And as somebody who had major trust deficits coming from a family with a lot of alcoholism and eating disorders and so forth, I mean, I've had to earn that trust for myself, which has been a journey. So as I have gone into my own variety of caves, I've really had to say, all right, this isn't a detour. This isn't an accident. This is, to quote The Mandalorian, keeping it light here, people, this is the way, right? And to surrender into that trust as somebody who loved control. I say loved with a D at the end, because I really am trying to surrender to not insisting on that control and not having that control, honoring the flow, being willing, and, and just even like I say the word, surrender to myself every day, multiple times a day. And then I feel it. And that has enabled me just to go from that more rigid, needing to control. And I just even want to go rewind just a moment. When I think about the chill girl, the good girl, the people pleaser, the super mom who can do it all. I mean, all of these societal expectations that, almost like female archetypes that so many of us have embodied because we seek, we want to be liked. We want, we're in this masculine world. We want to get others' approval. What I've realized for myself is certain of the decisions I've made, I'm like, oh, that's going to get nobody's approval. And dang, is that ever liberating? Right? That feeling of I'm going to give myself permission. I'm going to give myself permission.
Yes. Yeah, you're really covering some of my favorite things. Yeah, you started early on with the integrity, you're bringing in the humility. These are very, very, very important things. And also a piece that I want to weave into what you just shared. It's that, adage that the trust that everything is happening for you. And look, I know that is not always easy. I come from experiencing, we all have a unique story, but I've dealt with various forms of abuse and near-death experiences. And like I touched on, battling spiritual warfare, very, very scary, dark, shadowy things in this life. And yet holding the faith that there is some great teaching, some greater divine, brighter aspect of you, the Phoenix rising, that's going to emerge out of that. keeping the faith that it's happening for you, not to you, is going to be a saving grace when you're going through those scariest times. And thank you for also noticing the non-performative aspect. And it can be challenging, and I don't fault other spiritual teachers that kind of fall into the trap of like cranking content out constantly and never taking breaks, because it's a trap that can easily be fallen into, because there's social media now and there's all of these platforms that you feel like you have to keep up on. But I myself, my devotion is to the divine and to my soul. My saying is, I will not compromise my connection to the divine. I am living, for God's approval, if you want to say. I'm not living for the approval, of fellow humans. I am living in accordance to the divine. And if that, I haven't posted on social media in probably 10, 11 months at this point. And I've had other phases like that. When you don't see me on social media, when you don't see me performing, I'm actually doing some of the most powerful acts of service and the most powerful aspects of my life, but I'm not necessarily broadcasting them and proving that I'm doing them. It's a true lived ceremonial experience.
I feel that honestly so deeply. Like as you speak, like my body is like kind of vibrating over here. And what it does, I want to say, you don't have to go to Peru. I mean, that's really cool. Alyson, take me with you next time. But when I think of all of us, whether it's a mini temporary cave, a major cave, however the dark night of the soul or these times of reflection and shadow work impact you, you're doing it for yourself, yes. But I love, Alyson, you're talking about how when you emerge, it's like, and maybe even in the process, right? Especially for you, with your wisdom and high vibration and ability to impact more broadly than probably most people. But I just think of this kind of work as this great gift we do for ourselves and the people around us. And it takes so much, courage and yes, the integrity and all those good things. Okay, I want to add a couple things, and then I think we're going to go to an exercise. When you're talking about this whole business, how it takes trust that these setbacks, setbacks in air quotes, right? These things that can be so hard for us and so scary. I just think of it, guys, as a practice. And again, this is somebody who has had resisted a lot. And the more that I practice, this is, what am I meant to learn from this? How can I trust myself more? How can I surrender? Like it becomes easier. And yes, it can take, and then it goes deeper and sometimes darker. But I just want to say, if you're like, that's so hard and scary. Yeah, a little bit. But it is a practice, just like going to the gym, just like so many other things. If you want to be a masterful piano player, you show up in your practice. I know this idea, and I'm just picking up on what you put down, Alyson, this idea of, is it happening, to me or for me? That is a deliberate choice that only you can make again and again for yourself. And I guarantee you, if you make it again and again, it'll become habitual. And then you'll see how liberating it becomes, because instead of feeling like a victim and feeling at the behest of others and the world, externally, you really become much more able to live from the inside out. And that to me has been a game changer. Okay, sorry to go on that long tangent. Are we ready to do the soul permission slip affirmation?
Yes. And so I will say this came through just the other day. And so I'm going to get my sheet out so I can read it. It's a few paragraphs. And I want to set the tone by just sharing that this soul permission slip statement will begin to allow you to get into a healthier, more thriving and robust connection with your own soul, the pulsings and the urgings and communications between your human self and your soul. And so I want to clarify that up front, because look, if there's part of you that feels too nervous to repeat this statement after me, honor that. I'm the biggest proponent of you are your best guide. And if this does not fully resonate, maybe it will in a month. All of a sudden you'll have the light bulb go off. What was that? I want to go back to that. And you'll come back to this video, and in a month, it'll be the perfect time for you to say it. but only, speak this if you're feeling that deep soul intuitive urge, because it is a powerful statement. And so I will read it in a pacing to where you can repeat it internally. I most recommend out loud, but you can repeat it out loud after me. So I'll leave a space after each portion.
And you know what else? And I'll do it. I'll go ahead and do it with you. So then everybody do it with me. And I'm going to just amend a little bit with Alyson. Yes, of course, honor yourself. But I also say, get out of your comfort zone a little bit. If you're like, oh, this feels uncomfortable. Okay, say it in your head. Say it with me. I mean, this is your life, people, right? Like, this is a time to be bold and to take action. So, Alyson, I'm all ears. Let's go.
I love that. Okay, here we go. This is our soul permission slip statement. My beautiful heart and soul.
My beautiful heart and soul.
I am ready to hear you more.
I'm ready to hear you more.
I allow our circuits to become one.
I allow our circuits to become one.
To work together harmoniously.
To work together harmoniously.
To trust in these wisdoms shared.
To trust in these wisdoms shared.
My bright, powerful soul.
My bright, powerful soul.
If you have ever felt dismissed or ignored by me, I apologize.
Whoa. If you ever have felt dismissed or ignored by me, I apologize.
I am ready to open to the idea that you are my highest, greatest good. Encoded within me.
Encoded within me.
That you are my greatest fulfillment.
That you are my greatest fulfillment.
Written with the stars.
Written with the stars.
You carry the blueprint.
You carry the blueprint.
For my richest life here on earth.
For my richest life here on earth.
I know we can be fully divinely aligned.
I know we can be fully divinely aligned.
With the greatest dreams, not just for me.
With the greatest dreams, not just for me.
But also for my ancestry.
But also for my ancestry.
And for all.
And for all.
With this knowing.
With this knowing.
And with this trust.
And with this trust.
I allow myself to become more attuned.
I allow myself to become more attuned.
To your potency now.
To your potency now.
I commit to hearing and honoring you more fully.
I commit to hearing and honoring you more fully.
And so it is.
And so it is.
It's a big statement. And I will share for everyone joining us. I could feel you feeling it. And what's going to be most important now moving forward is we all now have the responsibility of heeding the pulses and the communications that our soul will absolutely inevitably be giving to us more clearly, because we have now invited our soul in to unify with it. And so now it does become our responsibility, becomes our divine duty to listen and to heed what our soul is urging us to do, because we have given this commitment to our soul.
I mean, honestly, what can I say but amen? I feel it so deeply, and it honestly, it is a privilege. And I feel like there's a beautiful tension between being accountable, right? And so now we're accountable. We invited this in, and then to have the honor of being able to answer the call, right? As scary as it can feel, and to say, oh my goodness, I've got this, right? In a world where, again, for a lot of us women, the expectation is to stay small, to stay quiet, and by the way, I'm all about being in service, but if being in service without being empowered, then that is servitude, right? And so, and to me, when I just think about you, Alyson, and honestly, I'll say about myself too, it's like answering the call. And guys, I feel this so powerfully for all of us. Only we can answer the call for ourselves.
Scram! Leave her alone. She doesn't want to talk to you.
We got to get into animal power. There's so much more for us to cover. So you call this the medicine of the wild. And by the way, I just have to tell you, it's probably been in the last handful of weeks, maybe 2 months. Like I do my daily affirmations and write stuff down, where I have been reminding myself that I can trust my, I can trust my radiant, wise, wild, or no, my grateful, here's what I say. I can trust my grateful, wise, wild, radiant heart. This idea of wild has come to me so powerfully. And the fact that you're like, yeah, it's all about the wild. I'm like, bring it. Right?
Yes.
There's something, I mean, it's powerful. Like but it takes courage too. It's like, shit, if I do wild, I'm going to get in trouble. It's like, yeah, maybe a little bit, but that's also getting into integrity. Yeah.
It brings to mind, this might be TMI, but one of my favorite things is to pee in the yard and to go out naked in my yard. And I know you can't do that when you live in New York City, really. But it's literally, and it sounds so silly and might sound so small, but getting reconnected to the wildness in that way, it's literally one of my top 3 favorite things to do. And when I go to a new land,
you have permission.
It feels so good. Trust me, give it a shot.
As funny as it is, I actually just shared this the other day as well. Like I was having, honestly, it was a rough day. And so I live, it's a 2-minute walk into the most gorgeous woods here in Colorado Springs. I let out a primal scream. I just felt so freaking frustrated, which I've never done before. Like, what kind of crazy lady? So then I turn the corner. There are these people in a hammock, like ready to die. I feel so embarrassed. I'm like, F it. I'm like, I let out my primal scream. I'm going to own it. Right. But that permission so we just did the permission, and tapping into our soul's highest calling and so forth. Like there is something profoundly, profoundly empowering about giving ourselves that permission, and only we can give ourselves permission. And even what you described, it seems like a small symbol, but let's face it, symbols punch above their weight. Symbols are important, and actions.
It unlocks those parts of our soul. It's been like, please let me howl at the moon, let me scream, let me pee, let me, it's hilarious. It seems small. Yeah, I love it. So speaking of the wild path and the animals, I am the author of Animal Power book, and there is our beautiful black jaguar friend on the cover. And I wanted to bring a few of our power animal guides into this flow with us. And each one of the ones that I selected carry different types of empowering manifesting abilities. And the first one, and it probably won't be a surprise to some because you'll be like, oh, that makes sense. I want to cover the peacock.
Beautiful.
And when we think of the peacock and talk about shining in our full, authentic glory, not being afraid to express our gifts and our divine light and our power to the world, we're talking about that peacock medicine. If you just take a moment to think about when they're full tail feathers, they usually have at least 150 tail feathers. When those open far and wide and all those iridescent colors and that third eye shape that's embedded in each one of the feathers opens, and they have the crown on top of their heads, and the way they carry themselves, the way they walk around, shimmying those tail feathers and letting those colors, transmit their medicine. The peacock is not afraid to express who they truly are in the world. And so that's definitely one of the manifesting medicines that I wanted to bring in. And I wanted to guide, I know we might not have too much time, but within Animal Power book, with each animal, there's also a brief power practice that can help you get into the medicine that each animal uniquely brings. And so this would be a perfect point if you don't already have your Power of Manifestation guidebook out of your journal, get that now. Because I'm going to guide you through just a really brief peacock power practice, tongue twister there.
Oh my God, I love this so much. I can't even tell you. I'm so excited. I mean, and by the way, just again, for so many of us, so we're like, stay quiet, stay small, don't shine too brightly, kind of, you don't want anybody else to feel uncomfortable. Like, this is permission. I mean, that peacock energy you're talking about and how beautifully you describe it, it is like, oh, snap. I am going to completely feel that. So keep going. I love this so much.
Yeah, the peacock is all about self-love and shining authentically. And we came here to do that. So, all right, everyone can just go ahead and get comfortable and close your eyes gently. And I want you to envision that peacock's tail, like I said before, with its brightly colored feathers wide and far on display like a big fan. Just tune in to those colored feathers now. And let your gaze wander along the dazzling blues and greens shimmering. And as you hold this image in your mind, I want you to ask yourself, what creative abilities of mine want to be expressed? And just allow that first answer to emerge. What creative abilities of mine want to be expressed? And I want you to ask yourself, how can I share my true colors with the world? Your true colors, the true soul colors, how can you share those with the world? And it's as simple as that. And I just want you to let those answers arise and then go ahead now and make any note of any of the feelings that came up. Sometimes people experience the message from these animals through an emotion, through a feeling. Maybe there were words, maybe you had images, but go ahead now and write in your journal anything that came up. Because I also, when you do the work, when you're bridging the realms like we are right now, when we're uniting with our soul and with the worlds, different worlds, oftentimes when the answers come up, they do dissolve pretty quickly back into the ether. So anytime you're doing a meditation or one of these types of practices or a shamanic journey, if you do really want to remember what you experienced during the ceremony, it is important to write it down because it does have a tendency to just glisten right.
Oh, 100%. Will you just repeat the two invocations again, please?
What creative abilities of mine want to be expressed?
Okay. And hang on. Actually, let everybody. If for people who just need a little more time, what creative? Because I was feeling it and I didn't write it down. So, what creative abilities? Say it again, please.
What creative abilities of mine want to be expressed? And how can I share my true colors with the world? Wonderful. Okay, so mountain lion actually is a perfect one for us to cover because it embodies so many of the teachings that you and I have covered, because it's about healthy leadership, embodiment of the path that you have been walking. And so it's going to be a really, really powerful one. If you're wanting to manifest and actualize really big goals, you want to know how to call mountain lion in. Also within the book, there are energy medicine messages. And so let's see, I'll read a couple from Mountain Lion. I remind you that the greatest form of leadership comes from the heart and personal embodiment of the teachings you are sharing. Strong leadership does not come from force. And I'll read, my medicine helps you set intentions and maintain focus. Take time now to get clear on where you're heading and why, and how you want to feel when you get there. So you're probably starting to get the idea of what the mountain lion medicine is all about. And so we'll do one more brief power practice that pertains to mountain lion. So you can go ahead and get settled and gently close your eyes again. And we call upon our sacred mountain lion friend to enter to work with us for this exercise. And begin to connect deeply with your breath. Just allow yourself to begin to feel mountain lion's energetic presence coming in. Its raw power and confidence filling your room. Once you feel mountain lion's energetic presence, you can speak this following phrase out loud. Dear mountain lion.
Dear mountain lion.
What are 4 qualities that allow me to be a strong leader?
What are 4 qualities that allow me to be a strong leader?
And just stay in this space. Stay connected to your heart and to mountain lion, and just allow these qualities of leadership that live within you to reveal themselves. Dear mountain lion, what are the 4 qualities that allow me to be a strong leader? Just let them come up. And if they're already emerging, you can begin to write them down on paper. And hopefully there's at least one in those 4 that surprised you. And you thought, I haven't thought about that ever or in a long time. Or I forgot that's actually one of my strengths. Maybe there's just a reemergence of an aspect of you that's revealing. And of course, with these practices, stay with these. Once this session is done and wrapped, go back to these answers, tune into them more deeply. I'm just giving you the brief version of them, but go back and sit with these for however long you feel you need to. Today, maybe you do morning meditation practice, open them up tomorrow morning as you meditate, and just really keep unpacking these, because these are going to be what I call the divine connect the dots, those breadcrumbs that really start to guide you. You don't have to do this alone. That's why God exists. That's why Earth Mother is here. That's why these power animal guides and allies exist. It's to empower us and support us and to start to help us be shown the way. Okay, so the last one we'll cover for today is deer, and it's one of my all-time favorites. When I had my spiritual awakening, I had 4 main animals come in to support me, and deer was one of them. The other 3 were bear, black jaguar, and frog. And deer had played a really instrumental role in my husband and I coming together, actually. So I really bow in such deepest reverence to our deer power animal guide. And deer is the path of the heart, of compassion and kindness, of unconditional love, and that gentle strength and the greatest divine embrace. And so you can work with deer when you want your heart to heal or open, when you want to inspire through kindness rather than force, when you want to give and receive unconditional love, when you want to stop being so hard on yourself or others. It's the path of the heart. It's one of the most beautiful animal power medicines out there. It's really, I owe deer so much, because it was through the urgings of deer to keep my heart open when I had my awakening through getting out of that previous abusive cycle of relationship. And there's many cases of this. You can probably think of someone when you've gone through really deep, extreme heartbreak, whether through betrayal or something that just broke your heart so badly. Oftentimes people tend to close their hearts off and they remain single for the rest of their lives. And, that can happen. And I'm not faulting or judging that. It's understandable. But I'm just saying that because deer really gave me the strength to keep my heart open. And thank God for that, because it took me many years to heal and figure it out. But I'm now with my husband, who's so incredible, and I'm so grateful. So what I would love to do for the deer power practice, rather than doing the practice from the book, I will work with a drum and guide you all on a brief drumming, like a 5-minute drumming journey. So now typically for a guided shamanic journey, I would advise you to lay down on your back and cover your eyes. And of course, we definitely want the room to be quiet. Ideally, there's not a lot of other people around. Make sure your phone is off, because I really want you to get the most out of this brief journey we're going to go on. Okay. And then, Andrea, if you can let me know for sure that you can hear the drum.
I hear it and I feel it.
Wonderful. Okay, so if you chose to lay down and cover your eyes, that's beautiful. If you're remaining seated upright, that's fine too, but just go ahead and close your eyes. Just allow your body to soften. Let your shoulders release from your neck. Unclench your jaw. Let your face soften. Let your stomach expand and soften. Begin to connect with the beautiful breath. Just feeling the air flowing in and out. Letting your energetic field be cleared for this practice. And staying connected with your breath. And softening your body even more, just letting go, truly releasing. And begin to connect more fully with the beat of the drum, the heartbeat of our soul. Just allow its beautiful medicine to begin to enter into your heart. We just allow this drum to begin its healing right away. Letting the medicine of the drum beat to go to any area of your heart that feels filled with darkness, that feels clouded with past pain. We allow the drum beat to meet those areas with grace, with a deep bow of honor. We allow those areas to just gently start to open, to get unstuck. Maybe that dark corner of your heart begins to turn a softer shade of gray, begins to open up and waft away like smoke. And let's just investigate this area of your heart a little bit more. and ask your heart if there's an old pain that wants to be acknowledged from a past experience. Is there an ache in your heart that's been held there from something in the past? And just allow that to reveal. And you can ask this pain, this area of your heart, this experience, give it a voice and ask it, what do you want me to know? You can ask it, what do you need for your healing? Just begin to send what it needs to that area of your heart now. And I want you to ask your heart, what color can enter? What color can begin to enter your heart for healing now? And just see what color reveals. And allow that color to flow in and flow around your heart like water, just filling your heart center. Allowing the healing medicine of that color to fill your heart now. And thank your heart for revealing this message to you. And with this trust, I want you to go deeper now into the center point of your heart. Go right into the center zone of that beautiful, juicy heart. Just arrive there and relish in the feelings here. When you're in the very center point of your heart, what does it feel like? Just bask in that for a moment. And I want you to ask the center of your heart, what is the next step I can take that will make you come more alive? What is the next step that I can take that will allow you to feel more alive? Just trusting the guidance coming in. And lastly, just ask your heart if there's anything else it wants you to know. Go ahead and give a big, deep bow to your heart. Thank it for its wisdom. Thank it for its power and presence. And we thank Pure Love God and Earth Mother, creating and holding this safe space as we take this voyage. And just return back more now to your physical body, connecting more to your breath, arriving back more now to this present moment, feeling the seat beneath you, returning again to the energy in the room. And we call all divine power and parts back to you now to serve your highest, greatest good here on earth. Arriving fully back to the center line of your physical vessel now. Fully returned to your physical body, your sacred vessel now.
Alyson, that was so beautiful. I felt that so deeply. Guys, how much do you love that? Let's Amazon.com. We need that drum. I mean, it's like, oh, I've always loved percussion. I know a lot of us have. Just what you feel and your guidance in that was just awesome. Thank you. I haven't had that kind of experience before, and it was really cool. Unexpected in a lot of ways.
I'm so. Oh, good. Did you have an intriguing awareness or anything come through for you?
Oh, totally. And, and I'm keeping it real, everybody. I can't remember what the question was. I think it was like your second to last question. And you were like, what is the next step I can take now? And if I'm being honest, the thought was, I don't know. And then the next thought was, I still don't know. And I was like, Andrea, just be quiet. And then it was, yes, it is allow. It's allow and receive. And to me, when I think of a step to be, and back to so much of our conversation, it's a choice to surrender. It's a choice to get into that feminine energy. It's a choice to receive. And that's not especially natural to me, because my modus operandi had for the longest time been to do, and I still do, right? I mean, in the world of manifestation, you got to take aligned action, right? We know that. But what came through when I allowed myself to say, I don't know, and sit with it and not get agitated, it was like, just allow. And I was like, yes, that is the answer I needed.
Oh, that's so gorgeous. I love that. Thanks for sharing. Mine, and they can also be very simple. Mine was to fly a kite. Super unexpected. But I thought to myself, I don't remember the last time I went to a park and flew a kite. Like that does make my heart happy. Like my heart does want to do that with my husband and my dog, go to a park and fly a kite. So I'm on next up on my agenda is just keeping it real simple and flying a kite. And I also wanted to note that while, yes, you can get that particular Remo drum online, there's also opportunities where you can make your own drum. And this is an alkyd drum that I have made myself with a deer antler in the back. And so that's also a really powerful option if it calls to people that there are drum making guides out there. And I love them both. There's different resonances. And for when I use a mic, the Remo drum actually does tend to resonate better with microphones. But there's a whole different medicine that transmits when you're utilizing a drum that you made yourself.
Oh my gosh. Alyson, if you don't already have this course, I think your next course needs to be making a drum. And I want to be the first person to sign up.
Amazing.
That's
great.
Really
I've
cool.
thought about
Yeah, no, it's really cool.
Wow.
At the top of my notes, it says, guys, you're going to love this. Secret bonus tip: being a born again virgin may not be a bad idea after all. What? Where did that even come from? We are ending in a totally different direction than where you thought this was going, people. So I'm gonna let you just you know I don't even need to ask the questions. You know what to say.
Yeah, I wanted to end on maybe a surprise note, because when I was thinking, like, what might some people be really wanting to manifest right now? And I know for many years, for me, it was aligning in true sacred union. And I thought to myself, okay, what was one of the top 3 main key things that I did that I know helped allow me to arrive to the point where I found my husband? And it was celibacy. And I, not only do I owe a lot to that, but so does my husband. When we actually met, we were both celibate. And I, embarked on a longer, like 5.5 year journey with it. His was, I think, about 18 months, so just shy of 2 years. But both of us really attribute celibacy being a huge reason why we were individually able to get into our individual sovereignty and full divine power, which is an absolute key ingredient then for how you want to come together with someone. You don't want to ideally come together with someone trauma bonding and as a fragmented self. You want to arrive to your own wholeness and sovereignty individually. Then when you bring 2 sovereign whole people together, that's where you can really have, hard conversations in a healthy way and support each other in a really beautiful way, in a different way than maybe you've experienced in the past. So yeah,
hey, Alyson, can I just interrupt for just a second? Because I know everybody's going to have this burning question that I have. I think a lot of us have been in a quote unquote dry patch where we haven't had sex, right? For whatever reason. So it sounds like you're saying this was celibacy by choice. Right? It's not a dry patch. And if that's accurate, what does this mean for self-pleasure?
Oh, well, I love these questions. So yes, Luke and I both consciously chose to enter into celibacy. And
no sex.
Second,
no sex with somebody else. No sex with a partner.
That's what I'm about to answer.
Okay.
His celibacy looked very different than mine. So his was a bit more strict. His included no flirting, no dates, no women over to his house, no porn, no sex. I mean, like, his had a lot of regulations and stipulations. With mine, there was still self-pleasuring, but I would not allow anyone to enter my sacred vessel for all of those years. And that was to just, the past abusive relationship I had been in, he was struggling with addiction issues, one of them being sex addiction. And so one of the things that I had to put a lot of years and effort into was healing and clearing my womb and, just clearing any old imprints from there. And so the celibacy really helped me to do that and to also kind of completely restart and get back to square one in terms of what does it really mean for self-respect, self-worth, self-love, self-honor when it comes specifically to my how I treat my sacred physical vessel. And so the celibacy, we had different rules for it, but it both played a huge part in us coming together.
That is incredible. And it's interesting because I think of SEX as an acronym, sacred energy exchange. And it feels like the point you're making is that is much more, if you will, doable when you've done that healing and when you have abstained so that you can show up and be in that union in a way that is more pure and sacred. And it sounds like it worked. Can you just tell us, how did you guys meet?
Well, interestingly, we were both giving a talk at a consciousness summit in New York City. He was living in LA at the time, but we were both giving talks at that event. And he reached out for me to be on his podcast called The Lifestylist. And so our very first meeting is actually recorded, which is pretty cool that we can, go back and listen to that first conversation. And it's funny because I then had him on my show that I filmed in Los Angeles. And we would ask each other questions about, like, the other celibacy and what are you looking for in a partner? And so it's funny to look back in hindsight. But that's how we met, was through us doing similar work and giving talks.
It sounds like amazing manifestation. Okay, last question. What do you recommend, or do you recommend the minimum amount of time if somebody is choosing celibacy to get the kind of impact that you think is useful?
Yeah, I mean, I think it can really, vary. There's just so many, different factors involved, but the amount of time that's ringing in my ear is a year, at least a year. It takes some time to really reset. For me, I needed to learn how to trust myself again. I needed to learn that I could trust myself in selecting a partner and other ways of trusting. And that takes time. And if you're going to do it, you want to do it right, and you want to really devote to it and not shortchange such a powerful, potent experience. So I would say, I would recommend a year. I know there's other people that have gotten a lot out of a 6-month break. And I know there's a lot of celebrities that have done it too, and have gained a lot from it spiritually. I know Lenny Kravitz, he did 9 years. That's a very long cycle.
Lenny Kravitz went 9 years?
9 years. So that's one of the longest ones that I've heard. But yeah, there's a lot of people that have gotten a lot of spiritual gifts. I believe Andrew Garfield, the actor, he said that a lot of spiritual gifts came online for him in his celibate time. He did it for a role. But yeah, so there's a lot of different reasons that people can choose to do it, but there's a lot of magic held in celibacy.
Wow. It's so interesting because I haven't heard this, so I'm having my mind blown a little bit right now, because I also think about the how sex and sexual intimacy is so sacred in so many traditions, right? So it's amazing that both can be true. And it's almost like the choice of celibacy, a deliberate one, leading back to an even maybe more sacred sexual experience. And I just really, just a big thank you, talking about your own abusive relationship. I don't know if there was sexual abuse or not, but I mean, 1 out of 5 women are going to be 1 out of 4 women are going to be sexually abused, right? And so many women have had sexually traumatic experiences. So this as a path to restore trust and safety, it feels like that's probably something that is now available to more of you, to more of us. Referencing your husband's that sex addiction, which is so common with so many women, so many men. I mean, maybe some women too, more of a male thing. How porn is becoming so dominant in our world, and particularly for younger men, and how it warps people. And so I love that you describe this even more fully. And again, it just becomes an individual choice. How far are we willing to go to be healed and free? How far are you willing to go to be healed and free? I do want
to just note, the sex addict was a previous partner that I had been with for a long time.
Got it. Okay.
Just to keep the energy clean and clear on that.
Appreciate that.
But my current husband, he's got a lot of wild tales that are going to be revealed in his book that's going to come out next year. But specifically with that, there were 2 different people.
Okay, well, thanks for that clarification, and I'm eager to meet him. He sounds amazing. So hopefully one of these days, Alyson Charles Storey, you have been such an extraordinary guest.
Yeah, I hope there was some wisdom nuggets in there to be of service. I hope each person got at least one thing out of this. That's always my intention. And thank you for helping to urge me further out of the cave. It was an honor to share this time with you, Andrea.
Oh my gosh, there were so many actionable takeaways. And for me, equal to the actionable takeaways was just that feeling of being with you. And I hope, guys, you all felt that too. And it just feels like you're nervous, like we all co-regulate. I hope you guys feel like I just feel good right now, because that's the power of healing and purifying ourselves and keeping it real. And dang, it multiplies. It multiplies. right?
Thank you so
Go
much.
into those caves, people. Come back, be radiant. Alyson, thank you. You are brilliant. And I can't wait for our next conversation. And is it just me, or when somebody starts to hit a drum like that, like you just feel it, right? There is something so powerful about that. This has been genuinely such a soul-stirring, expansive, wild in the best way possible session. Just to recap a few of the takeaways, and really just asking you all to think about it yourselves, to journal on it. I mean, whether you're on a walk or in the shower, these things tend to bubble up as we invite them in and give them permission. But this business of living from the inside out, are you winning but lost, right? Only you can answer that for yourself. And if so, you're not alone. And I mean, just really getting to that next point. I mean, there's always this divine support, as Alyson was talking about, between the pure love God, and this isn't necessarily, it's not necessarily a Christian thing, although it could be, it could be a native thing. It could be a pantheonic thing. But this idea that we are all surrounded with wisdom and guides. And if we are open to that, and as she described, even Mother Earth, which I just think is so beautiful, power animals, I mean, there's love and guidance for all of us. And then finally getting into the sacred pauses, going into the cave, and maybe even going into celibacy, and certainly surrender as techniques to heal and become more whole, more pure, so that you can get to a place of greater joyfulness, greater bliss, greater connectivity. I mean, I take my own healing journey so seriously. It's why I've been so grateful to be able to bring the Power of Manifestation event to you guys, and to bring all of these speakers, their wisdom, their pain, their heartache, their triumph, along with my own. So you can go, oh, I'm not alone. And it's just a choice to take the next step toward alignment, and knowing that it's not typically a linear path, you guys, right? And that can feel exciting and a little bit nerve-wracking at times, because there may be a cave in your way, but it's not it's not in the way. It is these seeming setbacks and challenges and unexpected experiences that can feel even overwhelming at times in my own experience, and certainly Alyson's and so many of our other guests. These dark night of the soul experiences have been the portal, and I use that word really deliberately, the portal to freedom, the portal to transformation. So thanks for hanging with us. If you want to learn more about Alyson, you can find her at AlysonCharles.com. That's ALYSON. On Instagram, she's amazing. I know she hasn't been posting for a while, but hopefully now that she's out of the cave and back in action, you'll find her at I am Alyson Charles on Instagram. She has the Animal Power book and deck. Oh my God, I love that. I've never done anything like that before. That was so cool. And then finally, she has a free offering at AlysonCharles.com/animal power. If you want to immerse in a drumming journey to meet your current animal power, you can just put your tango or power of manifestation in the receipt section, so you can get even more from Alyson Charles. And with that, thank you so very much for tuning in with Alyson, me, in this amazing session. And I look forward to seeing you in the next session of Power of Manifestation. Mwah. Can I share something really important with you before you click away or fast forward? You're here watching these sessions. You're feeling fired up. Maybe you've already tried a few of the practices in your real life and something's clicking. That is exactly what my team and I knew would happen. We planned for it. But here's the thing, and I'm saying this because I truly care about you actually getting results, not just being entertained here for a session or two, or maybe over a few days. There are 26 sessions in Manifesting Your Dream Life 2026, 26 extraordinary teachers, 26 sets of tools, practices, and actionable insights designed to help you create real, lasting change in your life. You are not going to get through all of that, what is available to you now, for free. I mean, you could try, you could marathon it, but honestly, that's not how lasting, true transformation really works. This isn't about feverishly consuming as much as you can or consuming the minimal. It's about bringing it into your life and really internalizing it over time, noticing what works for your nervous system, seeing what lights you up, feeling what lights you up, and knowing this process compounds and evolves over time. That takes not just time, but your effort. It takes you investing in yourself. My team and I didn't assemble 26 extraordinary speakers to simply keep you busy for a few days. We did it because we know that different messages and different teaching styles land differently for different people at different time, especially depending where you are on your manifestation and healing journey. And by the way, what might not seem monumental today might be exactly what you need 6 months from now. And crucially, to achieve lasting change, to really master the changes that will truly transform your life, will likely mean returning to this material to go deeper, to truly internalize it. There are quite a few books and concepts that I have revisited dozens of times in my life to achieve mastery. So here's what I want and will ask you to consider. Right now, your access to this event is temporary. You have just a few days. But on this page, you can upgrade to lifetime access and keep all of this extraordinary, genuinely exclusive material that we've developed for you. You can keep it forever, all 26 video sessions. And what you don't have access to now, all of the MP3 audio files and the full transcripts, plus all of the bonus materials, all of the guided practices, meditations, and rituals that help you embody this work and not just understand it intellectually. And honestly, for such a modest investment, like genuinely a teeny tiny amount of money compared to what you would pay for even one private session with any of these extraordinary teachers, you can own it all forever. Here's what that means for you practically. You can take your time. You can go deeper into the sessions that called to you during the summit, when they call to you again, and then you can explore the ones that you didn't get to. You can also just go in and fast forward to the exact moment that amazing teacher said that amazing thing that changed everything for you, because we all have those moments, right? It's like, oh, I just want to hear it again. Or someone puts words to something you've been feeling or didn't quite understand or couldn't name before. And it's like, oh my God, I love those ahas. It's like, yes, let's go. You'll also have the MP3 audio versions, so you can listen while you're driving, walking, folding laundry, or even lying in bed at night. You can let this work integrate easily into your life instead of being or having one more thing that you have to sit down and make time for. And you'll have the transcripts. So when something really lands for you, you can really savor it. You can highlight it. You can journal on it. You can reflect on and internalize it at your own pace. One more thing you should know. Once the event ends, the price does go up. So if you felt even a small shift over what you've seen, if even one session or one teacher has helped you feel or see something differently or given you a tool that actually works for you, this is how you make sure that not only you don't lose it, but you can really build on it. That's why I always talk about how pouring into yourself, taking the time to heal, learn, and grow compounds. But only you can do it. Only you can invest in yourself. Only you can give yourself permission to take your time with this truly exclusive material, to come back to it, to allow it to crack you open, lift you up, and light up your life. That's the goal here, gang. That's why my team and I have invested countless hours and resources to bring Manifesting Your Dream Life to you. It's truly because it's our deep desire that you say, yes, this is for me. It doesn't matter what hasn't worked for you in the past. You're here now. I'm here now. It's no coincidence that I am sitting in front of you, offering you the chance to transform your life with guidance from several of the world's greatest thought leaders in the healing, empowerment, love, relationships, and manifestation space for a very, very modest rate. You can upgrade to lifetime access right now on this page before you move on to the next session, have to get back to work, or distracted by life's incessant demands. And I genuinely, truly hope you do. I truly hope you say yes to manifesting your dream life. I want this to be more than just a moment for you. I am personally invested in and excited to be your companion in this next phase of your journey as you say yes to becoming the greatest, highest version of you. And only you can do it. I hope you have enjoyed every bit of this summit so far, that you've taken full advantage as your time has allowed. I hope you continue to invest in the coming days with all this great material that we have developed. And honestly, if you decide to upgrade, that is fantastic. Genuinely no pressure. I just don't want you to miss this extraordinary effort and this extraordinary opportunity to achieve lasting transformation. All right. Thank you so much. Welcome back to the Power of Manifestation. My name is Andrea Miller, and I am so excited to be hosting this session called Main Character Energy, Rewrite Your Story of Doubt and Pain and Rise into Radiance, Authenticity, and Self-Love. Your dreams, what lights you up and makes you feel amazing and most alive, deserve starring roles in your life. And my guest today is the person to help you realize this. My guest goes by Love Again Jen. She has mastered being her own radiant main character and teaches others how to do so brilliantly, as you see. And she's got the coolest whiteboard you guys are going to fall in love with. And I know a lot of you are like, oh, come on, we know Love Again Jen, and we're following her. We're one of her like bazillion Instagram and TikTok followers. But for those of you who aren't familiar, she is amazing. So Jennifer is an artist who makes deep spiritual truth feel simple, clear, and real. She breaks down complex, energetic concepts in a way even a first grader could understand, so her students can stop overthinking and start receiving. More of that, please. Jen teaches that the law of attraction is always calling you, that everything in the universe is vibration, and that to manifest your dreams, you must become a vibrational match, which means starting with healing that which holds you back. So get ready to remember your dreams were placed with you for a reason, and it's your responsibility to heal so that you can rise with radiance and attract love, abundance, and be authentic, not only for yourself, but for generations to come. If you don't have your journal and handbook, grab it real quick. You can go to Power of Manifestation right now and grab it. If you're just like, nah, I don't need it, just make sure you have a notebook or something. You're going to find that Jen has so many insights and takeaways. You're going to want to take notes. And by the way, this is not a spectator sport. I want you to take the notes so you can come back and internalize it, to learn it and live it, right? That is what is key to being a vibrational match. It's not just being entertained, okay? With that, Jen, welcome to this amazing event. I'm so glad to get to talk to you and to learn from you today.
Hey, thank you so much.
Let's start with the law of attraction. You say that the law of attraction is trying to reach you, that your dreams are seeking you. Are you open up to receiving them? And I realize that's a lot, but let's start there by, maybe what you mean by that and helping us understand how to tap into the law of attraction so we can actually reach these dreams.
So there's a lot of misconceptions when it comes to the law of attraction. A lot of people think that it's trying to pull in 3D things. I'm trying to pull in the money. I'm trying to pull in the person, like it's outside of us. But the law of attraction goes on a very, very deeper level that not many people immediately grasp. So listen to me when I say that every single thing that you want is constantly being attracted to you. Every single desire that you've ever had, there's a reason why you have it. There's a reason why you feel that frustration, like it's on the way. And there's this frustration of, where is it? Where is it? And so you take these courses about how to manifest these things in. But little do we now realize that it's already within us. And here's exactly what I'm saying. So right here, I have a drawing of energy. So think about this as just simply energy, 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 energy. Everything that you want, it's an energy. Money is a vibration. People are vibrations. And at first, we think that we live in a 3D world. So in science class, we learned that solids are made of little atoms, right? What creates a solid? It's little atoms. So if we think about it on a scientific level and on a spiritual level, every solid is made of atoms, and when they're bunched together, they vibrate outwards. So the law of vibration is every single thing is a vibration. So the person that you want, they're a vibration. And the money that you want is a vibration. And so whatever you believe in, I truly believe in God, but God is constantly trying to love you. He's constantly trying to give you the things that you want because you are meant to receive and fulfill your purpose. The money that you want, you're meant to receive it so you can take care of your family, so you can retire your parents, so that you never worry about money again. That's your purpose. You're here to receive abundance. However, you might have experienced that the abundance isn't here. You might have experienced, it kind of feels like this. It kind of feels like, well, Jen, all the energy is trying to find me. How come it's not here? We have these blocks. And these blocks are created not only through our fears of we don't think it's possible, or I don't deserve to be loved, or I don't deserve the money, or money is greedy. Society gives us these blocks. Society tells us that you have to go to school, you got to be in a straight line, and that what you think is possible is not possible. When we're children, we think everything is possible. When we're children, we're so happy, we're so creative, we're so imaginative, and we believe that we can have anything that we want. But then schooling tells us, nope, you got to get a job, you got to go to school, you got to have the house, blah, blah, blah. So it creates these limitations. When we understand that the universe is constantly trying to give us energy, at first, all of our limitations come up of that's not true. That's not true. So these are negative energies that are given to us at a very young age, whether that's through what your parents believe is possible for you or what the school believes is possible for you. And remember how I said everything is vibration in this universe. Your thoughts are vibrations. Your feelings are vibrations. Your vibration, your puppy is a vibration. Your phone is a vibration. Your house is a vibration. Remember, every single solid is a vibration. And also your thoughts. So when we have these thoughts that are programmed into us of, I can't do it, or making $1 million a day is impossible, we have these ideas within us. And what happens is it pushes away the energy. It pushes away the love that's trying to find you. Society wants this to happen. Society wants you to feel small. Society wants you to feel like you are not a worthy match with everything that you want. So you might have learned in math class that there's only positive and negative energy to infinity. That's it. Positive and negative. There's no in between. The yin and the yang, night and day, heaven and purgatory. There's only positive and negative. So if there's constantly positive energy that's constantly trying to find you, it's not here. The only equation is that it is being pushed away. The negative is pushing it away. Society tells you that it's not possible. Society tells you that you have to go down one route. You have to pretend to be somebody that you're not in order to make money, in order to live, in order to be loved. You know, on a first date, you constantly have to try and impress them. You can't be yourself. You know, when you're trying to get that job, you're pretending to be somebody that you're not.
Yeah, I would just chime in. I feel like just adding to that society thing, that making money is hard, that work is hard. It's hard to find a great job. It's hard, like there are no good guys out there, right? So much of what I feel like you're saying is programmed out there societally. And then for a lot of us, we're getting that unconsciously from our parents, from the people around us. And it becomes this inner narrative that we just take as true. Those are the blocks that are preventing the law of attraction from working to our advantage. Do you think that's right?
Exactly. It's a cultivation. It can manifest so there's either positive or negative. The negative can manifest as your teacher was mean to you, your parents were mean to you, society told you, the movie told you that it's not possible for you. So I see it as there's demons that fly around this world. There's viruses that fly around the world, and we feel it, and we feel like, oh, it's not possible for me. And we start to tell ourselves exactly what you said. Is we feel the fears, and especially, it goes very deep into what you brought up of your parents. What your parents believed is possible was projected onto you. And so what we do is we repeat the generations over and over and over as to what is possible.
It's an inception, right? And to your point, like, and our parents got it from their parents and their parents and their parents. And so it becomes this embedding that we as individuals, again, main characters, have to wake up to and go, well, that's not true. And we're going to get to you. You have such amazing work, teachings on shadow work. You've got this amazing ebook. And by the way, folks, you can get it for free. The sort of basic one that Jen has created. And then there's a really extra beautiful one that you can also buy from her website, The Shadow Within. It's super powerful. And this is so foundational. So we're going to get into that. But before we do, I want everybody to feel as on fire as I do, listening to Jen, learning from Jen. You talk about how anything is possible, and you mean that seriously, and that the universe is unlimited. And you've seen it even in your own life. You talk so beautifully about some of your own setbacks and how you were able to break through. Can you just talk a little bit more about this idea that literally anything is possible. That is main character energy. Like, if for everybody listening, talking to you, because I've gone through some of these heartaches and setbacks myself. And when you finally go, oh my God, that's actually true. It's not just a trope. When you feel that, snap, everything opens up.
Yes. So like I'm saying here, everything is possible. So remember from math class, you learned that energy is either positive or negative to infinity. So it goes on a loop. It's infinite. There are multiple laws in physics that talk about Newton's laws, about infinite energy. Energy cannot be created nor destroyed. So if you can imagine it, it exists. It's unlimited. So I've actually never thought about this, but while you were speaking, I just saw this visual of, if you can imagine, if you believe that something is possible for you, like a child who believes in unicorns. When we're children, when we're bright and pure, before society tells us what to do, we literally feel that unicorns and mermaids and everything exists. I can be a superstar. I can be a superhero. And that voice is pushed down dark, dark room for the rest of our lives. So when you believe in yourself, what happens is the power of belief. A vibration comes out into the universe that it's possible because you see it. And what happens is, take a look. I have a green ring, green vibration. Therefore, the more that you believe in something, remember, everything's trying to find you. That green energy source will finally reach you. The more that you believe that it's possible. Let's do another one. The more that you believe that it's possible for you to make more money, you truly 100% believe it in your heart. You let go of all the demons that tell you it's not possible, it's not possible. You truly believe in a vibration, guess what's going to happen? The universe, the orange arrow that's constantly trying to find you can finally find you because you're a vibrational match. So you might have heard that the law of attraction is like attracts like. It's a very, very positive or popular.
Positive, no pun intended. We're talking energy.
Like attracts like. So every single thing, who you are, you attract in like vibrations. What you think, you attract in like vibrations. You're a vibrational match. You are a magnet. So the reason why you attract in these states, why? Why do we attract in this energy? Why is God constantly trying to love us? Why? Because we have a magnet within us. What is this magnet? It's the energy. It's your soul. Your soul is the universe. Now, I know that's very profound at first. What are you talking about? The universe lives within you. So when we're talking about the main character energy, what that is translated into spirituality is you are the source. You are the creator of your reality. You create what you think. You create what you receive. You create the universe. You are the universe. God lives within you. And you, every single person, not just you, everyone around you is the universe. So we're all, you might have heard, a collective consciousness. Now that's another deeper level of seeing this, but we are all the universe. And the more that we embody the universe within us, like you said, we heal the negativity. We realize our power. And like we talked about, this is very simple. This is very first grade, but there's a whole process of how you undo this. There's a whole process of how you heal your soul.
Yeah. And it just, as you speak, what comes to mind for me is like this visual. It's like we're each a portal and we each have so much more power than we realize. It's like our feelings, our beliefs, that's the portal. Like that's where there is tremendous, like unbelievable, unlimited power. You kind of suggested we do a little exercise about having really visualizing and feeling, because that's ultimately it, right? It's overriding all that negativity that was programmed into us, as I like to say in my journal, that was dumped onto me, right? And it's like, talk about like being main character. We need a better script. We need to upgrade our scripts, right? So can you just walk us through that exercise?
Perfect. So we're talking about the future. So let me get one thing straight. Time doesn't exist. Time is an illusion. Time is a construct. Time does not exist. Every planet has different time. Are we kidding me? Somebody made up that it's Monday. Somebody made up that it's noon. There is no such thing as time. So there's no such thing as the future. There is only the present moment. So if we're playing a video game where there's only the present moment, if that helps you, let's talk about this though. We're going to say the future version of you, the version that you want to become, already lives within you. So this version, like you said, what are they thinking? And what are they feeling? This version of them, they're emitting certain vibrations throughout the day. Certain vibrations, affirmations of, I am worthy of being loved. I'm so grateful for all the money. I'm so grateful for my partner. I'm so grateful. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. But like you brought up, we have our present moment, present, then there's us. And there's you, who believes it's not possible for me. That's impossible. There's absolutely no way that I can follow my dreams or that all these things, I'm limiting all these limiting beliefs, whatever you have, it emits a vibration. So the exercise that was taught to me by Joe Dispenza, very, very beautiful, beautiful doctor, is you have to feel and Neville Goddard, you have to feel the energy now. This is not future. This is not future, but eventually, this is the now. You have to feel this now. So the hard part about this is we are human beings. Our brains are designed to stay the same, to do the same things over and over and over, think the same things over and over and over. Our neural pathways, that's our homeostasis. So you have neural pathways that are wired to think the same things over and over and over. But when you tell yourself, I already have it, you're tapping into this purple version of you. When you even say out loud or think, even though if you don't believe it just yet, I already have it. I already have it. When you are grateful for the things that you already have, even if you're in poverty, even if you're on the side of the road, when you're grateful, you're going to emit this gratitude. Because the version of you, they're so happy that they already have whatever it is. So whatever your desire is, let's put it in this box, okay? They have it. So you emit that vibration of I already have it. The universe hears it, and guess what? Remember, it's going to be received when you vibrate. But here's the problem. Every single person is like, I don't have it. I don't have it yet. So they're vibrating, I don't have it yet. I don't have it. And then guess what they keep manifesting? That they don't have it. So that's a big misconception when it comes to manifestation, that I want it, it's in front of me, it's outside of me. But what I want you to do is throughout your journaling, throughout your daily affirmations, looking into the mirror, mirrors are portals, you tell yourself, I already have it. And if you are a Christian, if you are believing in the Lord, when we pray, we're grateful for the things that we already have. We are grateful of whatever it is. If you are grateful for a pencil, it is the same vibration as I am grateful for my mother. There's very big differences between my mother and a pencil. But when you vibrate just gratitude in general, that's why people who are homeless can be the happiest, because they're just like, I'm so grateful that I'm alive today. I'm so grateful because there are some people that don't wake up. Some people don't have that chance. So what you have to do is you really have to fight those neural pathways that have been programmed. That were those neural pathways. Think about it. Your brain, your nervous system, your genetics were given to you by who? Your parents. Those were the negative programs, like you said. So manifestation is really about you becoming the best version of you. It's not trying to pull in things. And God wants us to become the best version of us so we can serve our purpose, so we can show who we are, and we can create a heaven on earth.
Well, and to your point, that then becomes, I mean, I take this really seriously, that each of us has responsibility to ourselves. And then I would contend, in addition to the future generations, all the people around us, right? Because when I give myself permission to step into the highest, most empowered version of myself, that is implicitly giving others permission to do so. And you know, we're all social creatures, right? And we're all learning, and we're picking, and I feel like that's on the positive, and then on the negative, speaking of energy, it's like the same is true, right? When we have so much self-doubt and lack of gratitude and so forth. In fact, if anything, those negative emotions are apparently even more contagious. So I think when we're all doing this individually to reach our own dreams and heal and step into that higher version of ourselves, there is this really wonderful ripple effect.
You're very right. Positive energy it's contagious. You inspire everyone around you through the collective energy. And so the things that you feel throughout the day, let's say that we could literally measure it with a machine, what someone's thinking and feeling throughout the day. Manifestation is 24/7. It's not just an activity. It's 24/7. Every single thing that you think and every single thing that you feel. So if you could measure exactly, let's say we walk into the version of us in 2035, they have everything. This is exactly what they're feeling. They're feeling grateful. They're feeling joyful. They're feeling completion. They're feeling these things. Let's say we could do that. These are vibrations. Everything in the world is vibration. You name it, it's a vibration. Great gratitude, vibration. Complete vibration. Whatever they're eating, whatever they're exercising, they're sleeping, every single thing matters what this version of them is doing. So if you're taking a look at your life here, most of us don't want to admit what we're actually doing throughout the day. We're thinking about the past. We're thinking about our ex. We're telling ourselves we need to lose weight. We feel like we have to work and we have to hustle, grind, and burn ourselves out. These are low frequencies.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm like beyond excited about just the pure reframing of it all. Like, and I've been doing this stuff for a long time, and even I'm like, oh my gosh, I mean, hustle culture and grind and hard work. It's like all those words have energy. The thinking of it has energy. I have found myself literally like throughout the day and in conversations with people like, wait, but let's push back on that, right? Because to upend those things, especially in our society, like I feel like from Christian society to American capitalism, there is a degree of judgment and criticism, and things have to be hard. But I would say if for those of you who are Christian, Christ's teachings isn't that. It's love and self-compassion and those things that then, if we're really embodying it, give us that radiance and give us that energy. So let me just go back to the list you were making, because I think a lot of times it's like, hey, imagine yourself in your dream house. Imagine yourself in your dream job. Imagine yourself with your dream partner. Imagine all these things outside of yourself. I feel like you're saying something really profound and different. You're saying, make that list of how you feel. The joy, the gratitude, the self-love and so forth. Do you feel like it's more important to embody those feelings or to be really consciously calling in the dream house, the dream job, the dream partner? And not that they're mutually exclusive, but I do feel like for people to understand, like it's coming from the inside out can be a big game changer.
This is a great question. So the reason why you want the house, the reason why you want the car, and the reason why you want the person is how they're going to make you feel when you get it. Because if you ask any rich person, they'll tell you, when I had everything, I still felt nothing within. You chase after it, but it doesn't, remember, everything is a vibration. Yes, the house has a cool vibration, but what's going on within your vibration? So we chase after the feelings. Everything, our hearts and how our hearts feel are more important than the 3D. So the greatest ironic thing is when you need nothing, when you don't need anything, you just want to find inner peace, that's when you attract in tons of money, tons of energy, because you're operating from this authenticity, that main character energy from the source. So you want these vibrations. You don't want the car. Your car is going to rust when you go to heaven. You want to impress people. That's what you want. You want to impress people. You want to impress yourselves. So I like that you brought that up. A lot of people get that mixed up. If they want the house, no, you want the joy that it's going to give you. So feel it now. When you feel it now, you literally put on, like, when you feel it now, guess what? Guess what happens? When you feel it now, the universe gives it to you. The universe is very obedient. If you say, I already have that house, I already have it, you're operating from you already have it, You're finally grateful for the things you already have. God is like, finally, and then he can give it to you.
Whether people know others directly, or we've all heard these stories where, and you touched on this, but I just really want to drive the point home, where there is great financial wealth, a beautiful home, all the material items in the 3D world, and these are people that are shells of themselves, right? And now I know people will be like, but I'd still like to be in a mansion than a shack. Okay, I get that. But to be miserable in a mansion, that is not winning. That is like main character in the middle of the movie trying to figure it out, versus at the end where it's like, snap.
Oh, I've been waiting for this. Oh boy, I've been waiting for this. What's up?
You put in front of us a really cool map of consciousness.
This was a creation of Dr. Hawkins. He believed that every single thing is vibration. He measured that every single thing is vibration. He even took alcohol and he was able to measure that it has a low vibration of below 200 hertz. So if you take a look here, all these colors show different vibrations. So there's abandonment, loss, anxiety, need, and these are frequencies. These are vibrations that we get to choose to feel. And if you look higher and higher and higher, this is where we reach heaven. Heaven is towards that enlightenment. Heaven in the quantum field is the purple, where we're one with ourselves, where we're presence, unity, inner love, inner wisdom, awareness, filling ourselves with the source. When you don't need anything, you vibrate high. So this is a scale of the vibrations, but most people, like you said, they've been trained, they've been programmed to vibrate low. They've been trained to constantly feel that. And unfortunately, our brains are addicted to those low vibrations. That's all we feel is possible for us.
Well, it's normal and safe, even though it's not good for you. But go ahead.
Oh, yes. It's not good for you, but we don't know any better. That's what we believe that life is. And so when we zoom out of this entire picture and we remind ourselves that everything is vibration, every single thing that you've ever been through, every single thing that you think, every single thing ever, a car, a house, a person can be measured through this map. This map of consciousness is everything.
Yeah, and I'm just going to call out some of these. So at the very bottom, and I know everybody's looking at this with me, but just to speak it from anti-life and destruction and abandonment and loss, and we've all been there. And by the way, those things, they are signals to what needs to get healed. So this isn't at all to shame anybody who or feels anxiety or so forth. To me, these are really beautiful signals from source, from God, from the universe that say, pay attention. You do that healing work, and that's how you go up up this, I don't want to say ladder, but I guess it's a ladder of sorts, to trust, to inner will, inner light, inner wisdom, inner love, unity, presence, all the way to full consciousness. I love even kind of toward the top in purple, that I am presence. When I think main character energy, I think agency. I think, oh my God, I've got this. And recognizing even at times when maybe we were having a little glitch even in our recording a little while ago. And it's like, okay, I'm cool with the glitch. It's teaching me something, right? Versus kind of falling back down into that victim mentality. Like it really becomes a choice. And I love it that it is back to consciousness. It's like, am I going to frame this as this is happening to me? And I feel like this whole business of this life happening to me or for me, if you really embody and embrace that it is happening for you, that to me is how you can not only ascend this map of consciousness, but you can stay there. And then it's like you have a higher baseline and can go higher and higher.
I do struggle to comprehend emotions and feelings and women.
So what you're bringing up now is the mirror. This is a deep, 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 deep truth that everything, all these frequencies, everything that happens to you, whether it's a glitch, whether it's a car accident, when you shift that perspective of it's happening for me, what that really means is it's showing something. It's showing something about you. So every single thing is vibration. Remember, like attracts like. This is the prime foundation. Like attracts like. So if like attracts like, and everything is frequency, there's you. And everybody that's attracted into your life is a mirror of you. You both have the same vibration. Now, at first, you'd be like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? How is this car accident? How is this glitch? How is this thing mirroring me? Most people.
How is this annoying person mirroring me, Jen?
Yes,
They're so annoying. I can't stand them. They suck. I mean, right? Haven't we all been in that? That person's such a jerk.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shoot. Snap. That's saying something about me, right?
Yes. This is where the healing, this is literally where the healing comes from. At first, this concept is, it's really, people don't like it, but this is how you heal. So like attracts like. Every person that you've ever attracted, whether it's your boss, whether it's your ex, whether it's your sister, your mom, I don't care. They are mirroring you. So most of us think that we are a good person. So a great example I like to bring up is, let's say you attract in an alcoholic. You have an alcoholic in your life, but you're not an alcoholic. How is that a mirror of you? What most people do is they break up with the alcoholic. Like, no, it's not good for me. I'm sober. I'm great. I don't have anything to work on. But really, they were showing you, like you said, it's happening for you. They were showing you something. So they have a red vibration right here. The math is not mathing, but here's what's happening. There is a vibration within you that you are not conscious of, that it is being attracted to. Most of us do not know what this is. Most of us have not done the shadow work. Most of us haven't identified the limiting beliefs that they're constantly thinking. It's our ego. Our ego constantly tells us that we're doing everything right, and all we have to do is break up with these people and protect our energy. But really, every single person, place, and thing, whether it's a car accident, whether it's debt in the mail, is a reflection of you, because like frequencies are attracted to like frequencies. So the beautiful thing about this is, think about this not as two people, but this is your life. Your life is negative. You have negative things being attracted to your life. So if we think about it, how do we heal this? We identify what that is. What is that? What is that thought? What is that feeling? What is that event that happened to you? When you do the shadow work, you cry, you release, you identify. Then guess what? It's kind of like healing a tumor. It's exactly like healing a tumor. Tumors are manifestations of fear, manifested into the physical from our mind. So when we heal the tumor, when we heal it, it's no longer emitting that negative vibration. Guess what happens? And this happens over a couple of years, okay? This is very, very simple. Very simply said, but not easily done. What happens is, when we heal ourselves, this person, according to the law of attraction, is no longer a vibrational match. You are no longer going to attract in toxic bosses that don't pay you. You are no longer going to attract in toxic men that don't open doors for you, that don't buy you flowers, that don't treat you like a queen. You, guess what you attract in? You attract in a person that matches your vibration. And this is the greatest healing that a human being can do. Because like we talked about earlier, guess what? You're going to give this energy, this healed energy, to your children. And if you're like, no, I don't want kids. I don't have children. I don't want kids. Here's the thing. We got to talk about this. You are an infinite being. Remember, unlimited energy. Newton's law of conservation. Energy cannot be created nor destroyed. So what happens is, you need to heal yourself, because when you pass away, you don't just go out like that. You don't just leave. You either go to heaven or you reincarnate. Energy goes somewhere. Whatever you believe in, your energy goes somewhere. So what happens is, what you want to do at the end of your life is, you want to heal the mirrors. You want to heal what's happening for you, what's being attracted into your life. You don't want your children to also have to deal with toxic people. No. What you're going to do is, you're going to bring this energy to your next lifetime. Your soul is going to go to another lifetime. Let's say this is 2070. Next lifetime. Then you're going to bring this to year 3007. This healed energy will never die. And the pain that you feel was given to you from your previous lifetime. So when we look at this as our moral obligation of I need to learn what is happening within me so I stop attracting, also stop pushing away the good energy so that I can give this to my children, I can give this to my next lifetime. And society wants everybody to keep reincarnating through fear and have anger.
Well, big time. Yeah, because that you can control people when they're afraid. You can't control people nearly as much when they have agency and are like, hey, I'm going to live life on my terms versus I need to comply. But I wanted to share something that's really personal to me. I mean, when I think about just the changes that I've made as a leader in my marriage with my kids, as I've changed and become more like so intentionally more healed, the shift in my marriage has been dramatic. The shift with my kids has been dramatic. The shift with my team is like, Andrea, we like you so much better now. And our company is doing so much better, right? Because we are all, like you keep saying, like we're all energy. And so how I'm showing up differently is literally causing these changes. And by the way, I still have problems. There are still issues and challenges in my life, but how I show up for those issues and challenges cause the outcome to be so different. And I reframe them all the time. Okay, this challenging thing happened. Oh, that's an opportunity, right? Versus, oh crap, it's happening to me again. And so I really love, Jen, that you're driving home this point of how all the people around us are genuinely mirrors. And guys, talking to you, this is the greatest news ever. Because if you're like, everyone around me is a jerk, guess what? That is good news. You can change that. If you're like, listen, I mean, I feel like, no matter where you are on the journey, guys, you have more power and more agency than you realize. And that, to me, this whole business of really internalizing everything around us is genuinely a mirror of what's happening from within. It is, when you internalize that, it is the greatest gift ever, because then you can do something about it, right? That's taking you from that lower consciousness, from the map we were looking at, that victim place. And by the way, a lot of us were abused as kids. A lot of us had alcoholism in our families. A lot of us, these things that happened to us are real. But now, as people with agency, as portals, as embodiments of source, we get to change that. And that is the greatest news ever. So Jen, talk about doing the healing work. How do we go from that feeling of lack? And I mean, back to even all this we were talking about. Oh, everything has to be stressful. Oh, I got to hustle. No, you don't. And I used to believe that too. I'm a recovering workaholic that lived by the grind, wore it as a freaking badge of honor. I'm telling you guys, it is not a badge of honor to grind. It is just not. Like, that is low vibe, right? What is high vibe is to say, I do work that I love. I get to talk to people that I love. I get to show up in ways that feel great and are inspiring. And I can only do this now because I've done a ton of work, including with Joe Dispenza. Love him. But Jen, you are our teacher. You're a Prof. Jen now. So what are the 2 or 3 main things that you want people to start doing in addition to, I talked about it a minute ago, but Jen's beautiful book, The Shadow Within, is a series of illustrations. It makes people cry. It gets into their hearts, guys. So take advantage of this in particular. But Jen, I'm going to, again, be quiet and let you teach us.
Yes. So the reason why my name is Love Again, Jen, what does it mean to love again? When I first thought of the name a couple of years ago, it's like to love my inner child again. So our inner child, the version of us that was pure, that believed that anything was possible, that vibrated, that allowed the Lord to love, vibrates very high before society ruined them. And then there's you. So we have these shadows within us, like we talked about, that literally have a vibration. It repels away good people, good things. But in order to truly, truly heal, we tell ourselves, our inner child is not just a little kid. At the time, our bodies were very, very small, and it wasn't quite grown. But let's think about the soul. What was the soul that this little one had? The soul was pure. The soul was at peace. When you were born, you didn't walk up to the mirror and be like, oh, my lips need to be bigger. No, you don't care what you look like. You don't hurt other people. You would never hurt a fly. So these are programs of you need to be different. No. When you were a child, you were peaceful, you were pure. And this is what Louise Hay taught me, is you love the inner child, but it's not a child, it's your soul. So we need to understand, this is simply your soul. So when you love your soul again, society teaches you not to love your soul. Society teaches you to be somebody that you're not, to constantly wear makeup, to constantly put on clothes, to constantly put all these different things to impress each other. But at the end of the day, we feel that emptiness. Okay, we're not going to keep going on and on and on with that, but that's the truth. Our soul purely wants to be at peace. It purely wants to be at joy and purity, abundance. That's all it is. That's our pure state of mind. Remember the first drawing. Remember how everything is constantly trying to be you because you are a magnet. You were a magnet when you were a child. So, in order to truly heal, a method is to return to your inner child, because they were the version of you that was the most pure. They were the version of you before you attracted the virus. It's kind of like that feeling, like whenever you're sick, you're like, I really wish I didn't have this sickness anymore. It's exactly the same thing. So one biggest takeaway is return to your soul. Not only the shadow work, identify what the shadows are, identify what happened to you, blah, blah, blah. But returning to, what does your inner child really want? What did she want? When I was younger, all I wanted to do was what I'm doing today. That's all I wanted to do. When I was young, I started manifestation studies when I was 7. I was drawn to it. When you're a child, you are drawn to things that you are meant to do. You're drawn to the arts. You're drawn to expression. You're drawn to dancing. But guess what? People tell you it's not possible. You have to become somebody else. So you have to love yourself again. You have to return to this version of you. Ask yourself, what did I like doing as a child? Who did I surround myself with? Which Disney princess were you attracted to? Remember, each Disney princess has a different vibration. Which one were you attracted to? Did you like superheroes? Which superhero did you like? You are literally a superhero. The more that you own the power within you, you can save other people. Imagine Spider-Man. If he constantly was like, oh, I don't know if I'm good enough. Oh, what if people judge me with my tights? Everybody feels that. If you don't go out and be your superhero self, if you don't chase after the dreams that your inner child wanted, you're always going to feel this void no matter what mansion you're living in, no matter what car you have. That's what truly it is. And it even goes deeper. Like when you are empty, you treat other people the exact same way. You treat yourself the exact same way. It is mirrored everywhere. So not only do you heal the mirrors that are showing you what to heal, but you return to this version of you. The happiest people are connected to their soul. The happiest people are connected. This is your purpose.
Well, and that to me gets back to this whole business of authenticity and why genuinely authentic people are the magnetic ones, right? Because they've taken off those masks, like you're talking about. You feel compelled to impress people, to be liked, to be a people pleaser, and every time that you do that, it's like you're kind of damaging yourself that much more. And I mean, I've been, first to say, I did that a lot more. And you do it, especially when you've come from a certain amount of chaos or trauma, you do these things. It's adaptive. I mean, you do it to cope, you do it to make sure you survive. But back to what we were talking about at the beginning of the session, if you stay stuck there, well, then that's your reality, right? If you don't say, okay, that was a survival tactic, now I need to change that. But that, I mean, to me, this whole business of having the courage and the ability to get to that authentic self where, we're tapped into our soul. We've done that inner child work. I mean, that's where the magic is, right? And to me, it's back to whether you have the fancy car or the big house. At that point, it matters a whole lot less, because I always think of it as manifestation from the inside out. because when you have the joy, when you have the gratitude, when you feel peace, I'm like, the older I get, the more it's like, peace is so underrated. Because if you've been hustling and grinding and stressing and struggling and you just live peacefully, it's like, oh man, this feels so good. But the magic to me then really happens is when you're in that place of peace and joy and gratitude, then the synchronicities happen. Then the doors open. Then the abundance comes in, right? Like it feels like it is just almost too simple. But that's what you've experienced in having watched you quite a bit. It's my understanding. It's what I've experienced. But Jen, let me ask you this: is there a healing practice either that you teach or that you did yourself that helped you go from lack to the? I mean, you talk about the abundance that you've generated from having, really some serious financial issues, to having this really abundant practice that you love. And you can see that you love it because you're so radiant and you have this amazing following, right? So what are one or two of the healing practices that you would recommend people try if this is new to them?
A couple things come to mind, but you asked which one is the most profound.
Yeah, don't give us a third-rate one. We want number one, girl.
Okay. There's really two different options. I like how you said it's crazy how simple this can be because there's only positive and negative. It's either that you're pushing away things or you're pulling them in. That's it. There's only push and pull. There's only positive and negatives in us. And so when it comes to healing, you can either visit the deep, dark, negative energies within you, or you can focus on the positive, bright energies to focus on. However, Carl Jung, who was the creator of shadows, the term of shadows, is he believed that you don't achieve healing by chasing positive affirmations, but by healing the anchor that is holding you down. Because you can do it, but most people, they don't realize, like we drew, they don't realize this. So I personally enjoy focusing on this darkness, the shadows within us, rather than the positivities. Now, there's a beautiful Ho'oponopono prayer that I would highly recommend.
Do it.
The Ho'oponopono prayer is, I learned this from Joe Vitale, Dr. Hugh Len, which is absolutely transformational, is that every single person around you will feel the vibrations and the prayers that you say to yourself. So the highest frequency, so remember, the universe doesn't speak English, it speaks vibration. So when you say the words, I love you, it's a vibration. Te amo, sagapo, that's the same vibration, different languages that we've created as human beings. This is a high vibration. I love you. Please forgive me. Forgiveness is a high vibration of letting go of this negative energy. I love you. Please forgive me. I'm sorry. And thank you. Gratitude. So the reason why these work is you are forgiving this version of you who didn't know any better. You're apologizing that you hurt this version. You're grateful for the trauma. When you're grateful for the trauma, it makes you who you are. The more trauma that you go through, the more gain that you go through. The more pain, the more gain. So these are frequencies that you can focus on every single day. But personally, I'm just going to be personal. I'm going to be real. I'm going to be a human with you. This can get boring sometimes. And sometimes I want it faster. So what I do is a combination of positive affirmations in the mirror, always thinking about what I'm grateful for, but really that deep shadow work. A combination of both, that's productivity. That's definitely healing your soul, healing what holds you back so you can allow it in while also being that positive vibrational match. The Ho'oponopono, ancient Hawaiian prayer.
I love this so much. And it's one that I will get really into and then I'll kind of forget about it. And then I'm like, oh my God, I should be doing it every day. But so let's do this. If you're down for it, I would love to say it to you. And by the way, I just really want to emphasize two things. And I did that. My husband and I went to a Tony Robbins event and we did it together and it was so powerful. But there are people that were there as singles and they did it with strangers. But I just really want to say two things. One is, Jen, for people who, whether you're in a relationship or not, the idea of you're saying this to yourself, to me, is profoundly powerful. But I also want to add, saying it with feeling and intention and sincerity is the big amplifier. To say, I love you. I mean, it's a start, but to say, I love you, that's a big difference. And to your point, it is all vibration. So the intention, the emotion, the sincerity is key. So if you're willing to indulge me, I'm going to say the Ho'oponopono prayer to you. Everybody, I want you guys to do this with us. Write this down. It's actually going to be in the, it should be in the Power of Manifestation journal. And honestly, like Jen is saying, if you do it in the mirror, if you do it with, whether you have a child, a partner, or you just do it with yourself. So Jen, I'm going to do it with you. I love you. Please forgive me. I'm sorry. Thank you. And I mean, did I hurt Jen? Do I need to ask her for forgiveness? No, but this is for me, right? And we are all one. I mean, we are all connected. And the fact that you brought this up, like this wasn't on my radar. I'm like, oh my God, girl, I love you. Like really. And just for everybody to take something that is so simple. I mean, the data behind this is really profound, right? So I love that this is something that you have in your toolkit. And I get that it can feel, you know, a little boring and like, okay, we've been there, done that. But I also feel like sometimes these really basic practices that are profound, they're the good ones that move the needle. Okay, last question on healing work and the shadow work. When it comes to Carl Jung and just a bunch of the practices that you studied and the people that you've learned from, are there any other, if you will, tools? I mean, we talked even a little bit about inner child work. Anything else that you're like, you know what? I also sometimes sprinkle this in just because this is so foundational. But the other thing I want to add, you know, so much of manifestation is about vision boards. It's about visualizing what we want. But dang, guys, I'm keeping it real. Without doing the shadow work, it's a lot of chasing. And if you feel like you're not worthy of having that beautiful relationship, you know, and I kind of, you know, like whether it's a beautiful house, a beautiful car, the beautiful relationship, if you don't feel worthy because you haven't done your shadow work, it is going to be frustrating. And let's face it, a lot of us have experienced or we've seen others say, oh my God, manifestation doesn't work. Well, it doesn't work if you haven't done that foundational work that can feel so freaking scary, especially for those of us who have had real capital T trauma. And I don't want to get into capital T, lowercase t. Small traumas, big traumas, they're all traumas. And they're all what we've experienced and what hold us back. And if maybe weren't seriously abused, but if you were a little bit neglected day after day, you may have a really hard time feeling love and feeling worthiness. If you lost a caregiver early on, that was a shock to your system. I mean, there are so many ways that we all experience trauma when we were little. And so I'm passionate about this, and I know you are too, Jen, because by doing this work, and there can be real big breakthroughs real fast, and it can take some time, right? It can take years to get to that highest version of ourselves and be able to quantum leap and all that cool stuff that manifestation people talk about. But yeah, any other tips or hacks? Because this, to me, when each of us cracks the code on this healing, not only can we really manifest in our own lives, but like you were describing, we really shift the relationships we have with the people around us, with our children. And even if we don't have to, I mean, some of you are gonna be like, no, I'm not having children. Fine. But you still impact your family. You still, and to the extent that there is a reincarnation, many reincarnations in front of you, which I personally believe, it's like, you might as well do it now. Don't be reincarnated as a something or a creature that is suffering.
Yeah, so I like how you said most people think that manifestation does not work, but it is so simple. It's not working for you because you're emitting negative energy. That's all it is. So you ask yourself, what is the negative energy that I'm emitting? Because I don't have it. I haven't pulled it in. And to touch on, it's not only your future, but it's also your past. If you take a look at your eyes, you take a look at your hair color, who was that given to you? That was given from your great-great-grandparents. Every single thing, you are an embodiment of everyone before you, everything, every single soul that you've ever been everyone within your family, not even just your family, but everyone in general, you are healing every single person. And that's what heaven truly is. Heaven is found from within you. So you're asking, what is one last takeaway, a healing method that's absolutely profound and life-changing? I'm going to bring out, and here's the thing, I'm going to bring out the entrepreneur version of me right now, because there's that spiritual version that's all about inner peace, meditation, home. However, there is that version that you need to unlock. It's the beast within you. So we have two paths that we can take. There's the comfy path, where we're doing the affirmations, we're healing, and healing feels cozy sometimes. Sometimes it feels really hard, but here's you. This is what really, really quantum leaps you. It's action. It's not just sitting and affirmations and changing your vibration, but it's also in combination with action. The universe loves when you don't procrastinate and tell yourself, I'm not healed yet. I want to be single because I need to heal myself. No, you need to take action. So the thing that scares you the most is a tunnel or a path. This is really scary. It's that one business that you want to go pursue. It's that one relationship that you want to reach out to, that job, whatever it might be. This is usually the thing that scares the S out of you. And you always avoid it. No matter how much you heal, no matter what you do, most people, 99% of people, take the easier route. So this has to do with your actions. When people ask me, what is my purpose? I'm healing. I work with thousands of people that are healing, but they're like, I still feel that something's off. I'm like, you are procrastinating on the thing that scares you the most.
I love this so much, Jen.
Yes,
keep going, girl.
The reason why it scares you is because, like, even when I was hopping on this right here, my heart started pumping. I got nervous. Why do we get nervous when we get on stage? Why do we get nervous? It's because your heart gets excited because your soul knows that there is success and transformation here. This is where you will require an extreme amount of change in your biology. And when you chase after things, there's going to be a lot of failure. Most people avoid failure. They heal. They do all these things, but they don't want to fail. A program has told you that failure is a bad thing. When you went to school and you failed a test, oh, that's a bad thing. No, you need to chase failure. If you want to ask me what is the last thing I say? Chase failure. Chase the thing that scares you the most, because that's what your inner child, she's scared because she's been told it's not possible for her. So when you chase after this is what I did, and this is what scaled me to my success today. I chase after the thing I was avoiding. That's your purpose, and that's your soul.
Oh my God, I love this so much. I can't even tell you. I mean, right? It's like there's so many of us live with that resistance and that fear, and we'd rather be comfortable than, back to this main character business. The main character, guys, they're going for it. And it's the hero's journey. By definition, you have to fail. You have to fail. You have to fail if you want to be your most alive, excited, energized, kick-ass, soulful, highest self. Because it's just the absolutely inevitable path. And you find out when you fail, guess what? Ding, ding, ding. You're okay. That thing that you were scared of, that being dropped to your knees, it didn't break you. And not only didn't it break you, it gave you a strength. Back to the superheroes, since we're talking main character energy, it gave you, it enabled you to fly. Right. But I think what you're talking about, I'm also an entrepreneur, that willingness to step into the unknown, to face that fear and chase. Because I know a lot of manifestation is like, don't chase. But in this case, I say, chase it like your life freaking depends on it, because it does. And guess what's high vibe? Excitement is high vibe. Getting out of your comfort zone is high vibe. Putting yourself out there, as scary as it is high vibe. And I love it too, that you're just calling it out, that so many people, not only are they afraid, but they make excuses and they procrastinate, and then they wonder why they feel stuck, right? It's back to, we all have so much more power than we realize, you guys. We really do. All right, Jen, we are coming to the end of this amazing session. I love it so much. It went in directions I totally didn't expect, which is great, which says a lot. I'm going to give you the last word, since you are our guru. We've covered a lot between doing the shadow work and the absolute necessity of healing, into vibrational matching, getting into the law of attraction. So anything you want to either emphasize or just a final word on any of these topics?
Just remembering that the sooner that you are you, everything that is trying to reach you will find you. The people that are trying to reach you will find you. The sooner that you find your authenticity through your soul, through your healing, you don't chase, but you fight. You fight for that version of you. It's your moral obligation to rise to the highest frequency, to draw in all the abundance. It's not greedy. It's what God wants you to do. God wants you to become this version of you so that you give this to everybody around you and you heal. The purpose of life is to heal.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. To heal, and then to have the courage to be that. And to me, I always say, Andrea, you have to be true to yourself. So to me, it's having that courage and being in integrity to be that highest version of yourself. And if that's not main character energy, guys, I don't know what is. Okay, love again, Jen. You are the best. If you are not following her on social media, please, please, please do. She, as you can tell, she is amazing. She has courses on her site. She's got the Shadow Within ebooks and so much more. Thank you. I've loved this session so very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh my gosh, you guys, I hope you loved that episode as much as I did making it and having that incredibly high vibe, inspiring, actionable conversation with Love Again. Jen, don't you love her? As always, if you have not gotten the Power of Manifestation journal, I know I talk about this every time, but I do it so deliberately because so many of the notes that we are highlighting in the sessions are in this book, and it just makes it easier to pay attention, to write your own little notes down, and then being able to come back and internalize it. And I'm passionate about it because guess what? I've done so much to change my own vibrational match, and my life has transformed. Okay, that is it for this session of the Power of Manifestation. We'll see you at the next one. Thanks for tuning in. Hi, Andrea here. I hope you're loving what we created for you in all of this extraordinary and actionable programming. To continue with it and with us, to implement real, lasting, and exciting change, including successfully manifesting your dream life, I have created a private, powerful membership offering for women who are ready to pour into themselves and invest in themselves in order to not just live a life they love, but honestly, to have that much more to give to those around them. I know that's important to so many of us, and I'm excited to tell you about the Power of Manifestation Circle. And instead of starting by telling you what that experience is like, I want you to hear directly from a few of our grateful, enthusiastic members. From Anna Marie, thanks for the support. I've appreciated having a place to share the process and insights. Seems to make it more real when it's shared. It's one thing to journal about it. It's totally different to own it in front of people committed to their growth. Thanks for showing up for us. And Kim said, I'm really appreciating having a place to share about the stuff. So often we do this work in solitude, and it's helping to have a place to share insights and get feedback. I don't feel so alone. And Lorena added, thank you for this morning's ritual. Wow, super helpful in identifying the foundational principles that continually hold me back. These are just a few of the comments that speak to the heart of the circle that we have created. And by we, I mean our wonderful members, my team, and myself. Once you join us, you get so many benefits. For starters, we give you daily guidance and inspiration to help you achieve your manifestation dreams, along with a passionate, engaged community to help ensure you stay locked in. Not only are you not doing it alone, but you have this passionate group of people and resources to help keep you energized and committed to your manifestation journey. And that's worth a lot. Specifically, you receive a monthly manifestation calendar that tells you exactly what to focus on each day. You also get short daily rituals, affirmations, and all sorts of tools that are easy to use and actually fit into your life. How's that for a great idea? You also receive daily companion emails that help you integrate all of this without having to overthink. And you get the Power of Manifestation treasure chest. This is your vault of quick, potent manifestation resources that you can use anytime, including the Glamour Magic Guide, the 10-minute nervous system reset, and the Kitchen Manifestation Rituals resource. And finally, curated frequencies and subliminals so you can reprogram your mind while you sleep. I've been using this one myself for a while now, and I have to say, I'm a giant fan. Who doesn't want to make progress while she sleeps? And each month, we gather live with thought leaders and experts in our Guiding Light series, where these extraordinary individuals share their expertise in an interactive format to ensure you personally get the most out of the session and actually internalize the lessons. And our community meets monthly in what we call our Dream Life Gatherings, where our members share their experiences, questions, tips, tools, and insights in an informal, intimate, and highly caring atmosphere. Honestly, some of these sessions with our members have been so personal and so profound. They have blown me away. I've learned so much from our members, and the way we show up for each other, it's powerful. You also have access to each other at all times through our private online community forum. Honestly, I feel humbled and grateful for what we have developed through this unique, powerful, and deeply personal community of caring, motivated women. Also, as part of our circle offering, you receive lifetime access to all 26 sessions from our Manifesting Your Dream Life event, along with the MP3 audio versions, bonus materials, and so much more. So you have access to everything my team and I have carefully crafted to help you succeed at manifesting your dream life. Guys, I am on fire for this offering, which we have priced modestly, so that's not an obstacle for you. And I'm happy to tell you about it because honestly, it works. And because doing it together makes it more fun and more rewarding. I would truly love to welcome you into our Power of Manifestation circle. You'll see a lot more of me by joining. I hope that's a good thing. I look forward to seeing you inside. Welcome. Thanks very much. And I hope you're enjoying Manifesting Your Dream Life 2026. Welcome to another incredible session of the Power of Manifestation. I'm Andrea Miller, and I am thrilled to be hosting one of my favorite people, an incredible guest by the name of Michael Hunter, who is going to help all of us massively increase our vibe. We're talking about the law of resonance and why your vibe is your key to your manifestation success. And I can hardly think of a better person to be guiding us through this session today. Now, what if your frequency, not your focus, was the real secret to manifestation? In this high vibe embodied session, Michael, who is a licensed acupuncturist, energy expert, and founder of Spiral Life, and we'll talk about what that is, teaches us how to unlock intuitive flow, regulate our nervous systems, shift our energetic fields to manifest what actually serves our greatest, highest good, and so much more. Before I officially introduce Michael, though, I just want to remind you, if you have your manifestation, Power of Manifestation handbook, grab it because you're going to want to take notes. You're going to want to come back to highlights from the session. If you don't have it yet, no problem. You can go to thepowerofmanifestation.com to get it instantly. And you know what? If you're like, listen, I just have a notebook, that's fine too. But you'll want to take notes and make sure that you extract as much as you possibly can from this session. It is going to be a game changer for you. I promise. So with that, I am excited to introduce Michael Hunter. He is the visionary behind Spiral Life, which is a transformative program and community designed to help professionals escape the confines of modern conditioning and cultivate deeply aligned, abundant lives. Many of Michael's clients come to him feeling stuck or disillusioned, questioning, is this all there is? Although they may have achieved career success, they often grapple with issues in relationships, health, finance, or even a sense of purpose, sensing that something deeper is missing. Through Spiral Life, Michael guides individuals from a state of exhaustion and disconnection, I think we can all relate to that, into a natural flow, facilitating profound personal shifts. And this is something he himself has done extraordinarily in his own life and is brilliant at teaching others how to do it. Michael is also a licensed acupuncturist, energy healer, and expert in Taoist energetics who blends ancient wisdom, modern neuroscience, shadow work, and practical embodiment tools to help people stop forcing and start resonating. How does that sound? I am here for it. Michael, welcome.
Sounds good to me.
I know. I am excited because I've already learned so much from you, but it's like there's always more. There's always room for even more mastery, right? And I just want to start out by saying, it's like no matter if you're here, or here, folks, you can go higher, you can go deeper, you can go richer. And that's what this session in particular is about. And I mean, more is more when it comes to just having a richer, more fulfilling high vibe life. And that's what we are here for. So I'd like to begin with setting the stage for the session. According to the law of resonance, everything in the universe, including our thoughts, emotions, and beliefs, emit a frequency. Simply stated, you attract experiences that match the frequency you're broadcasting. Our vibe is our reality. Most people try to manifest from their thoughts, but energy doesn't lie. It can't be faked. And that is the best news. That is the best news. So, Michael, you've said something to the effect of, you don't manifest what you want. You manifest who you are. Can you explain what that means and why it's so important to manifestation success?
Yeah, it's really like the critical juncture of successful manifestation, because what we want is our conscious mind thinking like, I want the new car, or I want the new relationship, or I want the new house, or I want the bigger bank account. But always running in the background is our subconscious, right? And it's subconscious because we're not conscious of it. So it's not participating in our conscious wants. It's running its own tapes, its own code in the background. And when those two are out of sync, manifestation doesn't work, because the dominant vibe is going to be the subconscious, because that's dominating your feeling state. I think it's really important to define what vibration is, what frequency means, right? So everything's vibrating, and vibration means things are moving back and forth, right? Einstein said everything's energy, that's all there is to it. And one of the characteristics of energy is it vibrates. So the waves of energy are moving back and forth, and they move back and forth in rhythm. And so frequency, which is measured in hertz, is a measure of rhythm. Just like in music, we measure in beats per minute, right? Disco music's like 100 beats per minute, and then like a slow, sad dirge is a lot less than that, 30 beats per minute. But we can actually talk about the vibration of music in terms of the beats per minute. And like high vibe music is more beats per minute. Slow.
And I'm here for it every day. I do my high vibe music. It's part of my jam.
Yeah,
totally.
The same thing is true with the vibration of energy. Instead of measuring beats per minute, we're measuring beats per second. It's just faster.
And when you say that, can you just translate that into what that means for a human being? So are you saying that those vibrations are our energy, that it's our energy vibrating, it's our, because we are 99.999% space, basically, right? When you think we are created by a set of atoms and then subatomic particles, neutrons, protons, electrons. So we as physical beings are actually vibrating, and our thoughts and feelings are impacting that vibration. Did I get that right?
That's absolutely right.
Okay.
Right? Everything's energy. That's all there is to it. There's no matter where we think there's matter. There's no there. Everything, when you keep going down to further, smaller subatomic particles, they're just finding like, there's no matter there. It's all energy. It's all potential. It's all vibration. And so the sum total of the vibration that I'm offering into the space around me has everything to do with the physicality of my body, including my mood, how much sleep I got, what I ate. Like all of that's contributing to the vibration that I'm putting out. I can track the state of my vibration by my emotional state. So I can have some sense of like what vibration I'm putting out. So when I'm feeling optimistic, I'm putting out an optimistic vibe. It's the gestalt of what's happening in my body. When I'm feeling depressed, I'm putting out a depressed vibe. And they have different mathematical frequencies attached to them. So optimism is more like disco music, right? It's got a fast dance track, 100 beats per minute. Depression's more like a sad funeral dirge. It's slower. And the actual mathematical signature that we can measure, and we can buy a device from Radio Shack and stand a few feet away from my body and give a mathematical signal, like what's the dominant vibe coming off this guy mathematically? Oh, it's this many hertz. Like it's math, it's energy, it's science.
Right. Okay, so, and just on that note, for the music lovers out there like me, I mean, what you listen to matters. It really, really does, right? So just saying, choose your music wisely, because the more that you listen to that high vibe, makes you feel good music. And by the way, we've all gone through breakups, and we've listened to that sad music, to like wallow in our sadness or whatever. Perfectly fine, in little chunks, but what you are taking in musically, it does matter. So thanks for giving me the chance to shout that out, Michael. Okay, so how does that translate from, we are all vibrational beings. We feel solid, but we're actually, 70, 80, 90% water, and even that is all vibrating. So when you say you don't manifest what you want, you manifest who you are, how do people become, and we've all heard this notion that we are all tuning forks. We're manifesting whether we want to or not. What do we do with that?
There's a lot we can do with it, but it's really important to recognize exactly what you just pointed to, that the smaller percentage of our thoughts are actually conscious. And that's where our wants live. Our desires live in our conscious, right? Like I want the house, I want the car, I want the relationship. But running in the background for all of us is old code, old limiting beliefs that we mostly adopted in childhood. And until and unless you transform those old limiting beliefs, there's going to be a mismatch between conscious and subconscious. So I can't say, I want the car, I want the house, I want the career, while meanwhile in my subconscious, I believe I'm not enough. I need to be afraid of life. I don't deserve this. When I have that kind of emotional posturing running in my subconscious, that's and since it's dominating, really my vibration is 95% my subconscious vibration, then the thing I'm sending out into the universe has a lot more to do with I'm not enough, I don't deserve this, than it does with I want the career, I want the life.
Right. Okay, so you talk about, and we'll get it, we are going to get in and make sure that people have steps to follow, but I think it's a great segue. You talk about manifestation as a full body process and versus this mindset process. So connect the dots for me, if you will, between this idea of resetting and healing our nervous system. It feels like essentially what you're saying is to get into that 95% of the unconscious that is running the show, that's where the embodiment really kicks in. Is that right?
The embodiment kicks in everywhere, but the most effective route to the subconscious is definitely through embodiment. But all of the work and the work that we do in our program at Upspiral Life is embodiment work. It's based in Taoism. And Taoism as a philosophy, the gift of Taoism, the invitation of Taoism is to find your way into reality through your body. It's embodied work, not so cognitive as it is embodied work.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and that, I feel like I can't overemphasize that too as a, hey, yes, you absolutely need clarity on what it is that you want to manifest. At the same time, you could have that clarity, but without really going within and tapping into that 95%, it's going to be tough. And you said it yourself, Michael, like that was your life until you really decided you're going to go deep and go to that scary place.
Yeah, precisely. And, I still go to that scary place. And, you talked about it at the top of the show, like there's more information coming. There's more information coming. And as you were saying that, I was reflecting on it. There's actually not a lot of information. It's just repeating the basic steps over and over and over. It's just getting really good at the basics. And I'm still doing the basics every day of my life. Like I still am tending to the limiting beliefs that live in my subconscious, that live in my body. Like I'm pointing to my body because our subconscious beliefs, our limiting beliefs live in our anatomy.
Thanks for keeping it real. Right. And I think a good many of us, maybe most of us, are experiencing those limiting beliefs every day. And I think you nailed it in terms of, well, what do you do with it? And, I feel like I used to be much more inclined to let those limiting beliefs and, feeling defensive to feeling righteousness, keeping it real, everybody, feeling petty, where it's like the pro move is to look at that. In fact, the little hack that I've adopted recently is when I feel those difficult feelings, I see you is what I say to them. And I really try to invite them in versus what I would do before, hit the escape button, hit the eject button. And that caused me no end to hurt and heartache. It's like those feelings for me, they needed to be acknowledged. And I'll literally say, I see you, I accept you, you're part of me, what are you trying to tell me? Rather than being like, you're bad, I'm bad, like getting into this whole morass, it's changing my relationship to these so-called negative feelings, which are signals, right? And it's been interesting to me as I've done that, I feel like they've loosened their hold on me. And it has helped me become much more regulated.
They're functional parts of your system, and it depends on sort of the language we put around it. I like the language of internal family systems. IFS talks about this phenomenon in a really elegant and simple way, and we use it in our program. It's the core of our year-long program as internal family systems. My wife is actually she teaches for the institute.
And this is for Up Spiral Life. You guys have, you say, a year-long program, and is it? Just take a minute because this could be a game changer for a lot of you listening and watching. Explain what exactly that is and what people get out of it, please.
So it's a 12-month program in our manifestation community. So the whole thing is delivered through a private app that we developed with the Apple App Store, and then the app serves as a portal into our community space. And inside the community space is an evergreen list of videos that articulates the Taoist position on manifestation. Taoism is the original law of attraction conversation. So it's got this embodied view of how to maximize our experience in life, which is law of attraction, is manifestation. Like, how do you get to the life you want? And there's some components to it. And the core component is this parts work, which we draw a lot from internal family systems. We draw a lot from multiplicity of the mind as it exists in other traditions, but most importantly in Taoism. And it's this idea that we are a higher self around which is organized a system of parts. And so when a part of me is angry, so when I feel anger, I can get some distance from that anger by recognizing I'm not angry, a part of me is angry. And I suddenly get a little distance, and the me that's then communicating with the anger is my higher self, my soul, right? The part of me that's going to threshold out of this body when this body dies. The part of me that's going to go back to the non-material from whence it came.
Yeah, it's so important to have that ability. Otherwise, so many of us have just made that unfortunate mistake. I don't want to say foolish, just because it's out of ignorance, that we become those. We become the anger, and we say, like, I am angry. Well, okay, if you say so. I am depressed, right? And so having that chance to create that distance, and we'll go a little bit more into limiting beliefs and some of the shadow work stuff that you do.
What is that? I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
But you've broken down kind of 5 main areas for us to go through today, starting with the easiest and most essential manifestation tool that many people miss. What is that?
We already talked about it. It's sleep and exercise.
Amen. That's free, Michael. That's free.
The World Health Organization has declared sleep deprivation to be a carcinogen. Based on
oh my gosh,
based on a meta-analysis of research that's available. Like, listen to that. The World Health Organization has declared sleep deprivation a carcinogen. What do they define sleep deprivation? Less than 6 hours of sleep a night chronically. That's a lot of people are booking in less than 6 hours a night chronically. Your immune system takes a hit from going less than 6 hours in one night. Your immune system dips. Sleep is so essential. I recommend to clients and to my family, to myself, nothing less than 7 hours. 7 hours is a minimum, as a bare minimum, just to achieve that embodied wellness that's possible from it. People ask me all the time, they'll come to me, I need to do this manifestation thing. Can you give me this hack or this other thing? And I ask, how much sleep are you getting? 4 or 5 hours a night. Okay. How much exercise do you get? I do a sauna twice a week.
That's hilarious.
Okay. Right off the bat, I know that person. I'm excited for that person because I know if you clean up your sleep and you start moving your body every day, you're going to manifest the life you want without doing anything else. Like, it raises the bar so high. Everything after sleep and exercise is just refinement, truly. If you get plenty of sleep and exercise every day, it takes care of 75% of it. I wake up at 4:30 in the morning and I drink a cup of coffee and I go downstairs to my basement where I've got a little gym set up with some weights and treadmill and stuff. And I work out for 90 minutes. So I work up a big fat sweat for 90 minutes, or I'll go for a run outside. So I alternate run outside or work out in the gym. But anyway, 90 minutes, hardcore, sweaty.
In your body. That
in my body, embodiment.
Is really important. Yeah. No, I'm with you. And by the way, just everybody listening, I live in Colorado. I hike a ton. I used to run. I don't know. It's just not my jam anymore. But I know people hear exercise and like, no, I don't want to go to the gym. I don't want to. It's like, find the thing that you like doing. And what I love to do as a hiker in Colorado, I listen to audiobooks. I listen to high vibe music. I talk on the phone. It is honestly one of my favorite parts of my day. So no excuses, people, for not using your body. If not every day, at least 4 or 5 times a week. Come on, do it for yourself. Do it for me too. Do it for Michael.
Yeah. Then after that, I sit down in front of an altar. I have an altar in my basement. I'm in my office. I'm in my office right now. The altar is right over there. And I kneel down in front of the altar and pray to my guardian angels, my spirit guides, and my well and wise ancestors, all of with whom I have long-standing relationships. One of the gifts of Taoism is this spiritual frameworks that are not religious. It's not about piety or religion at all, but it's about having an embodied connection to something greater than myself, which includes named beings. Archangel Michael is one of my protective archangels. And I pray to these people. And I say people because they're full spectrum beings. And when I have learned to pray over these decades to these full spectrum beings, I have a full spectrum relationship with them. So it's an embodied experience. So my body is the tuning fork, the vehicle through which I'm able to experience prayer. And so when I'm praying to these beings, I feel it come into my body. I'm having a somatic experience. It's blissful. It's not cognitive at all. It's like I'm just waiting for it to come in and settling myself into my own anatomy. And the exercise helps tremendously. And
it kind of primes you, right? You're kind of open.
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally. Then I'm with them for 30 minutes, usually 30 minutes, sometimes up to 60, depending on what's happening in the day. By then, I'm usually in a pretty good place. But like I said earlier when we met, I won't go upstairs to be with my family if I am not in a positive place. I won't share negativity with my family. I just won't do it.
I love that. I love that so much. And even there, back to the megahertz and that spectrum of vibrations, all the in fact, let's we'll pop this on the screen. You may be familiar already with this, Michael, but there is a map of our emotional frequencies. At the very lowest, it's shame, and then at the very top, it's, I want to say, bliss. And it goes from shame to, and I'm kind of making this up, but shame, maybe embarrassment, fear, self-doubt, and then you kind of get in that neutral space. And then as you go up and up, things like trust and joy and gratitude. To your point at the very beginning, we are energetic beings, and these feelings that we cultivate within, and like you said, you experience bliss, you cultivate bliss within yourself every single day. That is a conscious choice, and it's a conscious choice you keep making every day. And from what I recall when we spoke last, that you'll do even like mid-afternoon check-ins with yourself to continue to cultivate that high energetic, high vibe feeling. So that's how you show up. So you feel it, that's how you show up, that's what gets mirrored back to you.
I mean, I'm cultivating it every minute of every day, because when I feel an aversive emotion or a limiting belief come up, which happens all the time, right? Like someone will say something to me and I'll get triggered like, oh, why did that make me angry? Or why do I feel small in response to that? Just radical responsibility about anything that's coming up in me. People can provoke me or stimulate me to feel things, but if I'm feeling something, it's in me. And it's about a belief system that I'm holding. And so if I feel something aversive inside, I turn toward it and go, hey, what's up? Like, what are you protecting me from here? And I help transform that limiting belief. So I'm doing that all day, every day. So I'm tending my vibe all the time, because if I let those aversive feelings just flood me and, take me down a rabbit hole of like, oh, he pissed me off. And why did he piss me off? And I don't deserve that. And all the posturing that happens with being pissed off, then I'm pissed off.
But let's go a little bit deeper. You talk about how clearing limiting beliefs is essential to manifestation and lifting your vibe. Why is this, and how do we do it?
So this is the core of our program. And it's so important because so much of the talk in the law of resonance, the law of vibration, this whole conversation, that especially as we see it on social media, is about what I call like the sunny side of the experience. The affirmations, the tapping, the scripting techniques, all the really great techniques that do help us get really clear on what we want and create a thinking vibration about where we want to be. None of that stuff has any sticking power if running in the background is old code of limiting beliefs. Like I can really get my thinking in a great place. Like I believe in myself. I'm going to have the career. I'm going to have the family. I'm going to have the money. I believe all that. Like I can
You got
feel
the
like
hype,
what
Michael.
that feels
You
like.
got the hype.
Yeah. if I can hype myself up through all these great techniques, but if running in the background nonetheless all the time, because I've never attended to it, is the shadow side of myself where I go, I don't deserve this, or
you doubt, you really doubt your worthiness.
I doubt that I'm worthy. And these are belief systems that were adopted in childhood, right? All of us have
sometimes talking about the different, the ancients and so forth. I mean, in childhood plus generations before us, right? Like when you think about generational trauma and just what is handed down genetically or epigenetically, that includes addiction. That includes all sorts of scarcity, right? There's all sorts of research, like if somebody went through a famine, how that can impact, and it may skip a generation, and it can impact not the next generation, but the next generation, or epigenetically, those genes get expressed. So it's not even just what happened in our childhood. It is like we got stuff to do from maybe centuries before, potentially.
Yeah, and this work that we can do, this parts work, is we can find where those belief systems live in our bodies, right? So the first move with this work is always, so where do you feel the anger in your body? Oh, I feel it in my throat. Yeah, that's where I feel it. Okay, great. Can you turn toward that feeling in your throat? And just ask it how old it is. When did it take on the belief that it needed to be angry to protect you? Check in with that spot. Oh, dang, it's 5. It's 5. And so I'm sort of mimicking what the process is like. But it's like that. We just go into our body and find it where it is in our body, and we turn toward it, and we create a relationship with it. And through relationship, these aversive emotions can transform. So the part that's holding anger is actually tying up a lot of resources in my system. It's tying up resources trying to protect me from something that happened when I was 5.
So Michael, you're going to walk us through an exercise, and I think it might be on parts. Should we do that now, or do you want to wait and plan to do that toward the end?
Yeah, why don't we do it now?
Yeah, that'd be great. Do you want to walk me through one, or how do you want to go for it?
Yeah, so why don't you drop your awareness from your head into your heart and pretend that you're breathing in and out of your heart. Just anchor your awareness there. And just scanning in or around your body, Andrea. What parts are here that might want some attention? Parts that hold beliefs of limitation, because we're never without them. They're always on board.
Michael, this is so surprising. It feels like my arms.
Yeah, what's the belief?
Oh gosh, that I have to, oh my God, I'm going to cry. By the way, everybody do it with me. Don't make me do it by myself. That I have to hold it all.
So just keeping your awareness on your arms and this part that holds this belief, I have to hold it all. Just breathing. We got you, Andrea. That's good. This is what it is, right? This is the work. This is the difficult work that you do every day, turning toward these parts, and you're doing the right thing. Breathing in and out of your heart. Andrea, do you have a sense that this part in your arms that has the belief it has to hold it all, does it know that you're here with it?
Oh, maybe a little bit now.
Yeah. I want you to just gently ask it how old it was when it took on this belief that it has to hold it all.
Oh my God, so long ago. I was so little.
Yeah. What number's coming back?
Maybe 4 or 5.
Yeah. Andrea, do you see this little 4 or 5-year-old in space in front of you with your eyes closed like that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Does it feel safe to invite her to come sit in your lap?
She's so cute, yeah.
So just hold her in your lap and rub her back. Just with your vibe, let her know she's safe. And just tell her, I'm here with you and you're safe. And use your voice. Tell her, I'm here with you and you're safe.
I'm here with you and you're safe.
And just invite her to tell you what was going on at that time for her. You probably know the narrative, but let her retell it in her own words, and she's going to flood you with memories and images as she retells it. So let that happen. Invite that. Just say, what do you need me to know? Say that to her.
What do you need me to know? Oh my God, she felt so lonely.
Yeah, she felt so lonely. Andrea, how are you feeling toward this little girl right now?
Oh my God, I've got so much compassion.
Tell her that. I've got so much compassion for you.
I know it was a lot.
Yeah. Tell her how you feel.
I'm sorry you had to go through that. It was hard.
How's she receiving this, Andrea?
Oh my God, just with so much gratitude and calm and just like just finally relaxing.
And what's interesting is that at such a young age, she did such an adult thing, right? I don't know what the narrative was, and I don't need to know, but I know that at that age, we're utterly dependent on our caregivers and our family. And so when a 4 or 5-year-old takes on the belief, I need to hold it all, they're doing it out of fierce loyalty to their family, fierce loyalty to the family system. She's going to step up and take her burden, take her share of what the family's facing, whatever it was. And so knowing that about this little girl, this courageous thing that she did, how do you feel toward her?
Oh my God, she's a badass. Loyal. Yeah, no, loyal and fearless. And so you're so considerate. And you just did what you needed to do. And I admire that.
How's she hearing that?
Yeah, she's like, duh. Like I had to. Yeah, no, she's acknowledging, and it feels good to kind of have that part reclaimed, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah. How else are you feeling toward her, Andrea?
Oh my God, just so grateful. I mean, both grateful and sad, just sad that there's been that sense of separation and that burden that
so
she's
tell
carried.
her, one of the things that kids like this who go through these experiences, no safe adult has ever validated their experience, the complexity of their experience. And it's a really corrective experience for you to validate her. I'm sad for you as an adult. I see what you went through, this loss of this portion of your childhood. It's sad. So tell her, I'm sad for you.
I'm so sorry you had to go through that. It makes me sad. And that you had that loneliness and had to carry that burden. And I admire your strength. I admire that you did what you needed to do. And I'm sorry that you had to. It makes me really sad.
How's she receiving all this?
Just with so much calm. It's like, God, okay, I can put it down is how it feels, Michael. Like I feel like, oh, arms? I got arms. No.
So we're going to finish up this piece here. Beautiful work, Andrea. I want you to make a contract with this little girl from this day forward. And the contract is this: if she ever needs to get your attention so that she can get this level of holding and acknowledgement and nourishment from you as an adult, she needs you, adult Andrea, on the scene. All she has to do is give you that feeling of, I have to hold it all. When you feel that, I have to hold it all again, she's calling out and saying, Andrea, I need you right now. I need you to hold me. I need you to see me. Is that a contract you can make going forward from this day? Okay. And then the last thing, I want you to just invite her where she wants to go in your body. It could be back to your arms, it could be to your heart. You let her choose, and then agree.
Okay. Oh, I feel that just so powerfully in my chest. I mean, it really feels like there's a wholeness and a reclamation that I definitely didn't expect. Oh, Michael, that was powerful.
Let's step out of this really carefully right now, because this is shamanic work and we want to have respect for this, for your system. So returning your awareness back to your heart and breathing in and out of your heart, anchor there. And reaffirming your commitment to this little girl and the relationship as it stands now going forward. One more breath through your heart, and then gently come back to the conversation, eyes open.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was really powerful and beautiful.
Yeah,
Thank you.
You're welcome. This is the beginning of a relationship, right? And this is how you relate to that part of you in a way that helps her transform. Right, and you started to see her. She's already like, oh, I can put this down because you're on the scene. A safe adult is on the scene. I don't have to do that. I can put this down, right? And it's not a one and done. You can't expect her to put this down and never do that again. It's going to be a relationship and a cultivation so that she can start to put it down so regularly that she eventually stops picking it back up. And then the resources of that part of you that were tied up, literally tied up, holding everything and thinking you had to hold everything. A whole segment of your psyche was occupied with thinking you had to hold everything, will eventually be resources that are available for your system to do something else, to hold something else, or be creative about some other chosen endeavor instead of by default thinking I have to hold everything.
Right. No, it's so powerful. Let me just ask you a question related to that. So for me, I mean, in that moment, I felt it in my arms, which I didn't expect. I thought for sure it was going to be my stomach or chest. But that's not the only part that needs to be probably acknowledged and reclaimed. So for, people watching and listening, I mean, the idea is, and it's just this, and for me too, as I march forward in my life, it's not just this, there are other parts that are going to need to be seen and reclaimed, basically, right?
It's an endless parade of parts. I do parts work with myself just like this every single day. Parts work is not a process that you get to the end of. It's a paradigm that you shift into. This is how I relate to myself now, because it's so consequential and high functioning to relate this way. And it's so radically self-responsible.
Well, and then you get to, like you say, show up high vibe for your family, show up high vibe, create an extraordinary life for yourself as you've done, doing work that you love. As we were talking about before the interview started, you get to do exactly what you love. And you created that for yourself. And that, I mean, to me, when I think back to the law of resonance, to do work we love and be in relationships with people we love, these are choices we get to make. And I feel like there's a lot of times we don't necessarily feel like we can make those choices. But there's a big, and that's maybe part of the 95% that needs to get cleared out, because that's a limiting belief.
That's a limiting belief. Yeah.
Just going back to the limiting beliefs where we were talking about the 95% that's in our bodies versus just from up here, because in my experience, I can hype myself up. I'm a big brain thinker, and I used to be way more in my head. Getting into my body has been genuinely one of the biggest game changers that I've given myself. And I say this especially because when things go wrong, when those limiting beliefs show up, when it's like it's easy to be high vibe when everything's going right. And to me, when I think about, you can stay in that, you're really clear about the expectations and so forth and what you desire, but it's when things start to go south, and they go south almost, I mean, I feel like there's something that hits, if not every day, once a week. There's something. I mean, it's like the air condition breaks down. It's like this happened. They don't have to be major, and then the major things happen. And so just back to the disconnect between what's in our conscious minds and manifesting, trying to manifest from there, which is not extremely effective, not especially effective at all. And then I guess the other one there, I've had the experience up until relatively recently, it was like because of my own limiting beliefs, I really had a hard time owning what I wanted and feeling like I deserved it, right? And it's only been doing, the embodiment work and the this kind of shadow work that I have crossed the Rubicon and now genuinely feel, and now I manifest. I mean, the things that I get to do are incredible. But I had to do all that work to get to the point where it's like, oh yeah, I deserve that. I deserve that. Right.
Yeah.
And for me, growing up, it was like, ooh, don't shine too brightly. Don't talk too loud. You know, like a lot of those things as little me I don't remember how much of it was express versus implicit, but the message to me was, you know, love is earned. You got to perform. You got to work real hard. I mean, that's been my biggest things. Can we just dispel that myth right now, Michael, you and me? That, like, let's just say, F that. Let's not make it about the grind. Let's make it about, like, yeah, you do the work, but it can be joyful and blissful, right? Versus it always having to be so hard. And then the grind I always think is linear, right? When we're talking about X, Y, Z has to happen and it has to take all this time. But my experience, I think yours too, when you change your vibe, when you do this kind of work, things can happen real fast.
They really do. And it's like what Dr. Joe Dispenza talks about. You can manifest from matter, and that's where you're putting all of your attention in the outside world. That's the grind, right? Where I'm putting all my energy and I'm grinding to get results. You can get results, you can earn a living, or I can take all of that effort and turn it inward and get myself aligned, you know, untangle my limiting beliefs, choose to feel good, like choose to have the feeling state that I want. And when we give ourselves permission to choose our feeling state, everyone feels good. Like no one wants to feel like crap. So the choice is always feeling good. So when you turn that energy and that attention toward managing your mind, your mouth, and your mood, that's it.
Mind, mouth, mood. Okay.
Yeah. If you manage your mind, your mouth, and your mood and spend most of your energy doing that, then things happen in the external circumstances effortlessly. That's manifestation.
Well, you know, and I just want to jump in there. I think of it like the ultimate BOGO, the ultimate buy one, get one free, because if you're regularly feeling gratitude and regularly feeling joy, and if you're as good as you are, Michael, maybe every day you're feeling even bliss, right? That to me is in itself. Right. And yeah, we want the success. So we want the relationships and all that stuff. But when I think back to all that stuff probably doesn't mean, I mean, at least it's been in my case. And yes, I have big dreams and I'm doing a ton of stuff, but every day I'm like, man, I have it all right now because I'm grateful and I'm joyful and I get to connect with amazing people like you. So you know what, if I don't get the external stuff, I actually have already what matters most. And I am joyful and at peace. I never put the kind of attention on being peaceful and present as I do now. And it's like, that is a game changer. And I know it's like, duh, Andrea, where have you been? But I think I'm like most people. I've been grinding as a working mom, like trying to, you know, manifest from matter, right? And then you go, oh, but there's a better way.
Yeah. Yeah. The irony is that the end state of all the external circumstances that we want, the house, the car, the career, the lover, the end state is feeling good. Like, why do I want the new house? Because I'm going to feel good when I live in the new house.
Happy.
Yeah.
Right.
And if you instead just put all your attention on feeling good right now, then you get to the end state destination. And ironically, then all the other stuff starts to show up really easily.
That's the power move, Michael.
Yeah.
I mean, it comes back full circle so fast. It's like, well, yeah, it's that. I would love to show a fun clip that I shared with you earlier today, just kind of talking about limiting beliefs, making it a little more contextually relevant for all the J-Lo fans. You're welcome.
That idea of like, stop thinking that way, start thinking in a more positive way was really great. Because I always thought that idea of like, if you change the thought, you can change how you feel. And I needed desperately to change how I felt in that moment. And I think that's the important thing, is that we have the power to create and change our lives and be the person that we want to be. We have to do the work. You know what I mean? Like, it was work for me to finally, you know, go, okay, I need to be on my own. That's not a place that's comfortable for me, but that's something that I need to do so that I know I'm okay on my own. I need to take a good look at myself. It's like, what are you doing wrong? This is not just about other people. This is about you. and you have to take responsibility for your life. So
you were saying you were looking for acceptance from the outside all the time. From the time you were little, instead of finding it from within.
It was like you're looking for that all the time instead of just knowing, like, I am great. I am great. I'm a great person. I'm a good person. I try to do the right things. I try to, and I never gave myself that credit. I never gave myself credit for being good at anything, I realized. Like, I always believed that you're always more apt to believe the negative things that people say about you than the positive things, because you're not telling yourself the positive things enough. We're always telling ourselves the negative things. And I feel like that's something that I've needed to learn how to do. So when I say things like that, I love myself or I love this, it's not a thing that comes from being arrogant or conceited. It comes from having to build yourself up from within, because those voices that we hear are always the ones that are more negative. And that's destructive, I think, and it makes us make bad choices in life.
Are those voices getting weaker?
I battle those voices all the time, and I always, again, it's always about kind of reminding myself, like, you are worthy to have a good life and to have a good relationship and to have, be successful. You deserve all those things. Everybody does.
Michael, what are your thoughts on this? And let me actually ask you this. I feel like people can confuse like thinking positive thoughts with manifestation. And while, there is some degree of, the power of positive thinking, but can that kind of mess people up if they're just like, I just need to think positive thoughts?
No, because it is a pathway, right? Like we can't divorce from the thoughts, right? So there is such a thing as better feeling thoughts, and I can reach for better feeling thoughts all day long. So I can think a thought that feels good in the moment when I think it, and then, but if I have an old code running in the background, my vibe will dip again. But then I can reach for another better feeling thought. You can keep doing it all day long, but for me, it's kind of the slow boat, because you have to be so tendy on keeping your thoughts in that higher vibe place. It's a path, and it's a
that's what we were talking about a few minutes ago. Like, if you're just doing it cerebrally from your brain, from your mind, right? You're just from your head, like you say, it's a slow boat, and it is a boat that I would say not only just slow, but not as stable, right? You hit choppy waters, and it's like, whoa, I'm out of here.
It's a lot of work because, like you say, hit choppy waters. If you have limiting beliefs that are running in the background and you're just trying to float above them all the time, as soon as you get into an interaction that stimulates one of those limiting beliefs, then you're really down in the dumps. And I think it's a much better move to begin to transform the limiting beliefs so they're not holding so much charge, and also keep looking for better feeling thoughts. But you don't need to reach so hard for better feeling thoughts, because when the limiting beliefs have been transformed, they're not holding so much charge, you're naturally more buoyant in your cognition. So it's just less work over the long haul to do it this deeper way, I think.
I that totally tracks with my experience, and thanks for validating that. It's like, it just freaking gets easier. Like, it just gets easier. But, I give, props to J-Lo for keeping it real. Anything else you want to add based on that clip?
Yeah, so I love J-Lo, just big respect to her and how she lives. But she said right toward the end, I battle those thoughts all the time. And the invitation in the work that you and I did is, don't get into a battle with the little girl who's thinking that she has to hold everything. No, get into a relationship with her. It's not a battle. You're not fighting her, trying to put her down. She's been put down. She's been in the shadows your whole life. And it's about being in relationship, not in battle.
Oh my God, I love that so much. I mean, everybody listening, it is not about being in battle. And I just so love, I didn't expect that. That is such a great way to connect the dots. And that's how I have thought, and sometimes I'm going to keep it real, how I think so many of us get into that same thing. Like, I'm battling those emotions. I'm battling that old stuff. But Michael's point about being in relationship with these things, being curious about them, inviting that little part of you, or whatever, at whatever point the thing became really hard. Maybe it's not a 4 or 5 like it was for me. Maybe it's in your teens and something really tough happened, like or older, right? Maybe you got divorced and it was like, oh, that's the thing that crushed me. So yes, Michael, I love that it is a transformation to go from battling to inviting and being curious.
Yeah.
That is transformational.
Yeah.
I love that.
And it's interesting from a vibration standpoint. So when you're in a battle mode, right, it's not the lowest vibration on the scale, but it's not the highest when you're in fight mode. But when you're when you shift instead into curiosity, curiosity is a very high vibration. So if you have this aversive emotion, I have to hold everything, right? That's a lower vibe emotion. But as soon as I get curious about it, that's not me. That's a part of me holding a limiting belief. I'm curious about you. Now my dominant vibration is curiosity. And all of us, just right out of the gate, I'm raising my vibration. And so by law of resonance, the universe will start to send me more reasons to be curious about my life, more reasons to be in that higher vibration. That's how it works.
It's a practice. I mean, it's a choice. And I think about, every day, like I keep writing, I was saying before, like I underestimated the power and value of peace in my life. Now I'm like, I choose peace, and I've had some really challenging things happen in my life relatively recently. And it's like that, kind of that more inclined to be dysregulated or reactive part of me wants to run amok. And I'm like, whoa. I'm going to be curious. And I'm going to, it becomes a process and a practice it's taken me so much deeper, and it's gotten easier, as we were talking about. But it's not a one and done. Folks, it is not a one and done. If you think this is a one and done, sorry to break your heart. But the good news is, like we were just talking about, it does get easier. And I feel so like, I, without kind of oversharing, came from a family with a lot of alcoholism and addiction and, a lot of really challenging, really devastating and even deadly eating disorders. So just a lot of things that made my life growing up really, really challenging. And so when I think about having the great gift of having teachers like you and just being willing to do the work, it's like, great, I've transformed.
Yeah, beautiful.
Okay, so now we're on to the next section. Thank you. You talk about energetic anatomy. What is that, and why is it essential for manifestation?
It's my favorite topic. And the reason is, so all of the religions on the planet, all of the wisdom traditions, they agree on one thing. They disagree on a lot, but they agree on one thing. And the one thing they all agree on is that there's an aspect of our awareness that thresholds out of the body and goes to a non-material place, right? Christianity and some of those religions call it the soul, and the soul going to a higher place.
And would you say is that consciousness? Or is that like super consciousness? Not to get too technical and to necessarily label it, and we can just go back.
Yeah, there's 1,000 different labels we can put on it, right? But just suffice it to say, there's an aspect of our awareness that carries on after the death of the body. The body goes back to the ecology of the earth, right? And also implied in a lot of the traditions is that this aspect of our awareness came into the body at some point, right? Of course, it makes sense. So this aspect of our awareness, this non-material aspect of us, our soul, comes into the body at birth. We live the 80 to 100 years, whatever we get. That's earth school, like we're here going to earth school. And then we threshold out at that experience. And the body, the ashes to ashes, dust to dust, right? This thing goes back to the ecology of the earth. Well, it turns out the soul is not just some amorphous blob of energy. Right? This aspect of our awareness is not just some hazy blob of energy. It's a highly articulated, highly structured scaffolding. And the wisdom traditions of the East especially know what the shape of this thing is. And in fact, most of us are aware of what the shape of this thing is. If we've ever studied yoga or even looked at a yoga poster, we've seen the chakra system. The chakra system is the simplest articulation of this structure of our soul. It's our energetic anatomy. And why it's so important is it's our primary anatomy, right? Because we came from the non-material, come into this body. This is earth school, temporary life experience. We're just here away at school. And then we go back home to the non-material. The thing that's coming into the body is the chakra system. Articulating around that energetic anatomy is my physical anatomy, right? This body grows up around the energetic anatomy. Then the energetic anatomy takes the imprint of this experience, so it remembers it, right? Takes the imprint of this whole life experience, and it thresholds out. And this body, the physical, back to the earth, ashes to ashes. Our primary anatomy is our chakra system. It comes before our physical anatomy. We are spiritual beings having a physical experience, not physical beings having a spiritual one, even though that's how we're conditioned to believe we are today. I'm a physical being, and if I meditate and pray enough, I'll have a transcendent spiritual experience. That's backward. We are spiritual beings having a physical experience for 80 to 100 years, and then we threshold out. Why is this so consequential? It's so consequential for law of attraction because tapping into our energetic anatomy gives us access to the wider quantum field, which is a sea of energy. It's a sea of resources that are available to us if we would only plug in and turn on our chakra system. It's literally unplugged from the wall for most people. You have to go through the procedures of turning on the chakras, lighting them up, powering them up, and it allows you to run source energy through your body, which is the most blissful experience on the planet. And talk about manifesting from matter versus manifesting from the field. Manifesting from matter is a low energy experience. It's exhausting. It's I can't wait for retirement experience.
It's the grind. Just let me do Netflix and chill, right? Like I'm just tired.
Manifesting from the field when you wake up your chakra system is an experience of running source energy. It's an experience of abundant energy, the likes of which you can't get access to any other way. And so, the work that we do, it's like this twofold work. So, we come into these lives with emotional containers that are resilient and full and wide open. And then through early childhood experiences, those we begin to adopt postures. I'm not good enough. I need to hold the world. I'm in shame. And we start to squinch down our emotional container. Through the work, the shadow work you and I did, the parts work, we can start to restore the full dimensions of that container. And now with a fully restored container, fully reclaimed container, we light up the chakra system in there. And now we got a big space that we can run source energy through. And the combination of those two things is what we do in our program. And that's where the magic of manifestation really shows up, because then we're by default manifesting from the quantum field.
What do you think? Do you want to walk me through an exercise, or what do you think is the best way to communicate, even to give people a taste of what that can feel like? Is that something that you're down for?
Yeah, totally. And all of this work is very pedestrian. None of this is like highfalutin, out of reach kind of stuff. Everyone possesses this architecture inside. Everyone has the equipment. And this is just about like turning it on. And it's like, you turn this on, you're like, oh, that's been sitting around there I never knew what that was for.
Thank you.
That's turn on.
This big disconnect. Like, why are we only finding out about this stuff? Because you talk about how like the Taoists were the original people that came up with the law of attraction and the woo. And it's like they knew thousands of years ago, but it, took me a couple extra minutes to get there.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's this interesting moment when the soul takes the body that Taoism articulates really beautifully. And in the very first moments of conception, when the sperm meets the egg inside the mother's womb, the potential for a human is there because there's a single-celled organism that gets formed that has a full complement of DNA. But the Taoists say that thing is not yet a human. It's the potential for a human. What happens 12 hours later is that cell divides in two. A fissure forms down between, a spacious fissure forms down between those two cells. Now there's two cells separated by a space. And that very first moment, that very first fissure is your first act of agency as an embodied being. That's when your soul, your consciousness comes into the physical. And the first choice you make on this planet is, I'm going to take a body. And that's the moment. And that fissure that gets formed is the very first acupuncture channel. We call it the central channel. And it exists in the fully developed adult. So it exists right down the center of your body from pointing to the top of my head. It exists right down the center of your body from the top of your head, down through the middle of your head, the middle of your neck, the middle of your chest, the middle of your abdomen, all the way to your perineum, deep in the bowl of your pelvis. There's 2 acupuncture points on that channel, one on the top of your head and one on your perineum. Otherwise, that channel is internal. We call that the central channel. It's formed in that very first moment, and it persists through the full development of the human. This is the foundational piece of the chakra system. All of the chakras are arranged along this central channel. So the embodied work is to begin by making ourselves aware of the central channels. I'm happy to talk us through an exercise. And like I said, it's pedestrian.
I love it.
Coming in, showing you where the light switch is.
Get excited, everybody. You're going to get something real, even more so good. Yeah, we did the hard, sad, like make me cry stuff. Now I want to feel, what did you say, radiant bliss, Michael?
Radiant bliss. Let's bring it on. Yeah. So the move is just get comfortable in your body. If you're sitting down, just kind of sit on your sits bones and make sure your spine is kind of straight but comfortable. And keep your hands in your lap if you can, palms kind of facing up, but comfortable. And allow your awareness to float to the very top of your head. And find there the acupuncture point. 100 meetings, it's called. And open that acupuncture point with your mind about 3 centimeters. So, holding up my fingers, it's, silver dollar, $50 size. Just open it up. And then allow the central channel to open up as a spacious column of energy and light, plunging down through the center of your brain, the center of your neck, center of your chest, right through the middle of your heart, down through the center of your abdomen, down past your navel, down deep into the bowl of your pelvis, where it emerges on your perineum, and open the acupuncture point there about the same diameter. And then notice the spacious column of light from the top of your head through the center of your body to your perineum. And just allow your awareness to rove gently up and down this column, this central channel. This is the core of you. This is more you than your own hands and feet. This is you. Welcome home. And gently now, allowing your awareness to find its way into your heart center, which is one of the main chakras arranged along this central channel. And pretend that you're breathing in and out of your heart center. And allow that your heart, physically as an organ, is quite literally equidistant from the front of your chest to the back of your back. Equidistant from side to side. And allow that your heart is like a radiant sun inside the middle of your chest, radiating out and gently expanding and contracting with the rhythm of your breath. This is more you than your face, more you than your arms and legs. This is your primary anatomy. And we're going to go through an activation sequence now to really bring energy to the heart center as the first chakra that we awaken. So on the next breath, allow that the radiant sun in the middle of your chest starts to collapse in upon itself, down to the infinitesimally small center at the center of itself. Collapsing down, using your mind to collapse it down, 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 cascading down into the infinitesimally small center of itself. And soon you notice that it has its own gravity pulling itself down, and it requires no more effort on your part because it's pulling itself toward the center of itself, cascading gently down, down with the rhythm of your breath, down, 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 until you're so far below the material that you've reached into the other side of the non-material, and you touch with your awareness home, 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 and dwell in this place for a moment, in this infinitesimally collapsed infinity of home. And on the next breath, gently reverse the direction and begin to slowly expand out from the infinity of the small, the infinity of the non-material, expanding gently out, 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 and notice the expansion taking on momentum of its own, gently, gently, gently. And now the radiance is about the size it was before you collapsed it, and now it's actually engulfing your whole body, a radiant sun. Your body has disappeared because the radiant sun is so large, and now it's filling the room that you're in, so large, and it's continuing to expand. And now the house that you're sitting in is completely engulfed by this radiant sun, and it continues to expand. And now it's visible on the map from space in the town you're in. Your radiant sun is just expanding and expanding, and it's larger than the earth itself now, and it's racing out into the finer confines of space, into the infinity of the darkness beyond, and the radiant sun of your chest is filling all of space and the universe. And on the next breath, allow that radiant sun to return to its regular size in your chest, expanding and contracting with the rhythm of your breath, gently, gently. And you have now activated your heart chakra. And that's the slow way to do it. You can, with practice, do it really quickly. But the move is to touch home from whence you came and to the place you'll return when you threshold out of this body, when you finish Earth School.
Oh my gosh, I love that. That's so powerful. I mean, the whole thing was so powerful, just starting with, from you said the opening on the top of the head down to the perineum, and just feeling, like literally feeling that channel. And I love how you said, this is more you than your arms, legs, and face. Like, oh, I feel that. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So this is a profound resourcing. And as you get accustomed to practicing this and touching in with the central channel and the heart chakra especially, anytime there's distress or anytime you need to center, just bringing your awareness to the heart, the central channel and the heart chakra, breathing in and out of your heart. You know, I'm doing it 100 times a day. Just any moment I have, just to resource from that place, right? To run source energy through my body, because it helps take care of all the rest of the work.
God, that's a hack, Michael.
It's a total hack. Yeah. Yeah. So and we all have the equipment to do it, right? Like we've been birthed into these race car bodies, but most of us have only ever been using them to go buy groceries. And when you really know what this thing can do.
I want to go Formula One.
Yeah, you can be, it's a Formula One vehicle, right?
No, I love that. And just again, folks, as a practical matter, just to repeat what Michael just said, that he's doing it 100 times a day. And maybe you're being a little bit flippant about that or not. And so
not at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
So when I think about, like, if you're like, listen, that's 500 minutes, however long, I think that was maybe a 5-7 minute exercise. But what I love, what I'm going to do with that, Michael, is it's like, I feel like once it's primed, like you just primed in me, like then to just, it's like, oh, I can, in my mind's eye and in my body, it's like, oh, I can get there. Like top of my head, down to my perineum, feeling that channel of light. Like for me, it was like a silver white light. I'm guessing people can pick whatever color they want, like you can tailor make it to however it just feels most authentic to you. But I think your point of, hey, you can access that anytime, and that the more you access it, the more like this, like less than this.
It happens so fast. Yeah, I talked you through it because it was the first time, right? So I did it really slow, but I do it 100 times a day. I don't do that full long thing. I just check in, boom, there, done. I've done it 30 times since we started talking.
You're two-timing me over here, Michael. That's so funny. No, but I love that. Like, that's a hack. And so back to the very beginning of the law of resonance and the promise of this session, it is back to how this, while we can say it's a hack and that makes it, maybe it sounds a little like not as valuable, but to me, I say hack with the most reverence. And it's like, it's a practice that you people and me people can, and because you're already doing it 100 plus times a day, Michael, that this idea that it becomes an embodiment tool. It becomes that back to the tuning fork. How do you want to be the most high vibe tuning fork you can be? Do this. And if 100 times a day seems overwhelming, 5 times a day, then 10 times a day. If you say, in fact, I think it's Regan Hilliard talks about how setting the alarm on your phone. If you set your alarm on your phone once an hour and then check in even once an hour with what you're talking about, Michael, eventually it becomes habitual. Like then it becomes internalized.
Yeah. And then what you're doing is you're living from your primary anatomy. You're living from the part of you that's more you than this body, because this body's on loan. It's a rental costume that's going back to the earth. And the real you exists in infinite space-time. And you're going back, like you've read the near-death experience literature, right? We all know there's going to be a tunnel of white light. At the end of that tunnel is going to be a guardian angel, and we're going to sit down and do a life review of what happened. We're going to unpack Earth School. You came into this body from this place. This is more you. This what I'm talking about. So it's such a better experience to relate to the world from the primary you first than all of the narrative and limiting beliefs that came second.
Yeah, no, it's really going back to home, to source. And I've never heard of it described like that. Like this is more you than your physical being, and that we're, this idea that we're energetic spiritual beings first, and that this is how we tap into it, soul essence. It's like, oh, no wonder we feel fucked. No wonder we feel disconnected. I probably need to not use bad words in this one. And that devastating sense of separateness. I was writing in my journal this morning how separateness to me has been death. It has felt like death, that searing sense of rejecting myself, disconnecting from myself. And what you're training us to do, Michael, it's so beautiful. It's like coming home to self, right? First from the parts work and the shadow work, and then through this energetic work where, oh, I don't ever have to feel separate again. Right? Or maybe if I do, I know how to get back home real quick. Maybe I want to manage my own expectations. But that, wow, game changer.
It is a game changer. Yeah. That's why we have a program built all around it, because this is the work, this is the invitation of Taoism. This is why the Taoists this is why they survived, this philosophy survived for 5,000 years, was because they came up with these ideas in this shamanic culture and started writing it down. And it's a good idea.
Well, it's a great idea. It is highly rational, and it freaking works. And it's amazing how this one in particular, this ancient wisdom, this ancient tradition has managed to persist. It reminds me, so I live in Colorado, as you know, there are these juniper trees that I think they can be thousands of years old, and they can get like one drop of water and they go through the cracks in the stone and they persist in it. And that's almost what it reminds me of. And it's like, oh my gosh, there is something so hardy about those trees, just like there's something so hardy and valuable in these principles that you're teaching, that even though they somehow manage to be eclipsed in a lot of modern, around the globe, and yet there is this hardiness that has enabled them to persist. And people like you have said, okay, let me go all in, let me teach them, because this is the way.
Yeah. This is the way.
Michael, I'm going to give you full reign. We got maybe just a handful of minutes left. We were going to maybe talk spirit guides. Is that where you want to go? Or you tell me, because I just want to make sure you have full latitude to bring this really back home, this session, kind of to an amazing conclusion.
Yeah, I think the one thing we haven't touched on so much is spirit guides. And so you know, waking up our chakra system, waking up our primary anatomy in the way that we did, it allows us to run source energy through us, right? And we talk about in law of attraction, law of resonance, sending your vibe out to the universe. Well, right there, we're in a spiritual conversation. When I say sending my vibe out to the universe, it's a very antiseptic, science-safe way to talk spirituality, the universe. The universe will send me back what I want kind of magically. But what we're really saying is like, we're sending our vibe out to higher powers that are going to answer us back from the quantum field. The quantum field's another safe way to talk about it. But the truth is that the quantum field is not just some amorphous blob of energy. It's an articulated field filled with other beings, higher intelligences, specific frequencies that show up and can be related to as a specific frequency. You know, think about the metaphor of the ocean, right? If the ocean is all that is, right? If the ocean is the quantum field, and me as an individual in the ocean, I'm a wave, right? I'm cresting, and I'm eventually, after 80 to 100 years, I'm going to break on the shore and return to the ocean. And those are not the only two ends of this. Those are not the only two things we can talk about the ocean. We could talk about the whole ocean. We could talk about this little wave, but I could also talk about the riptide off the Northern Californian coast. It's a lot bigger than a wave, but it's a lot smaller than the ocean. It lasts a lot longer than a wave, but it doesn't last as long as the whole ocean, which is ongoing forever. So the riptide off the Northern California coast is an articulated thing that has characteristics and personality and does its thing. It's a higher being. That's the equivalent of a guardian angel, right? Would be this larger force, bigger than the wave, actually has agency over all the thousands of waves that are breaking along the Northern California coast, but is itself much smaller and less permanent than the entire ocean. The same is true for the non-material, the quantum field that we're all living in all the time, right? Material realities emerging from this non-material space over and over, moment by moment by moment. That's what quantum physics tells us. We have the capacity, when we wake up our energetic anatomy, to be in conversation with higher beings on the other side. The high consequence beings that I love to talk to are the guardian angels, Archangel Michael. There's named guardian angels that come from the wisdom traditions, and they appear across all traditions. They're named the same names in the Abrahamic religion. So Islam, Judaism, and Christianity have the same names for these beings.
Thanks, guys. Makes it easy.
Yeah, it makes it easy. But they also appear in Taoism, in Hinduism, Buddhism, under different categories, but they're always specific frequencies, specific intelligences that are here to mentor humanity. In Taoism, they talk about the guardian angels as having a religion, and their religion is humanity. The religion of the guardian angels is humanity. Their job is to mentor us. That's their purpose. So that's one order of frequency that I relate to, a specific frequency. They're not romantic figures with wings. That's art from the Renaissance. They are specific intelligent frequencies that have a much deeper level of knowing and can share with me through packed thought forms experiences that are useful for me, knowing that's useful for me. All of us have felt the nudge of a guardian angel, because we all have guardian angels around us. All of us have felt the nudge of like, turn left here, not right, or don't drink that coffee, or whatever the nudge is. But the invitation of this work is that you can have way more than a nudge. You can be in a back and forth conversation with these beings.
How practically, how do I tap into, I mean, is it Michael, Archangel Michael for me? And how do I know, how do I tap into them? And I'm mindful, I want to just be respectful of your time in a few minutes. How do people take that? Because I'm with you, I feel it. And I've had that nudge, but I don't think I've done nearly enough to say, I want to be in that relationship, right? And I want that guidance.
It's very simple, very straightforward. So do the meditation we did, central channel, heart chakra, activate it in the way that we did, and just sit quietly, sit still by yourself and ask, cast out into the field from this place, breathing in and out of your heart, being in the place that's more you than your own hands and feet. And just say, hey, I'm here and I'm here to listen, maybe for the first time in my life. But I know you're here and I know you've been around me because I felt your nudge. But I would like to be in a conversation with you. I would like to form a relationship with you. And then just listen with your heart about what comes through. And stuff will start to come in. You'll start to get intuition. You'll start to get an absolute knowing that that thought didn't come from my head. That thought came from somewhere else. And all of a sudden you're in relationship to the higher beings. And then it's a relationship that needs to be cultivated. Some people get these big downloads right away when they open up. Some people, it's a relationship that needs to be cultivated. The parts of your body are going to need to trust that this is so, that this can be trusted. But just like as we relate to our parts, relating to the higher powers is about relationship. It's about cultivating relationship, which is a daily experience if you really want to maximize it.
And I'm so glad it's so simple, right? And I love it. I just had a chuckle when you're like, just listen for the first time, right? I mean, let's keep it real, everybody. How often are we just not listening, right? Whether it's to our spouse, our kids, you name it. And to me, what I love about that, Michael, honestly, I feel my whole body surrender. That's how it feels like to me. And that commingling, let's face it. I mean, I've been so grateful to build a relationship with you. It's like 1 + 1 = 11 when you're in relationship with people that feed your soul, right? And that you trust and you respect and it feels good to be together. And that's how I feel like just listening to you give that really sacred guidance to getting centered, getting open, being in peace, and inviting them in to listen and surrendering to the process, who they are, what they have to say, especially as somebody like me who's so type A and has been holding so much and trying to control so much. It's like, oh, what a gift to just receive.
Just to let them love you.
Yeah. And to say, okay, I'm open. I'm listening with my heart.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, Michael, we are at time. I wish we had more. We will, but not in this session. You are the best. Thank you. I should say namaste. The light in me sees and honors the light in you in the biggest way. Thanks so much for being part of the power of manifestation. And honestly, I'm just so beyond grateful for your guidance today and all that you do. Up Spiral Life, guys. If you want more of Michael, you can get so much more of Michael in this course and follow him on social media because he is extraordinary. Every single day, he is bringing his heart, mind, all the chakras, all the essence, all the soul to help all of us in this incredibly important work. So thanks, Michael.
Thank you, Andrea. So good to be with you as always.
Oh my gosh, you guys. I hope you love that as much as I did. Okay, so let's wrap up. You manifest not so effectively from what you want. Yes, that clarity is important, but the real magic is manifesting from who you are. So let me say it again. You don't manifest what you want. You manifest who you are. And you are a collection of frequencies. You are a collection of thoughts, feelings, and beliefs. It's all energy. And like I said at the top, you can't fake it. And that is the best news because guess what? You can hugely impact it. And I'm just going to recap the main points that Michael and I discussed. And oh boy, I really hope you not just take it to heart, but that you actually take the time and effort, make it a practice so that you can be that incredible tuning fork, right? That tuning fork that says, here's who I am. And then you get all that what you really want back to you. So step number 1, the easiest and most essential manifestation tools, ding, ding, ding. Remember, sleep and exercise. I know some of you are going to be like, oh, no, don't make it that. No, come on, make it that. Feel how good it feels, whether it's Pilates or yoga or walking. It doesn't have to be hard. Exercise has a bad name. Let's not even call it exercise. Let's call it getting yummy sleep that you deserve. You do deserve it. And moving your body in a way that feels good. All right. That's number 1. Number 2, clearing limiting beliefs is essential because as Michael really underscored, it's that 95% that's in our subconscious that's running the show, right? And if what's running the show are those feelings of unworthiness, it's going to be a whole lot tougher to think your way into that magnetic, amazing future, having the abundance of love, success, great health, all those things that you deserve, and I do too. It's a whole lot tougher if what's running the show below the watermark, that 95%, is at odds with what your conscious mind is putting out there. So you gotta do that work and like we talked about, it makes it so much easier when you do. Okay, number 3, your energetic anatomy. This is more you than your hands, your feet, and your face. From the top of your head down to the perineum, all those chakras. Michael obviously gave us a beautiful exercise that any of us can do, starting maybe a few times a day to dozens of times to really, if you want to go all in, maybe for you too, hundreds of times per day. There are a lot of different chakra kinds of exercises, but listen, to really capitalize on the law of resonance, you can't skip this part because we are energetic beings. And personally, I have done a ton of chakra work. And in the words of Joe Dispenza, tapping into the energy centers, and it's been a game changer, honestly. Game changer. You can't skip that part. Okay. And number 4, your spirit guides are there. They really are. And so I urge you to get into that quiet, open space, that open-hearted space, and invite them in and listen to what they have to say and surrender. And to me, this idea of this is intuition. This is the greater cosmos, the universe, these spirit guides. It is coming. I always think of it coming, radiating to and through me. And boy, does it ever feel good when you feel that sense of, okay, I am divinely guided and honestly divinely protected. And you are. I urge you to tap in and then really surrender to what they have to say. Okay, and finally, I'm going to add my own last one. I know we didn't talk about this, but to me, guys, this is a big one. And it is simply smile more. Smile more. Because when we smile, we are sending such an important signal to our bodies, to our nervous systems to help us relax. I mean, the muscles in our face, it taps into our vagal nerve. I mean, there's all the medical and scientific stuff that we're not even going to get into right now, but it sends a signal within when we smile, and it sends a big signal without. And it is the most, I would say, the kind of the easiest, quickest thing we can do, even when we don't feel like, we're feeling crabby, we're feeling grumpy, just to say, what can I feel grateful for right now? What can I smile about right now? That is practicing the law of resonance in what might feel like a microwave. But if we do it, and I'm doing it too, I'm not asking you to do anything I'm not doing, daily, many times a day, even when we don't feel like it, that just continues to prime our bodies and prime our brains for those higher energy emotions that are key to winning in the law of resonance. It is not something you can outsource, guys. It is all that internal, beautiful work. And as somebody who has come from, so much distress and hurt and heartache and has crossed the Rubicon in such amazing ways, I'm excited to have brought the session to you and talked with Michael. I've learned a ton. I hope you've learned a ton. And a quick final reminder, if you aren't using the Power of Manifestation handbook, I really urge you to grab it. You can get it literally instantly right now at thepowerofmanifestation.com. Because there are so many opportunities, yes, to take notes and remind yourself what you loved in every session, but in terms of just having the journaling prompts and affirmations and reminders of what to do, this is just such a gift that you will give yourself so that you can embody these lessons. And yes, of course, add what resonated most with you. I encourage you to do it. And if you're like, yep, I don't want that, I just want to write it down in a notebook, that's great too. But do write it down, take those notes so you can come back and really internalize everything that resonated most. And even some of the things maybe you weren't sure about that you want to come back to and think about. But this is all about, it's all about practice. It's all about mastery. It's all about taking those actions to make the change required so that you are experiencing more abundance, more success, better health, amazing lasting love, all of those things that we are excited to experience right there with you and are experiencing. So that's it for now. We'll look forward to seeing you in the next amazing Power of Manifestation session. Thanks so much for joining this one. I'm so glad you were with me. Okay, I want to jump in here for just a quick second before we move on to the next session. Because here's what I know happens when you attend an event like this. And I say this with so much love because it's happened to me too. You show up to an event like this, you're fired up, you're taking notes, you're thinking, yes, this is exactly what I needed. I can feel something changing. You're not just excited in that moment, you're committed. You are all in, but then the event ends and the day goes by and then another. Life comes rushing back in. The kids need you. Work gets intense. Your inbox is overflowing. Who knows what happened to the notes you took? And a few weeks later, maybe even just a few days later, you're sitting there wishing you could remember that one practice, that one big idea, that thing that amazing expert said that completely reframed everything for you. You can't quite get it back. Ah, dang. We've all been there. And I don't want that for you. I really don't. My team and I didn't create Manifesting Your Dream Life 2026 to simply entertain you and certainly not distract you, but instead to support real, lasting transformation in your life. The kind of change that enables you to build a new, stronger, solid foundation, one that compounds over time and genuinely pays dividends for the rest of your life in every way, financially, spiritually, with your health, and in your relationships. And honestly, it's tough to do that in 3 days. Right now, you have temporary access to this extraordinary event, to these world-class teachers, authors, and thought leaders whose actionable insights can change everything for you if you choose to listen to them, apply their teachings, and critically feel how good it will feel to be that higher, better, more aligned version of you. So with one click, you can upgrade to lifetime access to all 26 sessions, every teacher, every practice, every tool. And here's why that matters. Because manifesting your dream life occurs over time. Yes, you'll get the ahas and there will be insights that are helpful to you today. Oh my God, awesome. I love that. And 3 months from now, you'll want additional insights. And often you'll want to even revisit the same material so you can go deeper and truly master it. Honestly, I told Marianne Williamson that I have read, no joke, A Return to Love and the notes I took from it close to 20 times. I have mastered that material. It truly is inside of me. So in addition to all of the videos, you'll also get the MP3 audio versions for when you're walking, driving, or doing the dishes, plus a bunch more bonus materials that you'll love so you can really internalize this material like I did with the Return to Love. You'll also have all of the transcripts so you can get into it word for word, quickly underline it, come back to it, however you like to consume that material. You'll also have bonus content from the teachers you're connecting with right now. Guided meditations, rituals, affirmations, the kind of practices that help shift this from being understood intellectually to helping you embody it to your own mastery. We offer all of this to you when you upgrade so it can fit into your life and accommodate how you learn best so you can really benefit from it and master it. Here's what I also want you to know. This is the lowest price we're offering during this exclusive event. Once it ends, the price goes up significantly. A lot of people think, I'll decide later. But soon, it's buried deep in your inbox. So you got busy with work or family. And then, you're annoyed that it slipped your mind and the price has gone up and time has passed and now you're feeling, like you just wish you would have made that move. So if one session, even one, gave you an aha and you realize that things could finally be different for you, that you can live with greater ease and abundance at last, I urge you not to ignore your intuition. I truly urge you to invest in yourself now. Give yourself the gift of being able to enjoy all of this valuable exclusive material and return to it whenever you need it and decide to go deeper. I would truly love for you to do that so that you become the version of you that you love, adore, trust, and admire. That's why we created this in the first place. Heck, that's why we gave it to you for free with no obligation whatsoever. Because my team and I care deeply about helping people as much as we possibly can. And personally, I don't want to sell anything, especially something that you are not truly excited to have. But I also know what it's like to not answer the call, to hesitate, to not invest in myself, to miss out on something that could have changed the game for me. And I don't want that to happen to you. So right now, please ask yourself, what if I made this relatively modest investment in myself and truly committed to manifesting my dream life? What could happen if I said, yes, I am ready to embrace the change I've been hoping for? That hasn't quite happened yet. Noting that with these teachers, it's going to be so much easier and so much more fun than trying to figure it out on your own. Here's the thing. Over the past nearly 25 years, I built an entire company focused on helping millions of people like you experience better love and relationships and becoming truly empowered. I know firsthand just how much one decision can transform your entire life. And that's why I personally developed this event and hosted all the sessions so I could be sitting here in front of you now and for you to feel the truth in what I am sharing. That this truly is for you. There are no coincidences. We were meant to connect like this. And I'm okay nudging you a little bit because I know how easy it is to talk yourself out of something good, to put it off, to tell yourself, I'm not sure. I'll think about it. Then you get distracted or busy or on your phone and life proceeds as usual. And by the way, maybe your life's not terrible. I presume there's a lot of good to it, but I think it's safe to say it's not the transformative life you're capable of living. As I love to say, no one wants to change. Everyone wants to transform. Only you can make that decision right here, right now, for yourself. And yes, for every single person you touch, because when you change for the better, you positively impact everyone around you. And I know this is especially important for moms and dads. Again, I know this from firsthand experience because that's what I've done with my own life and why I am so passionate about offering you access to these superstar teachers and their invaluable lessons, because it works. But only if you show up for yourself. And that's what I'm urging you to do now. Invest in yourself. Show up for yourself. No one can do it for you, only you. And by the way, no matter what you choose, I genuinely wish you all the best. And I am so glad you were able to take in as much of or as little of manifesting your dream life as it has served you. And whatever else you consume, I hope you love it. My team and myself and all these amazing teachers have brought it all to you with our full hearts. Thanks so much. welcome back to the Power of Manifestation. My name is Andrea Miller, and I am so excited to be hosting this session called Stop Chasing, Start Dancing, Somatic Manifestation to Ignite Your Soul. Sign me up, because if you're ready to really call in your desires and live with a soul-filled, joyful life, you have to feel like it's already inside of you. And guess what? It is. And my electric, heart-centered, force of nature guest, Sa D. Simone, is going to not just show you how, but make it fun as F to do so. All right. So Sa D. Simone is a humanitarian and spiritual innovator who masterfully combines Buddhism, somatic dance, and art to heal and empower millions globally. Renowned as a leader in his field, he has collaborated with world-famous celebrities and hosted the groundbreaking British TV show Big Celebrity Detox. Spoiler alert, we're going to get a little taste on today's episode. He has spoken at esteemed institutions such as Davos World Economic Forum, Columbia University, proud alum, and the United Nations. He received the City of Los Angeles CARE Award and won Best Experimental Film at the Cannes World Film Festival for his film, Touching the Ungrieved Grief. Honestly, I haven't watched it yet, but that title is next level, so that's going to be on my list of things to do tonight. As founder of the Somatic Dance Institute, Sa developed the Somatic Activated Healing, SAH, method, uniting dance, social justice, and spirituality to train instructors worldwide. His best-selling books, highly rated podcast, extensive membership platform, and transformative training programs have earned international recognition, from the cover of Sweden's Human Shift magazine to features in British Vogue, The Guardian, and Forbes. And through efforts such as supporting orphans in Indonesia and educating recovering addicts in Nepal, Sa is forging a legacy of compassion, providing practical tools for personal and societal liberation. And honestly, guys, he makes it so much fun and so high vibe. So yeah, I'm a little bit of a fangirl freaking out right now, but guess what? It is high vibe to be authentic. So this is authentic Andrea. Now, today, so I'm obviously so excited. Welcome. Thank you so much for being in our event. So we want to, actually, let me do this before we get into your questions. Just a quick reminder to our audience, if you haven't grabbed your Power of Manifestation handbook, please do so. If you don't have it, you can get it at powerofmanifestation.com. It is so chock full of rituals and great takeaways, and you're going to want to write down a lot from today's session. So whether you do it there or do it in your journal, just have something next to you that you can take notes. And with that, welcome, Sa.
Thank you so much. And I didn't know the team was going to have you read my whole bio. Thank you so much.
To be fair, oh my God, Lily is like laughing right now because they cut it down a little bit. I'm like, no, I think I want to read all of it. It's so good. Like, it's so impressive.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, it's quite a full last decade.
Yeah, well, for sure. And honestly, when I think about my ambition and my team's ambition for this event, it's to make it fun and high vibe, ultimately to make a really positive, powerful impact and have this big ripple effect, and how each of us shows up. I always say, we all impact others way more than we even realize. And so by doing our work, doing it joyfully, and what you're training individuals to do, instructors and so forth, like, it just beautifully aligned. So I really wanted everybody to get a sense of just all that you are bringing to our event. So thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay. So let's start setting the stage with our audience by defining what is somatic manifestation. What does it mean to you? So just let's start there.
Okay. It's a term that I created for you, for this.
Okay.
You know?
Cool.
Yeah. It's something that I put together for you. You know, in my world, I don't really work with the term manifestation per se, but I feel like when we clear the debris of the past from our nervous systems, from our bodies, and our minds are more relaxed in the present moment, we start to actually hear the whispers of what we need more so than what we want. I think there's a difference between wanting versus needing. And oftentimes when we haven't cleared the debris from our bodies, which is the emotional storage of the past, we are wanting things that are not necessarily of benefit to anybody else but ourselves. And that is where I sort of draw the line. I think all manifestation practices, within my view, in my practices and teachings and methodologies, very much rooted in a we mindset, and something that can benefit all of us, not just me, mine, and I. Because in truth, when we go into the most subtle place within ourselves, we realize that the soul, or our awareness, is interconnected. It's interdependent. It doesn't exist independent of everyone else and everything else. So wanting something just for me, mine, and I eventually won't lead to happiness. It will always bring you back to a low grade suffering or misery, and to use sort of provocative big words like that. Yeah.
Well, let me understand, just to clarify, so the wanting versus the needing. I think I know what you mean, but can you differentiate? And so you're saying, this is really rooted in what we need. Will you make that clarification, please?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you for that question. So what we want is oftentimes to escape the present moment, right? So we want things that are going to bring us out of feeling, out of the body. We want a bigger car, a better car, a bigger house, a different body, a different face, a new handbag, a new car, a new something, anything to distract us from the present moment, right? Our culture today is very much rooted in distraction. And what we see as happiness today are people who have masterfully scheduled themselves as quickly as they can away from the present moment. That's like a harsh truth to understand, right? But so when we sit with that information, we're like, oh wow, maybe the things that I'm wanting are just a quick fix away from the present moment, away from my current reality. I'm not loving myself enough. I'm not accepting myself enough. I need to run away. So the wanting is often rooted in how can I run away from current reality? And there's something interesting there too, because in manifestation, we want something different to change, but there's a first step. Can I let go of the past? Can I accept what happened as it happened? Can I really let it go? Can I forgive? And then once we've cleared that debris of the past from our bodies, then we are opening ourselves up to what we actually need. And it's different from what we want, because what we need is bigger, wilder, bolder, more joyful, more blissful, way more profound than our little mind wanting to escape the present moment can ever conceptualize. Does that make sense?
Preach,
now?
brother. Yeah, no, totally. I'm like kind of jumping like out of my chair over here. Like that need is so foundational. And what it reminds me of as a recovering achievement junkie and workaholic, I am so happy to say these days, being present, being peaceful is so underrated, because I was one of those people chronically on my phone, chronically doing stuff, always felt like I needed to be productive. And that's not being present. It's like proving myself, like all that stuff that the healing journey that I've been undertaking has helped me get grounded in the present. And I absolutely needed that, right? That is foundational. So you are definitely preaching to the choir over here. So you're telling us to stop chasing and start dancing. So why is that? What does that shift unlock?
Yeah, thank you for that too. So stop chasing and start dancing. It's essentially like stop conceptualizing the future, stop wanting, stop desiring, stop going about it, stop trying to like effort your way through life, stop trying to like add things together. 1 + 1 = 2. Yeah, it's true. But when you're working with the mind, body, spirit complex, you can tap into something that's way above and beyond that we can ever conceptualize. And that only happens when you're in the present moment. And the dancing part, it's not a dance to reach an ecstatic state. It's not a dance to reach a joyful state. It's not a dance to look a certain way. It's not a dance to perform the steps right. It's not a dance for applause or to reach a certain state. It's a dance to let go of the past. It's a dance. This is where the somatics comes in, right? Somatics is the language of the felt sense, bringing mind and body connection together. So when you bring attention and intention to your dance, this is when the dance becomes somatic. So a simple way that you can do this is by simply saying, dear body, I'm ready to let go of the past. And you could just, put your hands over your heart and you just say, literally just communicate with your body. Dear body, I'm ready to let go of the past. Dear body, where is the past still alive in my body? And really quickly, even if you're deeply desensitized, right, which so many of us are because of the hyper caffeinated, hyper distractive culture that we're in, we may be like, oh, I feel nothing. I feel numb. The past is not alive in my body. And then we have a little bit more work to do. But in short, right, a lot of the content that goes viral when I ask people to stop and do a somatic checkpoint, ask the body, where do you feel what you feel? Where is the past still alive in my body? Okay, cool. Oh, it's here. It's in my chest, in my belly. Oh my God, it's in my throat. It's alive in me. Whoa. Okay, cool. And then really quickly, Andrea, what will happen, and everyone listening, a story is going to populate the mind of what that feeling means. Oh, this feeling means that I'm bad. This feeling means that I'm depressed, or that I should unalive myself, or that this thing's going to happen, or that thing's going to happen. It's a plug-in neurotic thinking that is catastrophic in texture. What we need to do is drop story, be with the feeling. This is the key for the dance to be somatic. Drop the stories, be with the feeling. Stop giving extra meaning to every single feeling. And once the feeling has made itself known to you in your body, then drop the stories and just allow the feeling to move you. Say, dear feeling, move me. Dear past, move yourself through me and out of me. And give yourself the opportunity to keep tracing your mind back to the present moment over and over again. Because when you start to move with the feeling, what you're doing is you're completing the emotional cycle that a traumatic event stopped, right? The reason why we have emotional storage in our bodies, and we have the stuck energy in us, is because when a traumatic event happens, we don't have the tools, the community, the support to allow ourselves to complete the cycle of the energy, of the emotion. It comes up and it gets shot and stuck in our bodies, and then we kind of carry on, right? We start talking about it, or we pretend to be okay, and we smile, right?
Or
Look
reject
at the culture
it,
of today.
judge it, like shame
everything
it.
but feel. Everything but feel.
Well, you've got a great clip, a TikTok clip that I want to pull up, but I just wanted to respond to that. And they're like, oh my God, big, like aha here for me, because I'm somebody who will use a little similar technique, say from internal family systems, like, I'm feeling upset, and I'll say, okay, where do I feel that? But you take it to the next level by actually like using your body, because before, where I would stop it, I would feel hurt. Like the little girl in me would feel that feeling of rejection. So I'm feeling hurt, and I'm kind of thinking about feeling hurt, and I'm making, hey, Andrea, it's okay. What do you have to say? Moving my body is next level.
Sure.
Like I haven't done that, and I love that. That's powerful.
Because look, and I am not in internal family systems and all of that body of work. It's so transformative. Like we have a lot of teachers who train in our method who also work with that system as well. However, in this methodology, we are not even asking, why do I feel the way I feel? There's no reasoning why, because through the Buddhist lens, which is the faith tradition that we hold ourselves, that students are asked to understand. It's an esoteric view that also ties to an empirical view as well, because we know that we show up Earthside with a backlog. I think we're all realizing that no one arrives Earthside without a backlog of information that is really wired into their chemistry and DNA imprinting and mind stream and whatever. So you can look from the esoteric view or the empirical view. They both show you that you show up to Earth with a lot. So oftentimes asking, why do I feel the way I feel, would only lead you to an analysis paralysis. And we like to open up the view to say, oftentimes, if the feeling's really big, it's historical, right? The AA mantra, Alcoholics Anonymous, famous mantra. If it's hysterical, it's historical. It's very rooted in our work too. So the hysteria, the big feeling in the present moment, is pointing to something historical. Oftentimes what's historical doesn't even belong to you as Andrea or as Sa. It belongs to mommy and daddy or grandpa or a previous life of yours, if you want to hold this more esoteric, mystical view as well. So we bring it to the dance floor, we let it move through us, and it is profound what happens. Once we allow the past to make itself known to us and we allow it to dance us, key word here for all of us who are playing the good girl, playing the good one, playing the happy, playing the perfectionist, and the everything's okay, I'm good, everything's okay, the doer. This is going to be a little bit of a trigger, right? You have to allow yourself to let the dance be ugly. Because a lot of those emotions were ugly. A lot of those experiences you felt were challenging, were unpleasant. So allow the dance to be strange. You know, I had a Vogue, British Vogue, quote me in an article saying the teacher wanted us to to make ourselves ugly to each other, and it was unbearable. I'm paraphrasing what the reporter said, but essentially it's that we have such a hard time letting ourselves be ugly because we see ugly as being bad. But if we can do it in a safe way, right? People who are watching this amazing summit, amazing experience here, do it with a friend so you guys can hold safe space for each other. Let yourselves be ugly. Let the claws come out. Let the face, let it all come out. And in 3 to 5 minutes, you're going to notice something massive that maybe you've been retelling in therapy for a long time has left your body. I have students who come to 1 hour event, and they say this was 10 years of therapy in 1 hour because of this, because you can release. And then from this place, then you can say, okay, show me what I need to know. Show me what I need to do. I'm ready to receive. Because now you have more clarity.
Now you're the empty vessel, right? You're the beginner's mind.
Exactly. Yes.
Oh my God,
exactly.
I love it. Well, there are two clips that I want to show, but I just want to respond to that whole business of like not wanting to be ugly and pathologizing these emotions, meaning, we judge them. It's so important, guys. I mean, everybody watching, saw Andrea, all of us, this idea of just making peace with those ugly parts of ourselves. Until we do, they are going to remain unprocessed and wreak havoc, right? And so I love it that you actually have that embodiment, making the weird faces. And we are going to show a really good video, and I'm going to get up and do it with you. I'm like ready to like show my weirdness. Like I just need the smallest invitation. But it really is. I mean, this to me is so important to highlight, because that is the mask that we wear, the mask that we keep on for ourselves. We don't want to be seen, those ugly, scary parts of us that we judge. And in the meantime, what's magnetic? Being authentic. How are you going to manifest the most? Being your authentic self. Having that clarity. Like there's no faking it, guys. There's no faking it.
Yeah. Because oftentimes if you're not clearing the past out of your body, you're not manifesting what you need. You're manifesting somebody else's dreams. You're looking on social media, you're copy and pasting somebody else's dream as your own. We have so many copy and paste. We have so many carbon copies today. Everybody looks the same. Everybody dressed the same. Everybody is just like, what is going on? I feel suffocated. I feel deeply suffocated. But then I go to a place of pity, being like, oh my God. And then I go to a place of compassion. Wow, this is the past, so deeply stuck in someone's body. If more people could allow themselves to be ugly in a safe environment, then more people would have original ideas, original thoughts, original manifestation. And then guess what? Everybody would fit the puzzle, the insane riddle of being human. We will all have more answers and more clarity, more peace, because we all have a unique puzzle piece to bring the world in complete harmony and peace. That is what manifestation is all about. It's bringing your unique piece of the puzzle to the world, and you can't do it until the past has not been cleared.
To me, it really means having the integrity to do so, right? Because it takes integrity, it takes guts to say, this is what I want, and I'm going to quit looking at somebody else's answers and thinking, oh crap, I got the wrong answer. No, you didn't. Play your game, right? But that takes guts. And I always say to myself, Andrea, it takes be true to yourself. Be true to yourself. And that can be scary and hard in a world that you described, which is so common, where there is so much, such a lack of courage, where we all kind of want to just be slightly different than everybody else, but that kind of sucks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
there's no
freedom in that.
Love too. Yeah, but thank you for naming that. You are such an influential figure in the space. It's so beautiful to hear you say it takes integrity, because that is a term that is so overlooked. So thank you for naming that.
True to yourself.
I really appreciate. Yeah,
it's true to yourself, and when you get that, it is next level, because then you're free, right? But you got to do the work. So you got to go through those emotions, make your ugly faces, do all the cool stuff, forgiveness. I mean, there's so much we're going to work through here.
Stop giving meaning to every single feeling. 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 For real. Allow feelings to be what they are. A passive sensation in the body, honey. Okay? Stop attaching an entire narrative to the sensation that you're having in your body. Oh my God, this is just what I'm having in my body. It means that I'm anxious. It means that my life's falling apart. It means that I'm depressed. It means that I have to, stop it, okay? Be with the feeling, drop the story. Be with the feeling, drop the story. Be with the feeling, drop the story. Do you understand? Not every feeling requires an entire narrative. The more you give your feelings a narrative, the more they stay, the more they make a home in your body, honey. Okay?
Oh my God, I love it so much. And so the alternative, what you're calling for, is naming it, feel, and then moving, letting it move through you, not pathologizing it, not like, hey, this is bad. It is. In the Buddhist tradition, it just is. It's anger, it's shame, it's heartache. That's just so powerful.
Oh, thank you.
Right? And then
thank you for naming that. Thank you for naming the not pathologizing, because I have a therapist, and I'm not against medication, and I'm not against pathologizing a cluster of behaviors and a cluster of intrusive thinking when it gets to be really deep and dark and really intense and sticky. However, we do need to do both, right? Even towards the end of my mother's life, and even with patients at the hospital when I was sitting with the sick and dying, we never said stop chemotherapy and only meditate. Stop chemotherapy and drink the green juice only. Stop your antidepressant and only do the somatic dance. No, it's do both. I think do both. You know what I mean? And then at some point, you're going to realize that it was never about just feeling ecstatic and feeling happy and only feeling pleasant feelings. It was about having a range to feel it all. So that the trance dance, which is a part of our somatic dance methodology, trance dance is when we open ourselves up to these oracular visions, these prophetic visions, these deep states of cosmic wisdom, where we know things and we envision things there that do not belong to this short life that we have, right? Or to this,
limited
place that we
life, right?
Limited,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. It opens ourselves up to something so much more relaxed, so much bigger. I wanted to just say that we are so hung up on wanting to feel pleasant and feel happy and feel okay, and but that is sort of I'm forgive me for using provocative language, but it's an immature goal. We should aspire to arriving at a place of freedom, when freedom is when we can feel all emotions, the grief and the gratitude, the despair and the joy, that we can be open to all of it, because unless we do, we're robbing ourselves the opportunity of having a relationship with the night, of having a relationship with the darkness. And how many flowers only scent the wind at nighttime? How many vegetables only grow at nighttime? There's so much that happens at night. And I'm using these metaphors just
in the shadows,
exactly. So we understand that there's so much life that so much of our humanity is left behind, where we're only seeking to be happy and ecstatic and blissful. And when we're not, then we pathologize those states. And we pathologize it. We want the medication. We want the thing to get us away from these feelings. So I just wanted to circle back into that, because I love that you brought up this word, pathologizing, because it's overlooked and it's tossed around too quickly.
Yeah, well, I love that. And I just want to add on to that too. When I think the night versus the day, the grief and the joy, we need contrast as human beings. That is Mother Nature, right? We've got winter and we've got summer. And it just, except if you're in LA. But I say that because I know, and you've raised this point, and I feel it in my chest. We're so hesitant to be willing to feel that which we're judging as negative, and the anger and these things. And yet it's back to, if we don't allow them, they're staying stuck. I think of them as signals and messengers inside of our bodies. It's like, hey, little dude, maybe you don't want to call your anger your friend. Hello, visitor. What do you have to tell me? Right? Let's dance it out. Right? Versus that, anytime I feel myself in resistance or rejection, it's like snap back. And that's back to the integrity thing. It's like, and only I will know what's really going on with me. Right? And that, that to me, it's back to, you can't fake it. You can't fake it. So like, do the work and have fun dancing it out. That's the cool thing about this process, because I think so many people are hesitant to get into healing because they think the Freudian method of like lying on the couch for 25 years talking about your terrible childhood, and then you're still taking Prozac and you're still not making progress. The miracle of your work is that it really works, right? And this is just something that I've really been so much more into in my later years. These types of somatic methods, they really work, and they can work so much faster than people realize, exactly like you said. I mean, it's like a miracle. Like, why hasn't this been better known? It feels like it's like, kind of, hidden.
Yeah, it feels like it's niche, but it's really not. If you think about like every social justice movement is based on marching in a specific way with breath and sound. Our slave ancestors were on the picking cotton and working in the fields. They were in their bodies. Somatics is older. It's the oldest language of healing. It's the talking about our feelings is the new thing. It only feels new because we have, and I don't want to derive the conversation to this way, but so much of puritanical culture through a theology that isn't celebrating of the body, shaming of the body, says, don't love your body. The body is disgusting or not pure, or whatever it may be. Plug in your theology. We all know which one I'm speaking to without having to name it. But, all of that has led us to have a completely distorted view of our bodies, and plug in the hyper-capitalistic culture of like, sleep when you're dead, have another cup of coffee, override your body constantly. We are in this override, overconsume, quickly distract ourselves from our bodies. And what happens when someone asks us to feel? We're like, feel what? I just need another cup of coffee, darling. Let me just have a cigarette and a cup of wine and I'm fine. Let's go. And then it works for a couple decades or multiple decades if you're lucky. But most people will enter into a chronically inflamed state and then plug in the statistics of like, in your 50s, you have all the hard illnesses and then a short life, So we don't need to have that. And most importantly, I don't think it's about the longevity of the life that such an emphasis in the wellness space. But I think it's about the quality. It's about the present moment. Are you loving your family well? Are you forgiving your life well? Are you present to your kids and to your life? I think a lot of people really, when I was sitting with the sick and dying at the hospital in LA as part of my medical chaplaincy training, it was very sad to see how many people in their later years, without any time left, terminal, would have the same sort of regrets. And it sounds like a cliche, but we're so overlooking the fact that we're all going to die, and our mortality should be the driving force for us to stop. Put the phone away, put the things away, just like connect, melt, be bored together. Let the conversation be silent, like allow yourself to be uncomfortable with each other. There's such beauty in that. We just have pathologized and made all of this wrong. If you're not, jumping out of excitement with this friend and there's ongoing banter 24/7, then something's wrong. It's like, no, it's just how it is. Things come together and they fall apart. There's seasons, and I just hope that there's a softening in people's hearts as they're listening to this to stop the doing and just to feel more and be here more.
There's no faking it. And to your point, like this is our lives. And I'm so enthusiastic about it. Having come from a lot of chaos and dysfunction and having crossed the Rubicon, it just keeps getting better. It just keeps getting better. So let's go to the next. Thanks so much for that. I just love this conversation. So we're going to clarify the heart's desire beyond ego wants. So what would it feel like in my body if this was already here? That's sort of our leading question. So how can I understand the difference between the difference better between our soul's desires and what the ego wants. And I feel like you were touching on that maybe a little toward the beginning, the want versus need, but I'd love to go into that a little bit more. And then what does that truth feel like in the body?
Thank you for bringing this up. Yeah. So it's once you've done that clearing of the past, right? And it's not a one time and done, right? It's a multiple times. It's an ongoing process. And at some point, the emotional baggage is clear and you are clearing as it arises. I think that's the goal, that we arrive at a place that we can feel what we feel when we feel. We're not waiting for at the end of the day. We're not waiting. I'll do it when I go to that retreat in India or when I go to Colorado or whatever. We're not plugging in when the conditions are right. I will feel. So let's just emphasize that point. So once you've let that go, then you have a little bit more clarity. Then you are like more yourself, and then you can start to dream up. You're like, oh, what do I really need in my life right now? And then call up that vision, right? And when the vision arises in your mind's eye, the body will respond, And once the body responds, you may notice, oh, it feels like contraction, like my breath is shallow, my chest is tight, or my stomach is buzzing. Feel what that is. Or you may actually have the opposite experience. You might actually feel the breath deepens, the chest rises up, and even your heartbeat may slow down. You can kind of see, and I'm just feeling into this now. You can kind of see if like this vision is something that is actually like propagating more safety and peace and relaxation in your life, or something that's genuinely just going to cause you stress. See how the body responds. When the mind calls forth that big vision, does the body respond with relaxation and ease? That may be a good sign. And I want to throw in a paradoxical thing in there too. If it isn't, but you truly feel like that vision is what you actually need, then meet those feelings in the body. Like, be with that contraction in your chest, be with that shallow breath, and just say, hello, old friend. Thank you for visiting me. Hello, old friend. Thank you for visiting me. Hello, old friend. Thank you for visiting. And when you bring awareness to tension, right? Because our awareness has an inherent quality of warmth. And if you put warmth towards anything, imagine a pile of compost. When you lock it up and you've peed enough times on it, you've done all the things, to create compost. With warmth, what happens? It becomes this great fertilizer, right? So it's the same quality that our awareness has, the quality of warmth. It's inherent to our awareness. So when you bring the warmth of your awareness to the tension in the body, it will soften. And the more the tension in the body softens, the more the vision will become more expensive, bigger, bolder, and you're going to have a deeper relationship with that vision. And then more and more, the natural next steps will make themselves known. Really important point to note, though. You can have a big vision about what you need, not what you want, but what you need. And if you haven't let go of the past, if you haven't unburdened and unhooked your body from the emotional baggage of the past, you won't be able to see life communicating back to you. This is super important. You're not going to see the signs. Two people could be driving down the same street, and the person who's cleared the emotional baggage versus the one who hasn't is going to see, oh, wow, they're hiring right here. Oh my goodness. Or they're going to see that person that's like, whatever. There's just, life is constantly communicating back to us. And we don't have synchronicity or we are stuck in emotional baggage as much. We don't have life communicating back to us about like, oh, talk to this person. Have you thought about this? Or you see that car, or you see this thing. There's like or hummingbirds that mean something to you, whatever it may be. Symbolism has actual meaning in your life when you've cleared the emotional baggage from your body, because the mind is open, expansive, relaxed, So I feel like it's important for us to know that, like, have I cleared enough emotional baggage? Okay, cool. Now it means that when I have that big vision, I will be able to see the natural next steps, because life is going to show me how to create that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense. And even in my own experience, the more that I open my heart and mind and do this clearing, the synchronicities, man, they are rolling in. They are rolling in. And then I can trust it now, right? Because not only am I seeing it, I'm trusting it. And when it's like, oh yeah, nah, that's not for me. I own my yeses and I own my nos more than ever. And one of the things that I tell myself, don't overthink it, right? Because when you're not in trust, you can overthink and second guess. I'm like, I don't overthink and I don't second guess. Like, and that has been a way for me to hone that intuition and trust it. And by the way, every now and then I get it wrong and I'll say, ooh, great, I got it wrong. I learned something from getting it wrong rather than, God darn it, now I don't trust myself again. It's like, no, I'm going to give myself some grace and learn from when, and then it's like, oh, maybe I didn't even get it wrong. Right? I mean, then you can go down that path and go, no, you actually got it right because there was this other whole set of consequences that were supposed to happen. Right? I mean, it's pretty meta.
I love this.
So can you show us a movement or an exercise to help us get there? Is there a little something we can do? And then in just a minute, I'm going to get us into that video that you were just talking about, ugly faces when we're releasing emotion. But is there a little something we can do?
There's a move in our movement language for shame. For shadow pride, which is the opposite of enlightened pride or sacred pride, right? Which we do need to develop. And shadow pride, the way it looks like you bring both fists into both hands into fists, and you're going to inhale on the right and and then inhale on the left. So you've got 2 breaths in, right? So then hold it here, feel the 2 breaths in. And then exhale across the central channels.
Oh.
Exactly.
Like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then begin again. So let's go. Inhale right, inhale left, and then exhale. Yeah. Exactly.
Okay, let's do it again. Let's do it a couple more times. Okay.
Yeah. Let's find a little flow.
Okay.
Another piece of information here. Once you feel comfortable, right, in a trauma-informed environment, we're always inviting, everything's an invitation. So I'm going to invite you to close your eyes if you can. Otherwise, just lower the gaze so you have a little bit of light coming in. But if you can, close your eyes and place your internal gaze fixed in a space between the eyebrows. So really fixate softly in the space between the eyebrows. Don't strain your attention and strain your face, but keep your attention rested right there in the space between the eyebrows. Okay, so now you're in your body. Wow, that is what it's like to be in my body. Okay, cool. All right, then punch the right, inhale. Punch the left, inhale. And then exhale. And then it's last one. Inhale, exhale. Now rest your hands on your lap and feel the buzzing in your hands, in your face, in your chest. And from this place is when we would ask ourselves, where's the past alive in me? How could I release this shadow pride that's holding me back from having humility and asking?
The shadow pride, did you say?
Shadow pride. Yeah. This move is for shadow pride, which is like holding us back from actually softening and having humility to say, oh, wow, or having integrity,
Oh, okay. So shadow pride. I got it.
Yeah. So we practice this. Ideally, we practice until we enter a state of trance, right? Where we can like really disconnect from the outer world and really connect deeply to our inner experience of breath and movement, breath and movement, breath and movement, breath and movement. And then once you arrive at that end point, you can ask, wow, where is the past still alive in me? And then you may notice that a big feeling is going to come up and make itself known to you. And that is when you do the next stage of like, hello, old friend. Thank you for visiting me. I allow you to press through me and out of me. Or you, instead of just being with it hands-on, because it may be really intense, you can say, okay, dance through me. And then that's when the dance may get really strange and really ugly, or may get really soft and gentle, But these are the steps that we do in our somatic dance methodology. We have a series of body keys, and these body keys are these breath to movement, like this one that I showed you, shadow pride. And shadow pride is in between the light moves going to the in between the shadow moves and going to the light. It's the halfway point of what we've worked through in the shadows and to enter the light. You have to have humility in order for you to speak within this context. To really manifest your heart's desires, you have to have humility. So I figure the shadow pride is really fitting for this experience.
I love that. I just love it. I feel it, honestly, so beautifully. It's that, I mean, when you have humility, you've let go. And that is somatic, right? And it's so freaking easy to not want to let go, even when it's bad for us, right? Because it can feel scary. And so I love that, the warmth. I mean, that is just such a beautiful hack. Like, like bringing that warmth there. So how many times, and if I was feeling, stressed or something was coming up, how many times would you recommend? I think we did it maybe 8 times, or does it matter?
Yeah.
Does it, or do you just feel it? Feel your way through it?
Yeah. I mean, feel your way through it. I think a lot of people are so stuck in not feeling that if they were to feel, it would be like, okay, I did 5. That's enough.
Well, exactly. So I don't want to be too prescriptive.
Yeah, no, but let's be a little prescriptive for this. Let's say set up a timer for 2 minutes and just give yourself the opportunity to go for 2 whole minutes. And then don't forget the next step, if there's a big feeling that's here, which normally it will make itself known to you, then, get up and move. But this is also the same thing too. Once you are in that big manifestation mindset and you are calling in and envisioning your big dreams and aspirations, and the body's feeling tense, meet with it. Oh, wow, it's really tense here. Okay, cool. Tension. Move yourself through me and out of me. Oh, wonderful. And then the next and last stage, which is from this experience that we're speaking of here, these stages that we're speaking of here, you want to then arrive at a place that you can dance it as if it's already happened. Dance it as if it's already here. Really feel it like it's already here. I oftentimes we dance it like the miracle has already met you, and the miracle is already here. And you're gonna notice this big energetic thing happening. Oh my gosh, I feel so strong, like I haven't felt in a long time. Your posture would change. The way your eye sits in your face would change. There's a whole somatic attunement. There's a whole way of oh wow, all of a sudden I grew a few inches because I'm finally less hunched, less tight. I'm more relaxed. So there's different ways of going about it too.
Yeah, well, for sure. And I've certainly had that feeling myself. As you do this work, you look different. I mean, you show up different, better. More radiant, more magnetic, and it's just a natural. I think a lot of people are trying to have that glow up, and it's you get the glow up if you're willing to go within. And I hate even say doing the work, but I'm going on this inner journey.
Because that's what it takes. Because that's really what it takes.
But it can also be fun. Yeah. Anyway, I feel like it's also kind of then, not to go too much into the semantics, but words matter. And if it's doing the work, this healing, this boring. I actually did a little fun video yesterday saying healing is sexy. And it's I kind of want to reframe it, right? Because guess what? When you are feeling peaceful, joyful, blissful, that's the person you want to date. That's the person you want to show up with versus, and again, not to pathologize when you're angry and down and depressed and so forth. They have their place, but it feels healing is really sexy, and the outcome speaks for itself, right? How our lived experience changes, right? Okay, I feel like I just took us off on a tangent. Let's come back. So I want to share this clip. You were teaching on Channel 4's The Big Celebrity Detox. It's so fun.
What if healing and transformation and a sense of freedom was really just about being a body and be able to laugh more? Look at the ordinary with a view that it's extraordinary. By being our bodies really anchored, we can see things in an entire new way.
So I love that. I saw that and I was like, oh my gosh, fun and laughter are so high vibe. And even honestly, healing, they're sexy too. I loved how he kind of like this idea back to how freaking simple it is in so many ways, like getting the body. And like, what if it was just about laughter? It's like, really? That's available to me is what I say. And then when you understand that it really, really is, you're like, snap. Someone's been pulling a fast one on me for a long time.
Yeah, humor is one of the greatest tools, right? I think to snap us out of neurotic, intrusive thinking, could really like get us back into our bodies. And this is really an unpopular opinion, but if you study the mystical path really, really closely, you can see all of it through a humorous lens. You can see that like even the most chaotic, even the most insane and challenging experiences, like I'm not saying like your trauma is funny by no means, like this is not what I'm saying. And at the same time, there is like something, it's so insane that it is so ridiculous that it is funny. If you really think about some of the things that I've gone through in my life, I'm like, how in the F did I make it through? And how did that happen? And how did that happen? And this thing and that thing all in the 6 months. It is so ridiculous. I recorded a meditation, a laughter meditation about this to see if we can change our perspectives, to say something deeply painful, deeply hurtful that happened, and see if we can just laugh, not as laughing at it, but see if we can just open our perspective, to just open ourselves up to see from a higher view. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh shit, I guess it's bad, but it's not that bad because I'm still here. So that means I've survived, right? How cool is that? That I've survived 100% of my worst days and I'm still here. So laughter does open you up to release the hook of a really tight perspective that we have, because through trauma and through pain, our perspective becomes limited and our body becomes contracted. So to expand and do something big and bold and wild, it's the opposite of a traumatized mind and body. But there is a way, right, that for healing to be sexy, for healing to be fun. And I'm a huge propagator of that. I think it's when we start taking everything too serious and we start to bring more play into it, then you're
Fun
actually
and
like
play are high vibe.
actually
Totally.
happening.
Well,
Yeah.
and just to add to that, I mean, I tell myself all the time, Andrea, reclaim your power. You're being too serious, right? And yes, many of the things that I've been through are really serious. But I think like you talked about the maturity thing, and I'm going to be the first to say, yeah, I've been emotionally immature. And hey guys, I've been emotionally immature. I'm the first to say it. Now you say it too, right? Because if we can own that, and not in a judgy way, not in a shamey way, but just to say, oh, I get to go from being emotionally immature and abdicating on my power to being emotionally mature, reclaiming my power. And when I think about the opportunity to, I just have something cool, reclaim and reframe. I mean, like this business of, yeah, these things are hard and sometimes genuinely just traumatic and terrible. But I love your point about if you can bring that laughter in, it's like, that's a superpower. I mean, that's a superpower. It really is. I was actually at a Joe Dispenza event last summer, and somehow somebody started laughing, and we were like in a really serious meditation. I mean, there were probably 1,000 of us in this big ballroom for 20 minutes. We were all just laughing. I mean, it was infectious. Okay, so let's go. I feel like we've been teasing everybody for far too long. I want to go into that TikTok where you share the imposter syndrome stomp. We're going to make some ugly faces, folks. We're going to get weird. I'm ready for it. Oh my God. I am going to keep that bookmarked. And totally, when I find myself slipping into that fawning or people pleasing mode or having a tough time with my boundaries, making those ugly faces. I mean, back to the laughter thing. That's freaking funny. Right?
It
and when you
is.
see
I'm smiling myself
yes.
watching it. I'm smiling the whole time. I'm like, oh my God, I love what I do. I love that I can bring this to the world.
I mean, high fives and hugs all around because, I mean, it's back to like, it is funny. I mean, when I think about some of these ways that we have, adopted these coping mechanisms, such as people pleasing or lack. I mean, like it actually does become kind of funny. It's like, and then when we see our friends doing it, we can joke about it. It's like, oh my God, we're not alone, right? And that ability to say, oh yeah, me too. I do that thing too, but I don't have to anymore. I mean, yeah, like that's agency.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful. Bold.
I mean, that's freedom.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so one thing I wanted to ask you about with the work that you do is choice of music. Is that something, is there a playlist or is there, for people that are doing these exercises, is there any kind of guidance that you'd give? Because it feels like what we're listening to actually matters.
Good question. Yes, I'm very particular about music choice and the how fast the beats per minute are, because that is, someone who's been sober for 8.5 years. Like the intensity is part of my vernacular. So having music that's really intense and powerful and bold really gets me back in my body, and then I can really let go of being somebody, and I can really like go inside and be all of life and have access to everything all at once through the trance dance. I have a playlist on Spotify called Life is Crazy, Then We Die, So Dance. So look it up. Yeah. And there's a lot of wild music there, but also like we all have music that we like, that will get us to that, to like release and feel ourselves. So we should all be invitation for everybody to create their own playlist,
Yeah. I have a bunch of high vibe playlists, and honestly, the music I listen to is so much different now than the more, my brother and I joke, what do we call it? The sad bastard music. No more sad bastard music, people. In fact, just before you and I spoke, when I was getting ready, it was, oh my God, how can I forget? Prince, Let's Go Crazy, right? I mean, I've got Casey and the Sunshine Band, it's like there's so much good music from, going back decades to newer music that. And honestly, part of my daily practice, every single morning, I get up, I put my boogie on every day. And then sometimes throughout the day. And sometimes I'm like, shit, I'm late to a meeting because I get lost in it.
Hey, I feel you, honey. And please, more of that. Music is such good medicine for us.
Well, and I guess, my point in even talking about this, because it's only relatively recently that just this idea of like, I wake up, I have my cup of tea and I'm doing these things, but it's like, all right, I'm getting ready to brush my teeth and going from thing to thing. Honestly, and especially given the political, not going down that path, I used to always listen to NPR or a lot more news. And I'm like, oh, I get to replace that with Casey and the Sunshine Band. That's the way I like it. I'm like, oh my God, I start my days so high vibe, like just joyful. So we're getting into release attachment, let go to let in. And we touched on that toward the beginning. So why does attachment block flow?
In this last stage, the surrender piece is the one that we actually get to witness the miracles of life talking back to us. Because if you're hung up on things happening in a specific time frame, it's the opposite of surrender. It's the opposite of letting life speak back to you. If you're rigid and tight and fixating, then you can't see the miracles. You can't see the hummingbird offering you a message. You can't see that person walking by you with that Chanel No. 5 perfume that reminds you of that thing, and all of a sudden you're like, boom, and the riddle's solved, you know? So the releasing the attachment is so important. It's there's no way for it to for any of these rituals that we share today to come to fruition if we're not in surrender. You know, it's not passive. By no means. It's active because you're alive in your body, you know, you're alive in connection with life. But yeah, it's the last step and the most important one, because that's when you actually get to see the communication happening, and the communication will happen in new ways, in ordinary ways. In that clip from that TV show, that will something so ordinary all of a sudden is extraordinary. Because you're in your body, you're present, you're feeling your feelings, your feet are on the ground, you know where you are, you know who you are. You know, there's this like sensibility of like, oh, I'm here, and it's okay to be me. It's okay to be me, even though my mind may be compromised, even though my body may be compromised. It's okay. Like, it's okay. I think we have such a huge, desperate desire to be something else, to feel something else,
to have more. Yeah, have something else. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you know, the more we can unburden ourselves from the past and not be so reactive in the present moment, the more what's really honestly for us will come for us. No.
Well, I just want to add on to that. The more I do my own work, and I've been fortunate in having had a lot of success. Again, you know, coming from a family with a lot of addiction and chaos and workaholism and so forth. You know, I've been grinding to get there, and a lot of great things. I mean, amazing friends, blah, 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 amazing team, you know, a lot of great things. But I've gotten to this point where, and I have many more big ambitions left, but I say to myself, I have it all right now. I have gratitude. I have joy. Most of my days have at least a little bliss, sometimes a lot. And it's like, oh, that other thing that I want, the big, you know, next big thing. It's like, yeah, I do want it, but nah. I mean, that feels like a superpower.
Oh, that's massive. Feeling enough in a culture that says you're not enough, that has
like I got it. Like I've won the prize. I've got joy and gratitude, and I've got amazing family, amazing friends, and amazing team that I work with, and I get to talk to people like you.
Oh, thank you, darling. There's a concept in Buddhism called basic goodness that I want to sort of wrap up there. And basic goodness is that we are already we are already good. We don't need to do any more. Produce anything else, look a certain way, do anything. We already have this inherent basic goodness. So many of us are trying to do things and relate to people and experiences so we can get a glimpse of that felt sense that's already inherent to us, that we don't have to create an experience to experience that. It's already there. If you could just like soften and really feel into the fact that you are already good. And that sense of goodness then leads to relaxes your whole thing, because you're like, oh my God, I'm already enough. I'm good. I'm enough. It's all good. Like, you know, it's just so profound.
Okay. I am dying to show your spiritual training of Cardi B. Do you have like 5 more minutes for me?
Yeah.
Because this is so good. I know everyone's like, wait, what? We're getting to end with Cardi B being spiritually trained. Oh my God. I love this so much.
Free as I can.
I have a whole day planned for you, babe.
I'm not ready. I don't like needles. Check it out. This is not as painful as it seems. I release the remorse on you whores. Whores.
Peace fingers in the right hand. And we're going to close the right nostril. I'm going to breathe in and out of the left. You're good.
So what does this do, actually?
It relaxes you. My name's Sadi Simone. I'm a spiritual guide, meditation teacher, and author. My teaching has reached millions of people at this point, which is so incredible. My hope is for Cardi to tap into her spiritually sassy side and live a spiritually sassy life. The ultimate self-care is about making peace with the past. It's about letting go of the grudges.
I got a lot of grudges.
So we're going to let that go. When you think about forgiveness, is there a person in your life that comes up to your mind?
No, I hate everybody.
But let's pick one person. And then the idea is that you're going to write, I forgive you on this canvas. And then we're going to use paint to change the narrative. I forgive you. Let's try that. Yeah, forgiveness is releasing the desire to punish, okay?
Boo, I want them to be punished.
Forgiveness is the work of the brave, okay? I forgive you. Releasing that.
you.
I forgive you, right? Each color has a meaning, an energy attached to it, okay? Use the red to acknowledge, oh, wow, I have not forgiven. I've allowed this mother to live rent-free in my life.
I live rent-free in their life.
Go at it, yes. I forgive you. I acknowledge that I haven't forgiven.
I acknowledge that you could eat my. Oh, this feels good.
Yes. The meaning of this orange is feel what it's like to not forgive. Using the orange, we're feeling into it like. Let's move on. Remorse. Having remorse for us giving them any space. Let's go for that. Let's go. Big.
Yeah.
Yeah. I release the remorse.
I release the remorse on you, horse. Horse, horse, horse.
That's right. Yes, that's right. Accept. So using green,
Yeah.
accept that whatever happened.
Okay, I release you from your pain, and your pain is me.
I accept that you
caused me pain
because you were in pain.
you were in pain and you're a greedy mother.
Look at me. Seriously.
Look at me.
This is supposed to be about you.
Oh my God. I just love this so much, San. I know we need to wrap up here, so I just really want to drive home a few points, and then you're going to get the last word. I love how you say this, and everybody, please listen to this, write it down, and more importantly, just put it in your heart. The ultimate self-care is letting go of the past, and only you can do that. Letting go of grudges. Yes, if Cardi B can do it, people, you can do it. And then I love this. Forgiveness is releasing the desire to punish. Yes, we want people, we suffer, we want them to suffer. No. It's like sipping poison and expecting the other person to get sick. Wanting somebody else to feel the pain and be punished, you continue to be imprisoned. And the last one, forgiveness is the work of the brave. I want to say the work of the brave and the work of the integrous, right? Because you have integrity, because you're not in integrity if you want somebody else to suffer. And you're not in integrity if you just want to hold on to that hurt. Like, that's not serving your greater good.
Yeah. You said it all. This is it. Thank you. Thank you for sharing all that.
Well, you had all that source material and good juju. So go ahead.
Yeah, no, this is it. Thank you so much. It's been such a joy to connect with you in this amazing community, and echoing everything that you shared. Forgiveness is really the ultimate nectar. I think it's a common denominator in every major world faith tradition. It's forgiveness and compassion go hand in hand. So I think forgiveness is a gateway to release the past so you can actually manifest big.
Yeah, and it's what we give ourselves. We often think forgiveness is for the other person. It can be. It's for us. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And without that releasing, it's tough to, you got to make space. Beginner's mind, be an empty vessel. All right, Sadi Simone, you are amazing. Thank you so much. I can't thank you enough. I've loved every second of our time together. Oh my gosh. I hope you guys love that as much as I did. Oh boy. I had high expectations for Sa, and he exceeded them. I hope that he did for you too. And guess what? You can get so much more of Sa D. Simone. For our Power of Manifestation attendees, Sa has a free 7-day trial to his Somatic Activated Healing membership. He also has the opportunity for the Dance for Change, a free 3-day somatic dance challenge. Sign me up, although 3 days isn't long enough. I need more like 30 days. Or you can go for a private opportunity, a private mentorship, with Sa. If you want to learn more, you can find him at sadsimone.com, which will should be on the screen. As well, you can find him on Instagram and TikTok. He has over 1 million followers at Sada Simone. And honestly, I just love having him in my feed every day. It just brings joy and wisdom and permission. And honestly, I hope that you guys have gotten this feeling that I have from today's episode, that it's just a joyful reminder that we don't need to chase our dreams. We can become them through presence, movement, and surrender, through dance and fun and laughter. And yes, sometimes it can be a little painful to be doing this healing work, but it can also be so joyful. And that's what I love about Sa, is what a wonderful, wonderful thought leader he is in making this more fun, more embodied, and ultimately effective. Okay, that's what I've got for this session. And again, I hope you loved it, and I look forward to seeing you in the next session of the Power of Manifestation. Thanks so much for tuning in. Can I share something really important with you before you click away or fast forward? You're here watching these sessions. You're feeling fired up. Maybe you've already tried a few of the practices in your real life and something's clicking. That is exactly what my team and I knew would happen. We planned for it. But here's the thing, and I'm saying this because I truly care about you actually getting results, not just being entertained here for a session or two, or maybe over a few days. There are 26 sessions in Manifesting Your Dream Life 2026, 26 extraordinary teachers, 26 sets of tools, practices, and actionable insights designed to help you create real, lasting change in your life. You are not going to get through all of that, what is available to you now, for free. I mean, you could try, you could marathon it, but honestly, that's not how lasting, true transformation really works. This isn't about feverishly consuming as much as you can or consuming the minimal. It's about bringing it into your life and really internalizing it over time, noticing what works for your nervous system, seeing what lights you up, feeling what lights you up, and knowing this process compounds and evolves over time. That takes not just time, but your effort. It takes you investing in yourself. My team and I didn't assemble 26 extraordinary speakers to simply keep you busy for a few days. We did it because we know that different messages and different teaching styles land differently for different people at different time, especially depending where you are on your manifestation and healing journey. And by the way, what might not seem monumental today might be exactly what you need 6 months from now. And crucially, to achieve lasting change, to really master the changes that will truly transform your life, will likely mean returning to this material to go deeper, to truly internalize it. There are quite a few books and concepts that I have revisited dozens of times in my life to achieve mastery. So here's what I want and will ask you to consider. Right now, your access to this event is temporary. You have just a few days. But on this page, you can upgrade to lifetime access and keep all of this extraordinary, genuinely exclusive material that we've developed for you. You can keep it forever. All 26 video sessions. And what you don't have access to now, all of the MP3 audio files and the full transcripts, plus all of the bonus materials, all of the guided practices, meditations, and rituals that help you embody this work and not just understand it intellectually. And honestly, for such a modest investment, like genuinely a teeny tiny amount of money compared to what you would pay for even one private session with any of these extraordinary teachers, you can own it all forever. Here's what that means for you practically. You can take your time. You can go deeper into the sessions that called to you during the summit, when they call to you again, and then you can explore the ones that you didn't get to. You can also just go in and fast forward to the exact moment that amazing teacher said that amazing thing that changed everything for you, because we all have those moments, right? It's like, oh, I just want to hear it again. where someone puts words to something you've been feeling or didn't quite understand or couldn't name before. And it's like, oh my God, I love those ahas. It's like, yes, let's go. You'll also have the MP3 audio versions, so you can listen while you're driving, walking, folding laundry, or even lying in bed at night. You can let this work integrate easily into your life instead of being or having one more thing that you have to sit down and make time for. And you'll have the transcripts. So when something really lands for you, you can really savor it. You can highlight it. You can journal on it. You can reflect on and internalize it at your own pace. One more thing you should know. Once the event ends, the price does go up. So if you felt even a small shift over what you've seen, if even one session or one teacher has helped you feel or see something differently or given you a tool that actually works for you, this is how you make sure that not only you don't lose it, but you can really build on it. That's why I always talk about how pouring into yourself, taking the time to heal, learn, and grow compounds. But only you can do it. Only you can invest in yourself. Only you can give yourself permission to take your time with this truly exclusive material, to come back to it, to allow it to crack you open, lift you up, and light up your life. That's the goal here, gang. That's why my team and I have invested countless hours and resources to bring manifesting your dream life to you. It's truly because it's our deep desire that you say, yes, this is for me. It doesn't matter what hasn't worked for you in the past. You're here now. I'm here now. It's no coincidence that I am sitting in front of you, offering you the chance to transform your life with guidance from several of the world's greatest thought leaders in the healing, empowerment, love, relationships, and manifestation space for a very, very modest rate. You can upgrade to lifetime access right now on this page before you move on to the next session, have to get back to work, or distracted by life's incessant demands. And I genuinely, truly hope you do. I truly hope you say yes to manifesting your dream life. I want this to be more than just a moment for you. I am personally invested in and excited to be your companion in this next phase of your journey as you say yes to becoming the greatest, highest version of you. And only you can do it. I hope you have enjoyed every bit of this summit so far, that you've taken full advantage as your time has allowed. I hope you continue to invest in the coming days with all this great material that we have developed. And honestly, if you decide to upgrade, that is fantastic. Genuinely no pressure. I just don't want you to miss this extraordinary effort and this extraordinary opportunity to achieve lasting transformation. All right. Thank you so much. Hello, welcome back to the Power of Manifestation. My name is Andrea Miller, and I am super excited about today's session that is inviting us to look deeper, to not just what we want, but why we want it. Is it coming from our hearts or is it coming from our egos? And what role does that sneaky thing called fear have to play in it? And I can't think of a better person to have this conversation than the genuinely luminous Danielle LaPorte. Danielle, oh my God, you guys, if you're not familiar with her, like, get ready. It's so exciting. Her work has reached over 40 million people with best-selling books, including How to Be Loving, White Hot Truth, The Desire Map, and the Firestarter Sessions, as well as her very popular Centered Planner System. And good news, her next book and course, Bless and Release, How Letting Go Happens, come out next spring. Her podcast, With Love, Danielle, is in the top 2% in the world. Her website, daniellelaporte.com, was named one of the top 100 websites for women by Forbes. And I'm just getting started. Danielle is also the creator of the new Centered digital app with over 3,000 app users, including 400 plus coaches in 30 countries, hosting conversation circles, retreats, and workshops. Her quarterly master classes range from nervous system balancing and relationships, planning with the planetary energetics and seasonal rhythms, visioning, building, and manifesting, as well as blessing, releasing, and what we all need to do a little bit more of, letting go. Danielle is a member of Oprah's Super Soul 100. She is a former publicist and executive director of a think tank in Washington, D.C., where she managed futurists, creating scenario plans for the likes of the Pentagon and the World Bank. Whew. And Danielle now speaks about the intelligence of the heart. Welcome, Danielle. Thanks so much for being in our event.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Always stoked to talk about manifesting. Yeah.
Well, and I love how you do manifesting. What I like to think about your manifesting is from the inside out, but we're going to get to it. Let's start with section 1, ego-centered versus heart-centered manifestation. You've said that all desires are not created equal, that some come from ego while others come from the heart. What do you mean by that?
I mean that there's lots of things that we want that aren't good for us. There's lots of things that we desire that are coming from our unhealed self, our wounded self, our inner child, also known as the ego self. I mean, really, you could use those terms interchangeably. And then there are what I would call the higher desires that are aligned with what's best for our nervous system and for burning negative karma and generating positive karma and being of service to the world. And there, you can have the same desire, the same goal, and it can be coming from a different place. Like you can want 6 figures a year, and that could be coming from the wounded self. It could be about trying to get the acknowledgement you never got from your family or your father. Or it could be coming from your heart, and it's got a deeper intention about collective contribution, and it's just better for you. Then, of course, how you go after those things is very, very, very different.
Well, I'd love to talk about your desire map framework, because it feels like that's exactly this idea of, hey, you know, so many of us are looking for, and especially in a manifestation event like this, the, if you will, the outcome-driven goals, the big house, the promotion. But you ask, what do you want to feel in your life? And this idea of, you talk about how aligning goals with your emotions, you urge us to create goals with souls. Is that what you're talking about in terms of really coming up with manifestation from the heart versus ego-driven?
There's 2 layers. One, and I think this is the entry level question, is how do you want to feel, and what do you need to do and have and be to feel that way? And that is a great beginning, because, you know, 10 years ago when I was getting off stages, there would be a lineup, and there would be inevitably a female lawyer who was like, nobody ever asked me how I want to feel, and I don't know how to get that on the agenda. And so it's an important step, but that's not where we stop. What I'm really talking about is heart-centered, soul-centered, virtue-centered goals, and it's more about embodiment. So entry level, how do I want to feel? Great. That is a wonderful place to begin. You don't stop there. The next questions, or the next loop on the evolutionary spiral, is what do I want to embody? So that you are that quality, whether it's love or compassion or resilience or radiance or abundance, you are that quality no matter what. No matter what's in your bank account, no matter what your hormones are doing, or the moon, or what somebody DM'd you, you are centered. It changes two things: what you want to manifest, and then how you go about manifesting. And I think in our space of self-help and personal development and spirituality and hacking and all of it, which is all in one big bucket right now, I think too often we get obsessed with the methodology, and I think we should be more obsessed with the why. But why do you want it? Why do you want the VP title, or even the beloved, or the house, or whatever? Why? And that question is revealing. Yeah.
Well, then so just looping back a little bit, you said a few seconds ago, well, a couple of things, that the outcome may still be the same. You may, whether it's ego-driven or heart-driven, it still may be the promotion, it may be the house, but where it's coming from matters. So it sounds like the question to ask yourself once you identify that thing is why, so you can get an honest answer. And I'll volunteer this as I always say type AAA, Aries, overachiever, alpha. I strove for success to prove my worth, because that little, that inner child, the little Andrea didn't feel enough. And it was like, well, if I just achieve all these things, and fortunately I've had a lot of successes and interesting in different ways, but I also come from a family with a lot of addiction, but it's never enough. There's never enough achievement, even if it's all positive, right? I'm not a big drinker. There's other, kinds of addictions I avoided, but achievement addiction was one for sure. So what you're talking about really resonates with me. And if I'm being really honest, that's been the nature of my work for some time. And guys, I'm glad to say, here to tell you, it can be transformative when you get really honest with the why and start tapping into the heart versus continue to be driven from the ego. But I'd love to understand how do we, so you're asking the why, what else can somebody like me do to make sure we are determining what those things are that we're trying to achieve coming from the heart versus the ego, versus the lack, or the inner child that just wants to be loved, that just wants to feel good enough.
Yeah. Well, you can be asking the why, and to ask the why and clearly hear the answer, you need to have a practice. You need to have a spiritual, contemplative, reflective, whatever you want to call it, kind of practice that helps you have some mental lucidity and some loving kindness, so that you're going to have a degree of self-honesty. So when you ask yourself, why am I, okay, Andrea, give me a goal you were chasing. What do you want to crush?
Let's see. Well, probably, my biggest professional goal was to build and eventually exit a large, thriving publishing business.
Okay. So we could have brought you through an exercise where I just asked you repeatedly, why do you want to build a publishing empire? You'd give me an answer, and I would say, why do you want to build a publishing empire? You give me another answer, and I might ask you this like dozen times, and it gets really annoying for some people, but it's amazing.
And you're like, tell the truth.
Yeah, you get deeper into the psyche, and that's what I see so often happen. That you get this irritated response, and they're just like, why do you keep asking me? I'm just like, just stay with it. Just keep breathing into your heart. Why do you want to build a publishing empire? Or pay the mortgage, the rent, and creativity. And then they go, because I have this vision of telling my dad at Christmas dinner how much money I made. And then you go, why do you want to build it? And you just keep going. Why do you want to build it? Because I want my dad to give me the love he never gave me. And you get there, and so there's a revelation. And it doesn't mean you don't build the publishing dynasty. Because sometimes once you get the shadow stuff out of the way, you go, oh, wow, I'm actually so on track. This is my talent. This lights me up. I'm articulate. I love the smell of paper. And you get to keep the goal. Now, this is almost like kind of this biblical perspective, like to receive all, you have to give all. You really need to be willing to leave the marriage, to let the job go, to consider this really sucks. This is really not working. And my counsel with this is like, have the courage to see how intensely it sucks. Do not worry about what's going to be required to fix it or on the other side. Just be in radical acceptance. And then your higher self, and sometimes your cash flow, is going to say, okay, now this is where we go from here. Keep the vision, but it's going to be fueled from love and your true disposition. And, you know, what we would say in Buddhist terms, like, this is actually your dharma. You're meant to do this. Or you're going to, like, deep six it. This is not who you were.
Oh, my God. Danielle, no wonder you're such a superstar. I'm, like, tingling listening to you speak and, like, writing all these notes down. Thankfully, I can go back and rewatch this myself. But I love that. And I just wanted to add in, I mean, one of the, you know, I have positive affirmations for myself every day. And one of them is, I choose integrity. And this idea of really being true to myself has been a big revelation. And I'll share a quick little story. So I wrote a book that I was so enormously proud of called Radical Acceptance, The Secret to Happy Lasting Love. And this was almost 10 years ago. And I so desperately wanted it to be a New York Times bestseller. And ding, 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 guess what? It wasn't. It was not a New York Times bestseller. It won awards and beautiful reviews on Amazon, and people are, have told me it's transformed their marriages and all these great things. But I was devastated. And so just an anecdote from your teaching, which I had to learn the hard way, was my ego was so invested in the external validation. The world saying, you know what, Andrea, you're great because it's a New York Times bestseller. And when I process this, then talk to a therapist and she kind of did that why with me, like you were describing, which it's annoying. And I even did it with myself, but it's annoying. But if you're really serious about your life, it's like the greatest thing you can do. It was like going deeper and deeper. And then it finally, I finally broke, and it was like, yes, my ego wanted this, but if I'm being honest with myself, what I really, 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 really wanted, and when I think about all the work I'm doing, it's like, oh, I want to make an impact. And I want to have fun, and I want to love the people I'm doing with. I mean, I've got the greatest team in the world, and I get to talk to people like you, but it took I think about walking through the flame and having all those extra trappings of ego burned off me, and feeling that burning, that pain of literally one of my friends found me in the fetal position in my bed after I put my whole heart and soul into this book that I loved. I mean, I love the book. I'm proud of it. But my ego was so invested in this external outcome that I had to have that reckoning. And so where did I go wrong?
You didn't go wrong anywhere, but two really hot words is walking through the flames and ego. And so let's talk from let me just off-road for a second and talk about radiance and resilience, and we can bring this back around to manifesting.
Okay, guys, I have to say it before we go any further. If you don't have your Power of Manifestation handbook, grab it real quick at powerofmanifestation.com. You're going to want to take a lot of notes in this amazing session, and you're going to be so grateful to have a bunch of stuff written down so you don't have to be thinking while you're listening, but it's there. And all the additional things that you want to write down that you're thinking about, you can do it real easily, real quickly. You can get it instantly. And if you already have it, please do use it, because you know how I feel about this. For any of you who have watched additional episodes, I so want you to internalize it, to write it down, come back to it, and really make these positive changes to be more heart-driven in your life. Okay, let's keep going.
So when we are chasing things from the ego, shadow self, unhealed self, the higher self is going to come in and going to create a fire to burn the mask of the ego off. So that you really, I mean, just to use the phrase everybody, you know, is to really see what you're made of, to see the true self. So you have this burning experience. You get down to, well, actually what I for sure have always wanted, but it got a little eclipsed, was I want to make an impact. And that is you actually shining. And from there, because ironically, it's the ego, it's the shadow that keeps us from what we want the most. You want to make an impact, but the ego goes, oh, shiny object over here. When really, you know, your heart-centered aspiration is the shiniest. Yeah, but it's how we go about it. Like once we get clear on the why, the how we do it really starts to shift. And my observation from having literally thousands of conversations with people about desires and goal setting and manifesting is that when the ego sets out to achieve something and it gets it, like here's the thing, you can be going from the wounded self and you can hack it and you can crush it and you can slay it. You get there. This is not about not getting there. This is you get there. And my observation is, and I'm speaking for myself, is you go, good. What's next? There's no rest. There's not, you actually have to put celebration in your calendar.
It's true. Have fun today for 2 minutes. Relax for 2 minutes.
And here's the problem with that. I mean, that obviously we can see like that's sad and it's a recipe for burnout. And that is like a joyless way to go about it. But it actually doesn't deepen our creativity. We can be checking all of these things off. Got it, accomplished, exceeded my goals. But really, purposefulness and satisfaction and things that stand the test of time are built on each other. So ego-centered goal, you reach it and there's some emptiness and you think, what next? Or you think, oh, I should have been more ambitious. We crushed that goal. I should have doubled my metrics and my, the goal. Okay. You reach a heart-centered goal where you're coming from who you really are, and it's from a place of love, and it's this, that's great. You rest when you get there. You really feel the satisfaction of the accomplishment. You celebrate it. And here's the key. That achievement informs your next step. So you are actually building stronger, better, longer. It's like, what is this success going to show me? How is this success going to direct inform my next step? Okay, this works. Let's build on what's working. We're going to sell more of this book, as opposed to all this pivoting that happens when it's the ego going, I need the next thing.
Yeah. Well, what bubbles up for me listening to you speak is when it's coming from that heart-centered place, partly it's avoiding the burnout, right? And you're talking, I referenced words like hot words, like, okay, and burnout, right? You walk through the fire and burnout and so forth. What I can say for sure, especially in my professional journey as a CEO that leads an amazing team, the joy of doing the work every day with my team and the joy of being a mom and just waking up, even when things are stressful, I just have so much more joy in my life, which it's like, okay, maybe I don't get the shiny prize at the end, but that finally being able to rest a little bit and knowing that, I mean, it's so cliche, but it's cliche for a reason. It's like the journey is a destination. You know what I mean? And it took me a long freaking time to get that. And it's a gift. So I want to go back to the thing you mentioned about the lawyer, because that's going to hit home, I think, for a lot of people, a lot of the women watching, men too, but I think especially for women that are so achievement driven. What did you say? That no one asked me how I would feel, and it just how I wanted to feel, and just it's like, guys, permission granted. And one of the things that I've been tapping into lately is I need to give myself permission, right? I mean, so often, wounded children and, the shadows and so forth, it's like we're looking for that outside validation. I mean, it has to come from within, I think, right? For it to really be heart-centered. Because if I'm being honest, when I think about my own desire to be liked, approved of, all those things that are more coming from the ego, I'm doing this, it's kind of back to I'm doing it for the wrong reason versus I'm giving myself permission. I'm giving myself my own approval rather than waiting for some fictitious crowd of people or my dad. And by the way, I mean, my dad loves me, like a long time ago, I'd been like, yeah, I'm doing it for mom and dad. And it's taken a while to be wise enough and loving enough to know, yes, there were some shortcomings and some challenges, dysfunction and so forth growing up, but I have a choice now.
There's another layer in there that I think is useful, which is intellectually we can go to, I need to give myself permission, which is totally true. But the other layer is you need to love and accept your neediness and the fact that I really just want to get recognition to fill the hole in my heart, and just love that. And I love myself. And I accept this about me. I can be a little greedy. I can be a little manipulative. I can be a little pushy. And I love myself. And then the greedy, manipulative, pushy parts, wounded parts of ourselves start to calm down, and they don't get as chatty, and they don't hijack our decision making. And then we move into it's like because we've parented and loved our shadow bits, then we can really give ourselves permission to be all of it. Like, I'm that, and I'm a baller, and I'm going after this goal. Yeah.
I mean, I love it. And honestly, that hits really hard for me too, because so often, I mean, again, speaking personally, and I think I speak for all of us, like trying to distance myself from those adjectives that you described. Right. And it's like, they need to be loved. And it's like, well, why are they even there? Right. They're there for a pretty good damn reason. And that permission to go, yeah, let me love those parts. I mean, I think about this in our relationships with other people. It's like the unlovable parts are the parts that need, for the closest people in our lives, it's those unlovable parts that need the love the greatest. And it feels like you're saying the same thing. How can we do a better job loving those unlovable parts in ourselves?
That is it. And another term that's helpful for like all kinds of minds is to integrate. So it's just like every time you love the unlovable or you bring your shame in, I mean, those are the reasons we move into all kinds of addiction, right? But every time you do that, you bring it in instead of pushing it away, you become more powerful. You become more robust. You become more resilient and impervious to stress. You bring that stuff in, you think it's going to throw you off your game, but it actually creates mental lucidity. Like you're really being the leader of your life. And this is, it makes you more flexible, which is key to manifesting. And this is my point in this space. Like I'm always joking that if I was going to have a manifestation specific workshop, which I have, I would call it like manifest your dream life, your chances are 50-50 because, but nobody would come.
Yeah.
But that's the truth. And so like what I say is like, usually I'm like the Danielle Downer and just say, guess what, girlfriend, you cannot have it all. You cannot manifest everything you want because there is karma, there is culture, there are circumstances, but no matter what is going on, every being on the planet can manifest peace, deep satisfaction, fulfillment. Everybody's going to say they want to be fulfilled. Everybody gets to have that. You might not be able to win the Olympic medal for figure skating or be a gajillionaire, but you can build for sure.
I mean, I feel like that is the answer, and it takes a lot of clarity and I think courage in a world that emphasizes external trappings of success. It takes a lot of chutzpah to say, I'm going to prioritize fulfillment. I mean, listen, I think it's a great idea, but it took me a long time to get there.
But you still get to have the stuff.
Yeah, and that's it. Yes.
This is my journey, because I'm on the other end of, lots of ambition, hustle, burnout, overachiever, 4 planets in Virgo. And my way has been spiritual bypassing it, to say, I'm only going to, maybe, every 6 to 9 months, I think I should shave my head and walk away from all of this. And now I'm over the spiritual bypass, and it's like, I am clear. I am so clear in who I am. I am devoted. I am here to be of service. There's nothing I desire more than a more enlightened humanity. Everything, love and kindness is baked into all I do. Semicolon. I am going to enjoy this life. And I love linen, and I like to fly at the front of the plane. And if I can't, that's fine. So, and this brings us to like the next juicy point. We've got to proceed with healthy detachment. And because it's the over-attached, clinging equals suffering.
Oh my God, hang on. Clinging equals suffering. Everybody, think about that. You're clinging when you're in lack. You're clinging when you don't have. And that is suffering.
That is suffering. And that kind of suffering is going to affect your cortisol levels and your adrenals and how you sleep at night and how you lead. And it's not worth it. You have to approach all of this with a loose hand and leave room for mystery. You could talk, I'm sure everybody you're talking to right now can tell you, oh God, I failed. I thought it was the worst thing, ended up being the best thing. Like, life is just always trading up, even though it can be really painful along the way. And my experience is the universe always has a better plan. I can't see it. Sometimes it takes a week. Sometimes it takes 3 years. But looser, a little more letting go.
Okay, I want to get to our next section, releasing fear and going deeper. But before we go there, Danielle, you referenced your own spiritual bypassing, which I think a lot of people will find really surprising, given your credentials, given your success. Will you just talk for a little more on that? Because I think you're telling that truth as somebody who's up here will go a long way for other people to say, okay, yeah, I'm going to get that honest now.
Okay, I'll get super honest. So this is shadow work. So, my shadow, my ego, tells me that I'm actually the evil queen, not the loving queen. That this is as dark as it gets. Like, my worst days, I'm just like, oh, my motivations are not heart-centered. I'm being manipulative to get my needs met. That's a big spiritual bypass, right? That's a lack of self-compassion. And what that brings me to, so the bypass is, I'm bypassing not having my needs met. I'm bypassing my beautiful heart-aligned ambition. And I'm saying I should be less ambitious. I should have fewer needs. If I were more spiritual, I would be really detached about the results. I would keep this person on for another 6 months. I would make, this amount of money okay versus that amount of money okay. I would be more forgiving. And what I've gotten down to is really the most holy thing to do is just honor my humanness. I have a particular makeup and a particular framework and cultural history and karmic history, and I'm not that into this yet, but and I have human design and where I am astrologically. Therefore, because of all of my Danielle-ness, I have preferences. I have requirements. I'm not all Zen. I'm still here. And so my requirements are you be on time, honor your word, I fucking love reliable people. It's the sexiest thing ever to me. It is a requirement to get on the bus. And that is not me being not spiritual.
Honor your humanness. I love that. And thanks for keeping it real.
Yeah, that's
right. And to me, what? yeah, no, I know, but I mean, but listen, it's a theory. I mean, there are a lot of great brands out there that don't end up being true to their brand. Let's face it, right? And so you're walking the walk and talking the talk. And it's like this great irony, and it popped up into my brain, a few minutes ago when we were chatting, and it pops up again. It's like there's no faking it. There's no faking it. And when you get that there is no faking it, when you really decide to surrender and tap into the humanness of ourselves and go and keep asking those whys, like you were suggesting, like that's where the good stuff is.
Yeah.
And that
the cost of faking it is horrific. It's the cost of it. Let's just run through it. The cost of faking it is your health, is your relationships, is actually your bottom line. The cost of faking it will lead you to the dark night of the soul, which probably everybody's going to go through anyway. The cost of faking it is your sleep. It's not worth it.
Well, it's a good segue into releasing fear and going deeper into section number 2. So how does fear shape the goals that so many of us, the manifestations and so forth, that so many of us are trying to achieve?
This is everything we've been talking about. So the ego, here, let me give you another definition of the ego, which is helpful, hopefully, is we think of the ego as this kind of personality outside of ourselves that has us do things. And that's sort of useful. But really the ego is a way of doing things. It's not outside of us. So you could say the opposite, just keep it simple, is the opposite of ego is love. So I'm loving or I'm egoing. So when we notice we've been a little bit kind of rounded up the truth.
I love that, rounded up the truth.
Yeah. Or we've not been thinking highly of ourselves, we can just say, oh, I was egoing and now I can get back to loving. I can get back to shining. I can get back to including everybody in my success. But this brings us to another point about our space of personal development, which I think there's this really unhealthy, destructive fallacy about crushing fear. And that we try and relegate fear. And I'm just like, this is actually doing more damage than it is creating wellness. You have to integrate your fear. I have fear, I'm not ashamed of it. Or I have shame of my fear, I will integrate my fear. I love my fear. I'm not trying to talk down to my fear. I'm here to listen to my fear. I am the parent of my fear. Your fear is your mind baby. You made it. Take care of it. Don't talk down to it. It wants to come to work with you. It wants to be involved in your goal setting. There is no such thing as fearless, just like there's no such thing as not having a shadow or an ego. So you're setting your quarterly objectives and you just want to slay it. And these fears come up. And what we're trained to do is override the fear. No, we're going to crush this no matter what. Wait. You might crush it. Why don't you look at what you're afraid of and bring that into the conversation? Just name it. And then it doesn't control you. And it doesn't sneak up before you go on stage, or it doesn't sneak up in some weird decision before you launch, because your ego is trying to get your attention. Let me create some self-sabotage to get you to really think about all the things.
Yeah, I love that. And I'm going to add just a quick comment. And I'd love if you have an example either from your life or from, clients that you work with, obviously speaking anonymously about them. How many times I've it's like I'm trying to use my mind. It's like, oh, I don't want to have this fear, this attachment, and how I'm trying to use willpower. I mean, I have a very strong will. Like, there are a lot of things I don't do well, but I have like a will of steel, right? And then it's like, I'm just going to will myself. And it's like, what the F? Like, that is so misguided. And so I so appreciate your saying, what did you say? That we are the parent of our fear and what it has to teach us versus trying to conquer it, versus trying to crush it. It's like, what the F are we learning from it? In fact, that I interviewed somebody amazing just before this who was talking about how like responses in our bodies are, often it's the pain, it's the illness and so forth. That's trying to get our attention. And when we ignore it, it doesn't go away. You can't just crush it. So do you have an example, like I said, either in your own life or somebody you've worked with that was able to look at this, at fear in a way that led to it, just, led to that, the back to this idea of releasing fear or freeing fear to get to a better place?
Yeah. This was a while ago in my career. I'm literally in a cafe on Fifth Avenue meeting with an editor from Oprah magazine when that was the magazine that you wanted to get into. And I really felt, I was afraid, like the next book and the next thing, I'm never going to attain without this yes. If I don't hit Oprah, I'm just not going to hit it. Mm-hmm. And by the way, side note to your point about the New York Times bestseller list, I could give a whole workshop on selling enough books to get on the New York Times list and not getting on that week. This happened with a couple of books, and it's still this kind of what's driving me. So I'm in this meeting with this editor who is young, and self-help is not her focus. She's into Emily Bronte. And I can feel myself, I'm like contorting. I'm constantly scanning. And I'm like, okay, she wants more of this. So I'm going to tell her I could do a quiz. Okay, she likes this. And I'm going to say, well, we could do this thing about relationships. Oh my God, she's mentioned parenting. And I'm like, oh, I could, and I'm dancing. And I'm just like, oh, I could do something about parenting. And so I'm not centered. Fear is driving all this ridiculous kowtowing and shape-shifting that I'm doing in this meeting. And I leave that meeting and I'm in these, I had the sexiest boots on. I'm so ready for all of this. And I'm strutting down Fifth or Park, wherever I was after this. And I just thought to myself, never again. And of course, I did not get that article. Of course, they did not run my silly quiz because I wasn't myself. I was ghosty. And I just thought, no, I'm going to be Danielle in every meeting from this point forward. Yeah.
Oh my God. I fucking love that example. Honestly, and I know every single one of you watching now can see themselves in that cafe inside of Danielle's body doing the exact freaking same thing. I'm zigging, I'm zagging, I'm pleasing, I'm fawning, and it's like, oh, but what a gift. So she gave you this great gift of like, okay, never do that again.
Yeah. I think we should do business more the way we do healthy dating, which is like, you're on a first date. Do you want kids? No. Great. This is a wrap.
Right.
You're on a meeting with an editor. Is this the kind of content you want? No. Okay, I'm not the right fit for you.
Yeah, peace out. Thanks. And honestly, what I love, and in part I'm as animated as I am because you are speaking so, I am your audience. I know you've got tens of millions of people, but I'm your audience of one right now who is like, give me more, Danielle, because we've all been there. And it's like when you're working so hard and it's like you're that little you that just wants to be loved and is so trying so hard, like you'll do almost anything, abandoning yourself, abandoning your peace and your presence and poise and magnetism to get that outcome. And that, to me, that's how we sabotage, as you were talking about earlier. And then to me, the beautiful opposite of what you can't fake, because Danielle's great authentic presence would have gotten it. Most likely. I mean, who knows, right? But that's not the point. The point is that you abandon yourself, and we all have abandoned ourselves. Well, let me actually come to that, because you talk about in White Hot Truth, this whole business of like personal authenticity. What's the connection between fear and authenticity? I mean, and by the way, when I think about, magnetism and manifesting, like I feel like all the gurus say you're going to manifest most effectively when you're authentic, like when you're true to yourself.
So I'm in the midst of doing what I hope will turn out to be the world's largest survey on one question. And the question is, what do you want to let go of? And and all of that is coming out in 2026. My next book is called Bless and Release. And I see 2 patterns. We've actually identified the 7 patterns of what people want to most let go of. One has to do with emotional load and managing other people's emotions. That's a big one, managing other people's emotions. The other is a fear. There's a whole category, a list of types of fear. What I'm seeing in the data is fear of rejection. And I think fear of rejection is driving humanity 24/7. And if you drill down deep enough, that's what it's all about. How you dress, what you say, the job you take, what you post is all mitigating your fear of rejection. And our greatest pain is about being rejected. Like we leave the marriage because ultimately we feel kind of rejected for who we are because our needs aren't getting met. We leave the job, we get canceled, we get not invited. How many, when I ask my community is, hey, just think about all the ways you can be or have been rejected. I worked with somebody who they were devastated because they didn't get invited to the book club. And it just brought up all the, so fear of rejection has us be inauthentic. It has us perform. And here's the beautiful thing. Wanting to belong is divine. It is a divine impulse. We need to be together. Being together is loving. Being together is unity consciousness. Being together is teamwork and collaboration. It's our natural state. Being together is how we get home to source, to the divine. So it's super duper healthy. But again, are we going about it from, I don't feel worthy, but so I'm going to try and be worthy? Or let me finish that. Let me rephrase that sentence. We acknowledge, because we are self-referencing, contemplative people. We breathe into our hearts. We go for a walk around the block every night. We think about our life. We think about our day. Okay. So we realize, I want to belong. Great. No criticism. No looking down upon yourself. You've acknowledged a need. Okay. Now, are you going to find a way to belong? Because I'm not worthy and I didn't get the love and I got canceled that one time. And I got to prove my worth in order to have that sense of belonging. Or are we going to say, I belong wherever I go. I love how much I want to belong. I fully own the holy humanness of the need to belong. And I have gifts to bring to the situation. Now I'm going to build community. Now I'm going to suit up and show up. I'm going to look my best from a sense of knowing I love belonging. I'm going to be honest when I show up because I have a deep need to belong. Very different approach.
It's dramatic. I feel it.
Yeah.
And I've been on both sides of those. And I think everybody has.
Yeah.
Right. And what comes up, and then I'd love for you to walk us through a centering practice.
Yes. Let's do it.
When I think about, some of the mantras I was saying, earlier, a couple of them, but one is what, I have my positives and I have my negatives. Like, I don't abandon myself. And that is something that I've come back to again and again.
Is that an
and
affirmation?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I kind of remind myself of the things I don't do. And my goal is to get to a point where I don't even think about these things because it's like, I don't need to, it doesn't feel like it needs attention. But I used to abandon myself and perform and overthink and second guess and people please. And so I've really tried to be intentional about like, I'm not going to abandon myself. And when I think about your fear of rejection, by the way, I'm saying it on record, your biggest survey, what do you want to let go of? Your tango is all in. However we can help you make that the biggest survey ever in history. I am here for it. And it's again, just speaking to me so much. It's like, I've come through so much resistance. And on the other side of resistance to me is surrendering, letting go. And it's like, oh man, like beautiful and powerful. So again, our timing is synchronous and it's great. But back to this. So, when I think about my own, what has driven me, the shadow that's driven me in terms of my fear of rejection, not being enough. I mean, when you speak, it makes me think we're worrying about all these other people rejecting us or the job rejecting us or not getting what we want. And if I'm being honest, I feel like I've rejected myself a ton. I've abandoned myself a ton. And these behaviors that have been like, I've already said it, like overthinking, second guessing, performing, pleasing. Sorry,
what's the opposite of abandonment?
I would either say accepting or belonging.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
So, if we want to put it in an I statement, so you'd say,
I got you.
Abandon myself. You would say, I accept myself. And then you saying you'd like to get beyond, and this is really brilliant, Andrea, because you're saying, I'd like to get beyond even needing the affirmation, which is true. You want to, it's like, we want to outgrow our coaches. We want to be able to peace out from our therapist, So I think one way to do that, the next loop, evolutionary spiral, is to move it into the affirmative, an antidote of I accept myself. And I would say just, girlfriend, like the one up of acceptance is actual celebration. If you are celebrating yourself, abandonment cannot latch on at all. It's just not the same frequency.
Oh my gosh, Danielle. High fives. Yes, I love it. Okay, guys, you got to join me here. It's not about abandonment. I celebrate myself. Woo! I celebrate Danielle and you guys. Okay, let's get to an exercise, a centering exercise. Are you ready to do that with us?
Yes, let's do it.
Okay.
Okay, so here's the setup. Let me give you a few physics. I want to give you the background of this. This works for the woo-woo people and the woo adjacent people, okay? So I'm going to be asking you to work with color. So there's lots of science behind this, that we know that light and color affects the brainwaves in a positive way. We now know that you don't actually need to see the light to have it change your waves. You just need to visualize the light, and your brain waves start to move in a more rhythmic manner, which helps regulate your nervous system. There's science about people sending light to each other just with intention, you could say psychically, and their brain waves get in sync. So there's that. And then there's the power of what I would call blessing, which is focused positive intention, which in physics would be the law of observance. When you put your attention on something, it has an effect. All right. And the heart is the center of everything. So the meta of this is, once you get this down, you can do this in 90 seconds while you are making dinner, or you could do this as a deeper long form meditation. You can do this walking, or you can do this sitting. So it's called the centering practice. So everybody, if you're still right now, that's great. You can close your eyes and you're inclined to do that. If you're in motion, that's cool. So the recommendation is that your breathing is natural, meaning you keep your mouth closed and you inhale and exhale through your nose, because that's good for your nervous system. And then I want you to think a really positive, optimistic thought, or recall something high vibe. It could be you just love love. It could be how much you love swimming. It could be the first day your baby was born. It could be how you feel when you hug your kids. It could be your dog, just positive. And that's in your mind. So your mind's relaxing. We're just getting the mind to soften. And now think about something that's challenging that you want to bring healing to, but be specific. So for example, it's not, I'm having a challenge with this whole relationship. It's, you're going to recall an uncomfortable feeling, a moment. And that's what we're going to work on healing. Just one thing, one strand. And now become aware that your heart center is really golden and warm and luminous. Now take the thing that you want to heal, the challenge, the pain, the memory, and let that drop into the center of your heart. You can see it as that cringy moment. You can see it as a word written in your heart center. You can see it as a symbol or a dark color. And sitting in that goldenness, your breathing is natural. And now we're going to work with color. So imagine light shining through a stained glass window, and all those saturated colors become lighter. So the reds become light pinks, and you're pouring this on whatever you've brought into the center of your heart for healing. I'll walk you through the colors. The light pinks and those peachy colors and golds, minty greens, sky blues, and like kind of lilac lavender color. And they're very shimmering and very dynamic and lit up, dappling, radiant. It's that rainbow spectrum shining in your heart. The thing you brought in to heal is just basking in that light. And then just take a breath. That's a wrap. Open your eyes.
Oh my gosh. Wow. I love that. And I have to tell you a funny synchronicity. Literally before you said the word swimming, for me it was swimming. I don't know if you're much of a swimmer, but I just think that is hilarious.
Okay, now here's the wrap to that. I want to put a bow on it. Whatever you brought in your heart, don't go thinking about it. Don't journal about it. Don't think, should I have, or he, they could have, I should have, would have. What you're doing is, that is you being the healer. You don't need to go to an energy worker. That's you. You are an energy being. You are working with energy. You're applying physics. Light, color, positive intention. Let it rest. It's resting in another dimension now. And then you just watch. Maybe tomorrow you think a little differently about it. Maybe you sleep better tonight. Maybe you think a little more positively, or you don't think about it ever again. And you can do that same situation over and over. You could sit in that space of just pouring on the light for a long time. Yeah. And that is the centering practice.
I mean, thank you for that. As somebody who otherwise would have gone back and like, dang it, like I should have, judged the thing. Thank you for the gentle reminder not to judge it, just to honor it and let it go.
Oh my God.
Okay, I'd love to move to section 3. We were talking about affirmations a few minutes ago. So getting into an abundance affirmation practice, something that you've done a lot of, using affirmations as a powerful bridge. I'd love for you to talk a little bit more about, you've already even touched on how to phrase them positively versus negatively, and maybe even walk us through a guided affirmation practice.
Yeah, I have a sweet abundance affirmation. Here's my thing about affirmations. I'm not that into them, but I use them selectively. I think a lot of the times we use affirmations that we know are little lies, and we don't really believe them. And that just creates more confusion in the psyche, and it's not good. And repetitive positive thinking, also known as affirmations, great idea, but you have to believe it. You have to believe, or it's going to backfire. So I prefer affirmations that are sort of like statements of like universal truth that you can get on board with. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Love it. And by the way, I just to call that, like, that whole business of the disconnect between, like, if you're this cognitive dissonance between, like, if you're saying something and you're not actually feeling it, that's a problem. And so I welcome, if there's, and it sounds like just by virtue of having these universal truths that are believable, but I welcome any other suggestions you have. And it feels like from, the whole almost hour we've been talking now, this idea of getting into that heart-centered place versus more ego driven. I mean, to me, there's a little bit of a presumption of that, but I don't want to presume anything. Like, I just really want to say, keep it real,
Yes.
folks. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So this is a great point. So there's 2 points about this. So let me talk about affirmations for a second, and then more about ego-centered and heart-centered. So with affirmations cannot be rebellious. They can't have a little kind of screw you energy. No?
Okay, I want to meme this. I don't know if this is out there. Affirmations cannot be rebellious. They cannot be a little screw you. That is awesome.
Because that's this is that pushback often comes from the wound itself, and that is energy. That push energy is energy you should be using to like reach down, pull the light down. Okay, so it's not saying I am sexy, I am too sexy. It's just like I'm a divine being and I am sexy. It's just there's no charge to it. It's a declaration, not a back off. Okay, and then this is the one question that will help us distinguish between, is this going to be an ego-centered goal, fear, or is this coming from higher self and heart? You're going to ask yourself, how could my success potentially harm, or potentially help people? That's it. And you might not have a clear answer, but just asking it helps the mind soften. And there will be some things you'll be like, whoa, this is not an inclusive goal. This is not healthy. This is ridiculous, crush it, competitive BS. Or like, okay, you can still want to get your pilot's license and make your 7 figures and fall in love and get whatever car you want. But you're going to look at, and I do this a lot with women, all of us are just like, we want to be we want to manifest our person. We want the job. Great. Want that. Get it. You'll have it. And see how your abundant bank account and just deeply satisfying joy in relationship and your 6-figure launch day will benefit other people.
Love it.
Yeah. Okay. Shall we do the affirmations for abundance? It's like a little prayer. Okay. So you're going to get back into your chill space, your meditative space. And it's great. I think we're going to send you these, everybody who's listening. It's great to do this as a group and do this as a we, but I'm going to do this as an I. You can repeat out loud. If you're by yourself right now, you can just really enunciate and give her, or just silently within. Okay, so like this. Your breathing's natural. I like to put my right hand on my heart. I trust in divine timing. I am aligned with majestic overflow. I welcome deep abundance into my life in all forms. I am deeply supported. My needs are met. I thrive wholeheartedly and completely at all levels and elements. Abundance flows to me freely, and I circulate it openly with love. All that I am and all that I have is for appreciating the good in all. So it is.
Ooh, and so it is. Oh, I love it. I could feel that. Let me ask you 1 or 2 more questions on affirmations, and I'll let you go. So we started with talking about, and throughout our discussion, heart-centered, manifesting from a heart-centered place. And then talking about really starting with the feelings that you want. Would you recommend that as people are doing affirmations, that they identify maybe the 3 or 4 or 5 feelings? I want to feel joyful. I want to feel abundant. I want to feel like the things that they want to feel, and they want the bank account, and they want the specific person. How do you think about, or how would you advise people in tapping into the specifics that they want, knowing that we don't want to do it from ego or fear, we want to do it from our hearts. But if the idea is that we start with the feelings that we want rather than the outcomes.
Yeah.
What do you recommend?
two ways to go about it. I would up level the term feeling to what do I want to embody? And I would go about it either way. One way is, what do I want to embody? Okay, I want to embody joy. Then what does that look like and feel like in my life? What's a joy-based business? How do I show up in the world? What brings me joy? Okay. The other way is just do it in reverse. You know what you want. You have these conversations with people. You go, what do you want? And they go, I want to be on stage. I want to write the book. I want to lead the team. I want to retire. Okay, then what do you want to embody with that goal, that achievement? And they say, okay, well, I want to be happy and compassionate. Okay, then what's the happy, compassionate way to achieve that? And the answers will be pretty evident. Once you tap into that quality of consciousness, you'd be like, well, the happy and compassionate way would be I work a 30-hour week and I finally hire someone to do this and I sell my house and I do it from Mexico. Or the happy and compassionate way would be I work 4 days a week, or I take everything off my calendar and we tithe and we have a triple bottom line and we're going to align with the charity. Or I'm just going to have a great team and be able to I'm going to pray every morning and we're going to take a month off it's all there. Just ask about really what I'm talking about is what's the virtue? What's your goal? What's your human thing? And how do you make those dance? And you will get there. You will achieve with grace. If you don't get it, because we have to leave room for that possibility that something else is coming, you will not be as resentful and pissed off. You'll be just like, life really is for me.
Thanks for keeping it real. That's so funny. I love that. I really do. And honestly, even just hearing you say those things, as somebody who used to be so about workaholic, have to work a million hours, it's got to be hard to make it worthwhile. For you to be like, and maybe it's moving to Mexico and maybe it's working and it's like, I don't know anybody who wouldn't want to have more joy and love and abundance in a way that really feels good and doesn't feel like they have to suffer or, cling, as we were talking about, cling to the outcome and suffer even as they get it. I mean, back to oh my gosh, so many people achieve so many things, but the price they pay to get there, and you were even talking about that. Well, now what? It's like you have all these rich, kind of riches, but you can't enjoy them. And so I love your whole, it's like, yes, it might be about the job or the person, but if you're doing it on your own terms from Mexico with an assistant, just giving yourself more possibilities for how you do it, that just feels, so good to me.
And I'm also into going full out. It's not about necessarily unplugging or the 4-day work week. I mean, there are seasons in our lives. You can't skip the delivery where you are pushing. And there are times to go, but you're coming from wholeness and service and this is my joy and we're going. So when you get there, you're just like, okay, now it's time to rest. We recalibrate. We ride on our light. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Love it. All right, Danielle, we're at the end of our amazing conversation. Thank you so much. We've covered a lot, but any last words before we wrap? No pressure.
This is about manifestation. Yeah, I would say generous people have more to give, and that's really the essence of abundance. And when we're generous, we're abundant. Abundance is the universal foundation for manifesting. Be generous.
I love it. And you said, I think I wrote it down. I hope I wrote it down correctly at the very beginning. To have it all, you have to give it all. I think you said, did I get that right?
It's a biblical phrase, to receive all, you give all. But the challenge in there is you really, really gotta walk away and you will get riches. Yeah.
It's back to the detachment. Said like a very good Buddhist. Okay, guys, to go deeper into Danielle's amazing work, you can visit daniellelaporte.com. It will be on the screen. Follow her on Instagram. She's amazing, so joyful, so wise. You can access her many offerings, including her epic planner, her courses, her meditations, her books, her master classes, her app. Anything I missed?
Our planner. So I have this beautiful 2026 planner. Depends when you're listening to, watching this, but this is a really life up leveling. And you get it digital or you get printed for all the OGs. Yeah.
All right. Amazing. Danielle, thank you so much. I've so appreciated this conversation.
This was juice. Thank you, Andrea.
Oh my gosh, you guys, I hope you love that as much as I did. I feel so on fire after speaking with her. And I love how she's like, ooh, and those are, those like burning terms. It's true, but not burnout, on fire in the best way. And honestly, this is why I am so excited, on fire, to use the term again, for our Power of Manifestation Circle. This is a membership that you can be a pioneer member of, a founding member of. It is launching now. We kick off October 1st, and it's going to be incredible. And it's going to be incredible because we have people like Danielle that are going to be our featured contributors. And we have people like you who are going to participate and share what's working and where you have challenges and pain points, and people like me who are like keeping it real, keeping it high vibe, and honestly, coming together to affect these positive changes in our lives, even at times when there's resistance, when there's heartache, when there's setbacks, keeping it real and getting to a much better place in our lives. Doing it together is where it's at. So I hope you join us. Power of Manifestation Circle. Please join up. I think it's like, if you get it through, kind of the package, I think it's like $11 a month or $14 a month. It is very, very, very modestly priced. So it's an easy yes for you. Okay. And before we wrap, Danielle mentioned she is in the process of doing the world's and history's largest survey with just one question. I'm in. I hope you're in. What do you want to let go of? I'm like, can I answer that like 10 times? Because there's a lot I want to let go of still. But check out the URL on the screen. What do you want to let go of? Let's support Danielle and let's affirm. I mean, yes, of course, I want to support this amazing woman and see where the data takes us, right? Takes her and have the benefit of that. But I also want to do it for myself to proactively affirm, what do I want to let go of? And maybe even I'm willing to say, what am I committed to letting go of? Ooh, type it in, send it out into the ether, bless it, and feel that beautiful freedom. Ooh, I'm here for it. I hope you are too. Okay, that is it for this amazing session. I look forward to seeing you in the next episode of The Power of Manifestation. Thanks so much for joining. Mwah. Hi, Andrea here. I hope you're loving what we created for you in all of this extraordinary and actionable programming. To continue with it and with us, to implement real, lasting, and exciting change, including successfully manifesting your dream life, I have created a private, powerful membership offering for women who are ready to pour into themselves and invest in themselves in order to not just live a life they love, but honestly, to have that much more to give to those around them. I know that's important to so many of us, and I'm excited to tell you about the Power of Manifestation Circle. And instead of starting by telling you what that experience is like, I want you to hear directly from a few of our grateful, enthusiastic members. From Anna Marie, thanks for the support. I've appreciated having a place to share the process and insights. Seems to make it more real when it's shared. It's one thing to journal about it. It's totally different to own it in front of people committed to their growth. Thanks for showing up for us. And Kim said, I'm really appreciating having a place to share about the stuff. So often we do this work in solitude, and it's helping to have a place to share insights and get feedback. I don't feel so alone. And Lorena added, thank you for this morning's ritual. Wow, super helpful in identifying the foundational principles that continually hold me back. These are just a few of the comments that speak to the heart of the circle that we have created. And by we, I mean our wonderful members, my team, and myself. Once you join us, you get so many benefits. For starters, we give you daily guidance and inspiration to help you achieve your manifestation dreams, along with a passionate, engaged community to help ensure you stay locked in. Not only are you not doing it alone, but you have this passionate group of people and resources to help keep you energized and committed to your manifestation journey. And that's worth a lot. Specifically, you receive a monthly manifestation calendar that tells you exactly what to focus on each day. You also get short daily rituals, affirmations, and all sorts of tools that are easy to use and actually fit into your life. How's that for a great idea? You also receive daily companion emails that help you integrate all of this without having to overthink. And you get the Power of Manifestation treasure chest. This is your vault of quick, potent manifestation resources that you can use anytime, including the Glamour Magic Guide, the 10-minute nervous system reset, and the Kitchen Manifestation Rituals resource. And finally, curated frequencies and subliminals so you can reprogram your mind while you sleep. I've been using this one myself for a while now, and I have to say, I'm a giant fan. Who doesn't want to make progress while she sleeps? And each month, we gather live with thought leaders and experts in our Guiding Light series, where these extraordinary individuals share their expertise in an interactive format to ensure you personally get the most out of the session and actually internalize the lessons. And our community meets monthly in what we call our Dream Life Gatherings, where our members share their experiences, questions, tips, tools, and insights in an informal, intimate, and highly caring atmosphere. Honestly, some of these sessions with our members have been so personal and so profound. They have blown me away. I've learned so much from our members, and the way we show up for each other, it's powerful. You also have access to each other at all times through our private online community forum. Honestly, I feel humbled and grateful for what we have developed through this unique, powerful, and deeply personal community of caring, motivated women. Also, as part of our circle offering, you receive lifetime access to all 26 sessions from our Manifesting Your Dream Life event, along with the MP3 audio versions, bonus materials, and so much more. So you have access to everything my team and I have carefully crafted to help you succeed at manifesting your dream life. Guys, I am on fire for this offering, which we have priced modestly, so that's not an obstacle for you. And I'm happy to tell you about it because honestly, it works. And because doing it together makes it more fun and more rewarding. I would truly love to welcome you into our Power of Manifestation circle. You'll see a lot more of me by joining. I hope that's a good thing. I look forward to seeing you inside. welcome. Thanks very much. And I hope you're enjoying Manifesting Your Dream Life 2026. Welcome back to Manifesting Your Dream Life. My name is Andrea Miller, and today's session is for anyone who has somehow believed the road to success was transactional, when in truth, according to my guest, Deborah Poneman, success unfolds far more effortlessly and joyfully when we take our cues from nature, which gives freely without expecting anything in return. Deborah watched this lesson come alive with her son, who made an Emmy-nominated movie, was featured in Sports Illustrated, the New York Times, CNN, ESPN, so many other places in the media, raised over $70 million in basketball scholarship money for kids in Chicago, all before the age of 25. And then, much to her surprise, he told her, it's going to make me cry. He learned it all from her. If you guys aren't feeling that, you need to turn up your feels. Oh, it's such a good story. But before I formally introduce Deborah, I just want to remind you, if you don't have your Power of Manifestation handbook, grab it real quick. There are going to be so many great takeaways from this session. I don't want you distracted. So grab it. You can get it on the Power of Manifestation website. And you're going to want to come back to the highlights here because Deborah has a lot to teach you. Okay, so with no further ado, for over 4 decades, Deborah Poneman, best-selling author, award-winning speaker, meditation teacher, and founder of Yes to Success and the Awake Method, has helped hundreds of thousands worldwide create not just success and abundance, but deep happiness, self-love, and lasting inner fulfillment. Her clients have used her formula to become mega successful entrepreneurs, renowned transformational leaders, New York Times best-selling authors, millionaires, even billionaires, and household names. Yet Deborah feels her greatest achievement is not just she's helped so many live their dreams, but that she's helped them wake up to the true greatness within them. Deborah Poneman, I'm so happy to get to talk to you. Welcome to our amazing session.
Thank you. I was so looking forward to this. We have so many mutual friends who just love you. And I've heard about you, you're a Tango forever. So I'm really happy to be here.
Oh, thank you. Well, congratulations to you on all of your success and achievements. And as a mom of 2 teens, I can feel that pride and excitement for you in raising you have 2 kids, right?
Yes, I have 2 biological kids, a son and a daughter.
Now, let me ask you this. Your son said he learned it all from you. What did you teach him?
Well, can I start out by telling you about
my journey? Yeah.
I'm going to do that because it leads into how I actually thought I learned it from him, and he thought he learned it from me. But my journey started in the 1970s, and I became a teacher of transcendental meditation. And I work full time now. I say the 70s. Now you're going to start calculating how old I am. That's okay. But I worked full time for the TM movement for the decade of the 70s. And then in 1979, although I loved teaching meditation, I was actually the director of admissions at Maharishi International University in Fairfield, Iowa. But it was a nonprofit. And I realized that woman does not live by mantra alone. I needed to make some money, have health insurance, car insurance, maybe a car to insure would have been nice. Right? So I thought, okay, where can I go to make some money fast so I can go back to my love, which was teaching meditation? And the answer obviously was LA, because that was where all the rich people were. I mean, I watched the Beverly Hillbillies. It was the 1970s.
Oh my God, that is so funny. That brings back memories.
Right? So I moved to LA. I started selling investments. And although I appeared to be a dismal failure, I never made one sale. Actually, that's not true. I sold one investment in a year to my father because he thought I was so pathetic. But we all know that even on the surface, something looks like a big mistake, but it will always, but only 100% of the time, eventually show you why it led you to your greater good. Right? Because the universe is
totally. Yep. And I just have to call out how cool it is that you are such an OG. Being a teacher and a director of TM, with the Maharishi, that's a big deal. Like, I don't want to gloss over that. Like it's so obvious to everybody now, 50 something years later, but it's impressive to me. I mean, as a student,
well, thank you.
I practice
and yes,
TM.
I have been a TM teacher. It will be 53 years.
Yeah, no, I just want to call that out, because a lot of people have discovered breath work and meditation over the last maybe decade or two. But the fact that your spirit led you there way before most of us even heard of this kind of stuff is really impressive. So I just want to call that out.
Thank you for being impressed.
Yeah, I am. And I love your philosophy of like all these things come full circle. So
yeah, because what happened was one evening, so I'm in LA, I'm trying to make a lot of money selling investments. I'm a huge failure. And one evening, one of my colleagues at my investment firm invites me to a lecture on money. This will also bring you down memory lane at the Learning Annex in LA. And I thought, okay, I'm going to go to this thing. Hopefully it'll help me make a few sales. I thought it was going to be a money seminar. And I walk in and it was totally the new age crowd. This was like 1979. And the guy was talking about the law of attraction. And he was saying that we are like tuning forks. And if you are always complaining about, I'm so poor, I'm never going to get out of debt, I'm never going to be wealthy, you go walk down the streets of Beverly Hills and you think, oh, those people must be crooks, all the wrong thoughts, then you are not going to be vibrating in a way that prosperity can vibrate with you. You'll just repel that prosperity. And he also said, again, 1979, the way to become successful is help other people become successful. Mentor them, make connections. And that night, the truth of what he was saying was going right to my soul. And by the end of the presentation, every cell in my body was vibrating. I'm sure the listeners have had one of those experiences, but you're going to love this part. He also said the only way to true happiness is to live your passion. And if you don't live what you were put on earth to do, the world will be forever lacking. And then he said, and if you don't know what your passion is, write down those things that just make you happy so that the creator, the God of your understanding, has an idea of what to bring to you. Put your order into life, to what he called the cosmic order taker. So I went home after that lecture and I wrote a list of all of the things that make me happy. Write, speak, be on TV, which I had done for the TM movement, travel, work with people I love. Like you always say how much you love your team. And I saw you got tears in your eyes when you were talking about your team. And the same thing, it was like, I wrote down laugh until I cry until I laugh. And then I just gave the cosmic order taker my list and I went to sleep. And I'm telling you, Andrea, the next morning I woke up and I shook my wonderful then husband. I've had a few. And that one, his name, what was his name? No, his name was Mark. That was Mark. And a really good guy. Love Mark. Anyway, I woke him up and I told him what I was going to do for the rest of my life. I was going to teach what the guy at the Learning Annex taught. Teach people how to use energetic principles to create lasting success. So I quit my job. I was no hero. Remember, I sold no investments. And I started studying the great masters like Napoleon Hill and Wallace Wattles and Emmett Fox, the OGs of that prosperity thinking. And I created an amazing program. And then I froze because I was 28. I was a woman, and that made a difference, 45 years ago. My degree was from Maharishi International University in the science of creative intelligence. I drove a beat-up Chevy Bel Air that my aunt had left me. I was flat broke, and I was going to teach people how to be successful. But I was a product of what I was studying and what I was learning from these great masters. And I know somebody needs to hear this right now, and that is that an idea comes to you because it's supposed to be manifested by you. And ideas come to you at a time when the world needs that idea. I need Andrea to start something called Your Tango. I mean, I didn't think of that. You thought of that. Or I need, Cynthia to write a book on leadership, or Robert to build a platform for membership apps. I believe that the Creator looks down for someone who's going to do a good job at doing the work that needs to be done on earth at this time. So God, the God of your understanding, source spirit, whispers that idea into that person's ear, because God can't really come down and start a platform like Your Tango, right? And set up the website.
This energy works through us. That's the whole point. It's this divine intelligence.
That's the point. So you had that whisper because divine intelligence wanted to work through you. One of my favorite expressions is, God has no hands but yours. And when you get that whisper in your ear of what you're supposed to do, that same force of nature who gave you that idea will give you what you need to do it. The world needs the gift that you're here to give, but you can't wait too long because it's whispered into your ear at a time when it's needed on earth. And if you don't act on it, take steps in the direction of the creation, the opportunity is going to go to someone else who is willing to.
Yeah, I would say that. And I think I would add that, to me, to take these kind of risks, and whether you're being whispered to be a dancer or a musician or a mom, whatever it is, whatever that calling is, to me, when you ignore it, it's like self-denial, right? And I realize you don't necessarily act on every single idea, so there's some discernment. But when I'm listening to you, and yes, it's personal to me as an entrepreneur who's built a company of my dreams, but it just feels like, there's this divine intelligence coming through us. And if we ignore it, we pay a price, because it's like self-abandonment in a lot of ways, right? If we don't trust, we pay a price.
You are so right. And usually the price that we pay is that a year later, somebody's making a ton of money or becoming famous with your idea.
And you're like, oh, that was my idea. But then you're like, oh, I didn't do it. I'm so mad.
I had first dibs.
Yeah, totally.
You didn't do it. So when I was putting my program together, here's another thing that I really recommend that people do when they have that idea. Don't go around telling everyone what you're going to do, because I learned from the great masters of success and prosperity, what is sacred must be kept secret. Sacred and secret are from the same root. And again, how many people have told your sacred idea to somebody and they tell you all the reasons why it's not going to work? I call those people members of the discouragement committee. Why would you do that to yourself? So keep your ideas safe and warm like a seed. You don't keep uncovering it to see how it's doing. And by the way, I don't believe to not tell someone because they're going to steal your idea, because no one could do what you were put on earth to do. They could do something similar. There are 10,000 platforms out there, right? There are 10,000 people who could do the same thing as you. Thousands are life coaches. Thousands teach sales. Thousands bring people to swim with the dolphins, but they're not you. Right? And there are people whose contract in this lifetime is with you. You're their teacher. You're their coach. You're their body worker. And they're waiting patiently as possible for you to get off your butt so that they can have their lives transformed by you.
I want to pause there. It's such an important point. And guys, I really want everybody to lean in and have your hearts open and really feel this, really allow it to, to get internalized, because so often, I've had this experience too. It's like, that's already been done before. Well, listen, everything has been said. Everything has been done before, but it's exactly like you're saying, Deborah. Nobody's going to do it like me. Nobody's going to do it like you. And to me, this is where this 1 + 1 = 11. This is to me, the excitement of creation. I love talking to you. I'm so energized. That it's not just what is the end product that somebody else is going to get as a consumer, right? Making an app, teaching sales, whatever it is. To me, it's the sheer saying yes to yourself and saying, I love this. I'm impassioned by this. I feel joy, because all that energetically translates. It's not just the end goal. Okay, I've made a widget or I've created a course. To me, what you put in is as important as what the person is going to buy or what they're going to experience. You know what I mean? And I say this with a lot of enthusiasm, because I used to doubt that. I used to be like, there's enough of that in the world, or the world doesn't need another publishing business. Cosmo's got it covered. Well, Cosmo didn't have it covered, right? So I love this point that you're making so much.
And I love that you love it, because the one thing, really, because the one thing that people get wrong is exactly what you're saying. Oh, who am I to do this? Stop it. I mean, you have to stop pretending that you are less than great and powerful. People are not going to wait for you to stop acting like, oh, little old me.
Or waiting for permission. Like, screw that. Who's going to give you, who should have sovereignty over you? And this is something I've really only come into fairly recently. I'm a little embarrassed to admit, but I'm going to admit it anyway, because keeping it real here. Why, especially as women, do we give away our sovereignty and wait for somebody else to give us validation or somebody else to give our permission idea? Like that's crazy. That's crazy talk. But we all do it.
And we do it. And half the time it's false humility. Like, oh, who am I? You know, it really is. And people do it to protect themselves, because in case they might fail. So people go around masquerading as someone who isn't great, but because they're protecting themselves. But news alert, there's no such thing as failure, just ways to not do a thing. I was not going to make my fortune selling investments. That was clear. But failure in whose eyes anyway? Because you know this. It's just, if you're going in the wrong direction, it's just a sign you need to course correct. But do you really care that much about what other people think to deprive the world of your gifts? I mean, just imagine what you would do if you didn't care what other people think. We stop ourselves when the truth is, no one's thinking about you.
I mean, amen, sister. And there's a lot on the web about like being unbothered, because it's not about you don't. Like, I think people can go, well, she doesn't care. No, it's not that they don't care, unbothered. What I've been using in my own life, I mean, I did this whole like dance series on TikTok. I felt like so mortified, but it's like people are like responding. I'm like, oh, carefree is how I describe it. I'm carefree, right? It's not that I don't care, but you know, like carefree is more of like kind of a joyful, like, I'm just showing up for me. And if you guys like it, come along. And if you don't, that's okay. Like, I'm not going to be, you know, my feelings won't be hurt. So let's be carefree.
Love that. That is so brilliant. I'm doing because it brings me joy. And what the world needs now is people who are joyful, spreading that light, spreading that joy. And I just had a thought that I would love everybody to just write down one thing right now that you would do if you didn't care what other people thought.
Okay, guys, you get 10 seconds. Don't overthink it. The first or second thing that comes to your mind. Okay.
Oh man, mine was obvious. Okay. Whew.
Okay, what's yours, Deborah?
Well, what is sacred must be kept secret, so I can't tell you.
Okay, that's good. I that's totally fair. I love that. As somebody who used to really be in my head, and I think this is relatable to almost everybody, especially in the West and across the globe. Like, we're a nation and a citizen of thinkers. Like, we're always trying to think our way rather than feeling our way. And to your point about like how often we'll say no because we're afraid. You know, so to me, it just feels like what you're asking everybody just to write down, like that thing that gives you joy, giving yourself permission. Guys, I'm here to give you permission. I'm giving you permission to give yourself permission. How about that? Right? Because we're all like social creatures and we take clues from each other. Like, your energy is infectious. So I'm like, I mean, I'm a high energy person, but I'm extra fired up right now.
Well, I could tell we have the same energy, but I just pulled up this quote. I love this quote from Neil Donald Walsh. Love it. On this day of your life, dear friend, I believe God wants you to know that life offers you an amazing opportunity in every single moment to see and experience who you really are. Watch yourself today. Just watch. Look at what you're doing moment to moment and ask yourself in the midst of it, what does this have to do with my reason for being here? Goosebumps. Is this what I came all the way to Earth to experience? And if the answer is a resounding yes, keep doing it. If the answer is no, ask yourself, then what in the world am I doing? Look at the words and consider them literally. What in the world am I doing? And what does this have to do with my soul? It's just a question. Just a question.
Oh, that's awesome. He has a great passage, and I'm going to butcher it a little bit, and maybe we can pop it on our day. Maybe you can find it, you know, to either put in the notes or on the screen. He has a great passage about earning a lot of wealth and earning fame and having a lot of success, having a lot of sex. I can't get it out. All of these things that can feel like, that can feel kind of like greedy, or like feel like, oh, like, you know, I don't want to be that person. But he frames it, and it's like, when you're doing all these things, like having a lot of love, how you're experiencing it in service to the greater good. Because so often, again, like, you know, you think, it's not okay to make money. Like, I don't want to be that greedy person, or I don't want to shine too brightly. And he's phrased this thing in a way, it is really one of my favorite, like giving yourself permission to shine your brightest, knowing, and back to, we're going to be talking about relationship capital, that when you're doing it, and you even said it, like, you know, just like giving freely, like how nature gives, like that's what we're meant to do. Like it really is.
Absolutely. And the other thing about whatever came up for anybody when they did that idea, don't wait until you think you're ready. That's another important point, because you're never going to think you're ready, because we live in a relative universe and there will always be loose ends. I mean, people who change the world don't wait until everything is perfectly in place. You know, I'll pursue my dream when the kids grow up, or when the inheritance comes in, or when the divorce goes through, or when I get my next certification. You have enough certifications. You're you, right? When dead. So just take a step from which there's no turning back. You'll love this story. When I started Yes to Success, I was a broke 29-year-old, and the only thing I had done in my life was teach meditation and sell investments, which I wasn't a rip-roaring success. So when I had the idea to start my success seminar company, I had to take a step from which there was no turning back. So I rented a room at the Santa Monica Public Library, and I put up posters, because that's how we advertise in those days. And when the posters came up, the discouragement committee came out in droves saying, oh, no one's going to come to this thing about learn how your thoughts create your reality. You know, it was 1979. But the room was already rented. I had taken a step from which there was no turning back. And if I hadn't taken that step and the discouragement committee showed up, I wouldn't be with you today. So you have to be more committed to your divine assignment than you are to being in your comfort zone. And by the way, when I walked into that room at the Santa Monica Public Library to talk about the crazy law of attraction 25 years before The Secret came out, there was standing room only. And within a few short years, I used the principles. I was a product of my product, and I created, I had, talk about no fax machine, or you said something, or no internet. This was now 1980. And by 1982, my seminars were being taught on 4 continents in 9 countries. And not only did we not have the internet, but we had those phones that are attached to the walls by curly cords, right? Remember, you would try to call overseas and it would be like, shh, and can you hear me? Can you hear me? And that was it. No fax machines, but a dream, and no excuse. Why not?
It's such a compelling story. And I want to highlight a couple things, and then there's so much more to your story and to the, teachings that you have prepared for us today, which I so appreciate. Your point about that nobody is ready. I mean, to me, that is the point. And I'm an entrepreneur. I mean, I started a podcast. There's a whole bunch of just I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm passionate, and I'm going to go like you did. And to me, that is where the magic is. Like, where you're saying yes to your divine idea. You're saying yes to yourself. To me, that is how we build trust in ourselves. Because if we're ready, right, then there isn't the risk. Right? The risk, it's like being willing to take that leap into the abyss and go, I'm going to be okay. Right? But that is the point, no matter the outcome.
And the point is, exactly, it's the journey, not the destination. That old saying that we've heard over and over, but it happens to be the truth. Success is a journey. It's not a destination. You don't even know if you're going to wake up tomorrow. And that happens to be the truth. So enjoy the journey, because that's what you're here for. And you might have to course correct, but that's okay too. I always tell my students, if you come into a big obstacle, you just say thank you to the God of your understanding, because that's just a sign you just got to course correct and keep moving on to your destination.
And I want to make a couple points and then we'll go to our next session. But that saying thank you to rejection, saying thank you to obstacles, saying thank you to setbacks, that to me is a muscle that I've built in myself. It didn't come naturally. I was afraid of failure, like so many of us are. I met obstacles, with derision and, anger, and I'm not perfect with it. In fact, there's this thing in the Kabbalah called tikkun, right? And you're thanking your soul's journey, your soul's mission when those obstacles come up. So I want to emphasize that, because that reframing has been a game changer for me. And the last thing I'm going to say before I move to our next section, is fortune favors the bold. Oof. Right? And so you got to take those bold steps. And to me, again, that's how we fortify ourselves. Like we say, the universe gives us the idea, or, God, however we, think of these things, our consciousness. And then when we say yes, to me, that action, it is exactly what you're saying.
Like the universe is saying, yay!
Yeah, and the destination is the journey, right? And it's just by taking that action, and I only figured that out, I think, a little bit later too in my life, the action of it matters. Right. That is the point. Right. And so often we get so tied up in the end, in that outcome. And that, I think, is a cause for so many people to lose faith in manifestation. Like, oh, it's not here yet. Right. They lose faith in themselves and so forth. So I love all these lessons and your framing of these things, Deborah, because it really, especially for anybody listening, guys, if you're like, I've been holding back on myself, this is your divine sign. You've got all the nudges now to make that bet on yourself, because only you really can.
Yeah. And we'll give them more nudges too.
We're going to give a lot more nudges.
We got a lot of nudges.
Yeah. We got a lot going through. Okay, so section 2, why when you follow your heart, it will always lead to your greatest success. So from what I understand, Deborah, you were about to have your own daytime TV talk show. This was like 80s or 90s?
It was 1987.
So that, even an even bigger deal than it is. It's still a big deal today, but an even bigger deal than it is today. And your own Yes to Success book was about to be published by a major New York publisher. And you gave it all up overnight. Oh my God, what happened?
I did.
That's a crazy story.
Janet Atwood, who you absolutely have to have on your show, she wrote The Passion Test.
Oh,
do you know
yeah.
Janet?
Yeah. I know that name. Mm-hmm.
You will love her. She was my secretary at the time. So she will vouch for me that she was taking notes when I was meeting with the producer about my daytime TV talk show. And it was at a time every goal I had set for myself was falling into place. And the TV show, the book, the seminar. And in July of 1988, I gave it all up, every bit of it, the seminar company. I had the first infomercial in the history of infomercials to sell a self-improvement product.
Wow. Take that, Tony Robbins.
Yeah, I was before Tony.
Wow,
but
that's amazing.
The difference between me and Tony is that I gave it all up and I didn't return to the industry for over 20 years, but no tragedy befell me. I didn't uncover a suppressed childhood trauma. But what happened on July 5th, 1988 is I gave birth to my baby girl. And the moment the midwife handed her to me and I looked into her eyes and touched those little fingers, I knew that if I was going to be true to my own teaching, the cornerstone of which is always listen to your inner voice and follow your heart, I knew my career would have to come to a screeching halt, because if I didn't walk my own talk, how could I expect anyone else to trust me? See, I believe that people have built-in authenticity meters, and my meter reading would have been way down in the negative range.
God bless you, sister.
Traveling around the world, right? telling, follow your heart, when my heart was home with my baby. And 3 years later, my son. And let me tell you, no one was happy with me because I had a line of people that had been waiting for me to like push that baby out and get back to work. The agent, the publisher, the producer, they were all waiting. My clients were waiting. I remember, this is funny. I remember my promoter in Singapore, because I was going to do a tour of Southeast Asia. He heard I had the baby, so he called to get the tour on the books. And his name was Chiang. We're still friends. I said, Chiang, you're going to have to call me back in 18 years.
Oh my God.
I turned into 21 when I had my son.
Yeah.
And everyone said, have you gone out of your mind? And I said, absolutely. And right into my heart. I had to do. Like you said.
Love that. Are you out of your mind? Absolutely. And right into my heart. Snap. I love that.
But you said that, you have to be true to yourself for your own happiness. That's the only way you're going to radiate the joy that's going to change the world. And it wasn't even a choice. I was in love. I didn't want to leave her to go to the bathroom, let alone to get up and film a TV show every morning at 6 o'clock. And I believe we all have to go out of our minds and be led by our heart, not only for our own success, but for the survival of our planet. I'm going to tell you a little story because people always ask me if I ever have any regrets. I know we got to get to relationship capital, but I'm going to tell a fast story.
We're not in a hurry. I think everybody is loving all this. So take your time. And by the way, props to you, because that was a courageous move, especially considering all that you'd built up relatively quickly, right? And all, like you say, all those dreams, and the fact that you followed your dreams, then you pivoted and listened to your heart. I mean, wow, that takes a lot of guts. And
you are leading me right into my story, because my story is about, people say, did you ever have any doubts? And the answer is, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
I might have been super mom, but I'm human. And you don't think I doubted my decision? And when 3 of my students were on the New York Times bestseller list and I was home knee deep in dirty diapers, you live in New York, they're at their book launch parties, with their little brie with the honey and, hot. And I'm a Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. With like spit up on your shirt. Yeah. You're not feeling like $1 million every day like that.
Right. And they're like, oh, Chucky, I love you, Chucky. And I'm thinking, why am I not in New York right now? But I remember this one day, and you're going to love this story. And I am telling you it exactly the way it happened. So one day when my kids were 5 and 2, and they were just, I had to put them in front of the TV. It was one of those days. You have kids, right?
Yeah. 2 teenage boys. So yeah, I can relate.
Okay. Remember those days where, okay, in front of the TV, I can't do this anymore.
Yeah.
In front of the TV, and they wanted to watch Barney. I don't know if Barney is still around, but that big purple dinosaur thing. They're like, where's Barney? Where's Barney? So I'm going to get you, Barney. Just hold on. And I'm doing this channel check, looking for Barney, and I see one of my students on Oprah. And not only was he on Oprah, true story, but he was doing this exercise that I had cognized in a meditation that showed the power of the mind to even move matter. And I am standing in front of the TV. And at that moment, I thought, I have ruined my life. He gets Oprah. I get them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can't even find Barney for frick's sake.
I can't even find Barney. And they're like, where's Barney? Where's Barney? My daughter couldn't say her R's. And I burst into tears, and I'm like, and the only thing that got me out of my self-imposed pity party was my daughter goes, Mommy, I thought maybe I'd get some sympathy. And I go, yeah, sweetheart. She goes, I think you forgot our popsicles.
Oh my God, the universe is talking through your sweet little girl. Hilarious. Oh my God, I love that.
Hilarious, right? So I said, okay. So I find Barney. I go into the kitchen. I'm pouring the orange juice into the mold, to put in the freezer to make them popsicles. I am so freaking mad at God at that moment. Like, how could this be? And I actually had one of those otherworldly experiences. I heard a voice say, remember the book. And I'm like, I do remember the book. It was in the hands of a New York publisher. And then that voice said, no, not that book. I mean, it wasn't like, Charlton Heston and the Ten Commandments. Remember the book. But it was just like a little voice,
I got you.
I remembered I saw this like vision of this book that I had read a few years before about somebody who died and saw like a movie reel of their life. And in this book, the man saw a movie reel of the highlights of his life, and and it was really short. It was just him dancing with his daughter at her wedding and showing his son how to swing a baseball bat. And the guy says to this being of light, well, what about when I brought my company public? What about when I made my first, 100 million? What about? And the being of light said to him, all of those things glorified you. And then the being of light said, would you like to see a movie reel of the highlight of somebody else who just passed on? So in heaven, this guy's indignant. He goes, yes, I would. And this being of light showed the man a movie reel of the woman. First of all, these curtains of golden light parted. There is this woman who used to clean his home, took 3 buses to clean his home, sitting on a throne of golden light. And he shows the movie, and it shows her carrying a pot of soup to a sick friend. And it shows her comforting her mother as her mother is making her transition. It shows her soothing her kids when they were being bullied. And it shows her at a baseball game cheering for the kids whose moms and dads couldn't be there because they had to work 3 jobs to put food on the table. And it shows her going to church and just hugging everybody up. And the being of light says to the man, you judged her as some poor, pathetic creature, but she had a glorious life. And when you get here, you will discover that the only thing that matters while you're on earth is how much love you give. And after seeing that vision, I went, put those popsicles in the freezer, went into the living room, sat between my 2 kids, watched me some Barney, put those books away by Napoleon Hill, stopped doubting myself, and I just surrendered to learning from my 2 greatest teachers, who, of course, are those who call me mom.
Oh, my God. That's such a moving story, Deborah. Wow.
And I remain for the next 20
Well, just like you say, the trust that only you could reinstate in yourself. Like, to me, that is the most important thing from what you just described, right? Because, other people may have made a different choice, but you made the right choice for you and your kids clearly, versus some other outside influence saying, no, success needs to look like this, this other thing.
And you know what I love? I'm so glad you said that, because I'm not saying, so everyone should be a mom at home.
No, of course not.
I'm saying follow your heart. And the other thing is, when I did go back to work, my kids loved it. When I was on the stage, that's my mom. When I would be on the internet, that's my mom. So, there's a lot of different sides to the story. But at that moment, I knew that I was following my heart and doing the right thing.
Yeah, no, I love that so much. It's so moving. And when you talk about your 2 greatest teachers, my boys are 2 teenagers, and I always talk about them as my uninvited Buddhas, that they've taught me so much. I mean, I am like type AAA Aries. And so it's like, oh, I'm so much more patient now. I'm so much more, actually more gentle on myself. So like you, with your 2 kids being your greatest teachers, for sure. And let's face it, those lessons are some of the hardest lessons you can, at least for me, some of the most challenging lessons I've ever had have come from my kids.
Absolutely.
And the best and the most valuable, right?
And
but like bring you